in the light. Gonna fly, going up. Just you and I, we're going up. We're gonna fly, we're going up. Just you and I, we're gonna fly, we're going up. On another level, come up here to ease my mind's eye. Watching the colors die. On another level, my mind is where I come alive. Waiting for the sun to rise. As the sun goes down, waiting for the sun to go down. The sun goes día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Y por todo yo brindo, desde lo feo hasta lo lindo. Tú eres una prueba que el mundo a mí nunca me brindó. Quería casarme, yo tan loco en ilusionarme, creyendo en tus besos y tus caricias. La verdad no fue el culpable. Ay, todo tiene un propósito y dejarme será solo uno más. Siempre a medias no he logrado encontrar mi otra mitad. El tiempo dirá, el tiempo dirá. Y cuando lo encuentre de ti no me voy a acordar. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Ahora con quién voy a compartir todas mis noches húmedas. Ahora quién me va a dar los besos como tú los das. Todo es una ilusión y eso lo verás. Tú amabas a Nico pero nunca a Nicolás. Tú eras la oveja mala del rebaño. Tu vicio de la fama sí me hizo daño. Tantas promesas fueron por el caño, porque lo único que cumplí son años. Chica, si te vas y luego me quieres ver, eso nunca pasará. Prefiero otra mujer. Chica, si te vas y juegas otro papel que nunca te quedará, como eso de serme fiel. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será? Tú eras todo lo que yo quería. Hoy eres todo lo que quiero olvidar. Tú fuiste bla, 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 y mi inseguridad lo hizo más fácil para ti. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver. Pa' que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en él. Como que ella quiere, disfruta la noche, lo anormal. Creo que el novio teme que su relación va a terminar. Se da cuenta que no necesita a alguien más. Quiere un selfie para su Instagram. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y ser de esos pibis que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica lady. Quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver. Para que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. No tiene sueños, solamente en sus sueños nos ponemos risueños con un norteño y mi flow brasileño. Yo te juro que es bueno, ya me doy el palo, ese empate si lo desigualo. Le gusta lo honesto y lo malo, me trae un regalo. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y ser de esos pibis que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica lady. Quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, ella quiere ver. Para que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. Dime todo lo que ella quiere, nada ha sido regalado. Entre más independiente, más quiero estar a su lado. Esas nenas, mata, es que más. Ella está plena la noche entera. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, ella quiere ver. Para que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. No, 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 no hice, Baker, rap, no.
Ella lo sabe, Luné, Luné.
Va cogiendo el filé, Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar. Aquí estamos chile, Party, 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 nos ponemos farrea. Nos encanta el perreo, Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo. Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo. Cha, duro, 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 pam, pam. A le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda el que sea en primer round. Duro, 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 pam, pam. A le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Vamos a pecar con perreo, baby. Te veo con un flow criminal. Aquí en el party se siente como el ambiente nos lleva a otro lugar. Con perreo se entona, toda mujer también en la zona. Solo cuando pone freaky, 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 freaky tona. Canta como loca porque se emociona.
Nena, seguro que todos esos shots te pusieron a fluir, Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quieres encima de mí, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda el que sea en primer round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, Duro, duro.
razones y se sabe mis canciones como si fuera oraciones en la misa. Tiene carácter de guerrera como Tony Caero, pero conmigo ya está bien sumisa. No es mala mía, si anda sudando. Tú pasas todo el día conmigo aquí gozando y tras. Y no es pa' tanto, esta es una prueba que apenas estoy empezando.
Yo me aseguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir, yeah. Baila cerquita pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quiere encima de mí, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. A ella le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Sube y no queda al que sea en primer round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. A ella le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos cogiendo el feeling, yeah. Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar, aquí estamos chilling, yeah. Party, 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 nos ponemos farria, nos encanta el perreo, yeah. Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby, que no los veo? Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Sube lo que al que sea en primer round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Hello, you crazy bunch of Latam lunatics, and welcome back to our humble abode. You're in for a treat tonight. It is time for an omnibus of Latam. Saturday and Sunday is going to be chock-a-block full of games, and luckily, I'm not alone on this mission. I've got my main man, my right-hand man, my left-hand man. I mean, you could really describe him in many ways, but the one that describes him most is bald and beautiful. Bring him in, Simon. I want to see Ace of Pyrite.
Can't argue with that, Jackie. Cannot argue with that. Many ways to describe me. Bold is accurate. I'll leave you up to the judgment on beautiful.
I think you are, mate. I think you're quite a stunner, honestly. Oh, that was cute. That was
Feeling
very
the
pretty.
glasses today, Jackie?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's on brand. It goes with the shirt. I'm trying to colour coordinate, I mean, the whole show's been colourful, Tim. I feel like we got to catch up.
Certainly got the rose-tinted spectacles on, but Jackie, it's not going to be the impact of those that makes these games look amazing. It's going to be the quality. So excited for this opener. Honestly, I've been waiting all morning for it.
Oh, mate, genuinely. We got a couple of unranked games in before the show. We had time to vent with one another. And I think we are both on the same page for how exciting today is going to be, especially game one, Tim.
I've been telling Vicky all morning, Jackie. She's ready for it. I've been tugging at her sleeve, saying, it's Furia W7M. It's Furia W7M today.
Oh, mate. I could see you doing it. I feel like at this point, she'd probably just be like, Tim, please. There's only so many times I can hear you say those two team names. Please just stop.
This is starting to cause a problem in our relationship.
Oh, God. I hope not. Because
Absolutely
the games are going to be so good, Tim. Even if things did go wrong, these games would bring you back together, mate. But as a whole, I think the competition's been sick, right? Day one, obviously back on Thursday. We were blown away by just how close the games have been this season. Also, the fact it looks like the bar has been raised.
We had an absolute belter on Thursday. There's no two ways to put it. Furia and W7M both come in. I'll hold my hands up. Surprised me, shocked me, impressed me, most importantly of all. I didn't expect the results that we got. I did not expect MIBR to look quite as terrifying as they did. The other big teams in this season must have really stood up and taken notice at that, because right now, MIBR, they just made FaZe look like rank amateurs. They were absolutely untouchable. But, the first game that we've got today, Fury W7M as well, they've gone about things in different ways. One had a slightly better stage than the other last time around. W7M finishing in 6th place. Furia dead last in 10th, unfortunately. But Furia already matched the point total that they had last time around. Come out with a big 3-point win, and they looked worth it every step of the way. 45 kills on the day between Novice and Lender. The two new guys came in with a bang.
Oh, mate, it was more than just a bang. It was like you would put someone in a room that is terrified of balloons and popped over 15 balloons in quick succession. It was loud and it was terrifying. Unfortunately, one of the players that normally is quite loud, Tim, is live. And it took us some time to actually have a little bit of a look back on his statistics from yesterday's play day. FaZe was struggling, but more importantly, he did not have a good 2 games.
He really didn't. It was a bad day at the office. That is certainly one way to put it. 1-17 over, and that's right. You've just heard me right.
It's so disgusting.
I don't want to keep repeating it, because if it was me, I'd be fuming. So I really am sorry, Lav. I'm not doing it for that reason. But 1-17 across 2 maps, that is a big struggle. Somebody needs to check Live's pulse, I think, because that is not what we are used to seeing from him. It really isn't. It's not indeed. That's the one thing that I will follow it up with. Yeah. Hopefully, it'll build a bridge between us. Mend the friendship, Jackie. I've mentioned the stats twice. I will say, by way of apology, that is not what we normally see out of Live. He is way, way better than that. I don't know what was going on. I'm looking forward to seeing FaZe play again, because I would expect to see a lot more out of Live.
Oh, mate. Yeah, genuinely, because that's the thing. We normally look at him to have a fairly effective impact in the server. And even at the time, we would constantly glance over it and be like, all right, maybe it's just a bit of a slow start. But then to have a look back and really realize that it was not a good day for him is worrying. I hope that isn't now potentially something we're going to be noticing more going forward throughout the season, because we were trying to figure out how that roster is going to adapt after losing Mav, and it doesn't seem like it's really helped them too much, especially in the debut, Tim. You could see it still needs to be oiled up. They still need to find some way of lubricating the new cogs in the role. In the wheel, maybe?
I mean, it's strange, really, because if I just have a quick look at FaZe, I just want to have a look at their entry stats for last season. So, Mav 13-12. So he wasn't a massive part of the entry game. And that is where they really struggled. Cyber absolutely had Live in his pocket. There is no two ways about it. He shut him down, I think, at least 4 times in the second map on the entry frags. It was Cyber onto Live. He just seemed to have his number. And some days that happens. You just get dialed in. You just get attuned to what somebody is going to do, which window they're going to come through, where is that push going to come from. And Cyber, he was just everywhere. He was playing every position. He was up and downstairs. He was rotating around. He was just making an absolute nuisance of himself. And the interesting thing, if you remember, Jackie, we had the interview with Cameraman, and I found it quite enlightening, because I commented on Cyber's entry stats. I said, cameraman, Cyber he's really helped you out there. That must give you a big lift into the game. He's got 6 entry frags on Cafe, I think it was. He was, more than half of the rounds.
Oh, yeah.
Cyber was opening it up for him. And cameraman was like, did he? And it was just so much like, that's his job. That's what we expect, that's what you do. That's what we expect. And it was quite enlightening, really, that it hadn't been this big thing within the team. It was just Cyber doing Cyber things. And as I said, he and Bullet were a little bit quiet last stage, and they really came back with a bit of a pop on Thursday. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more from them.
Hopefully so. But let's move on, of course, into our overall schedule for the day and see what we are going to be seeing with our eyeballs over the course of this evening here on Saturday. Bear in mind, guys, this is a double bill. It's our first back-to-back showing of Stage 2. We are going to be live today on Saturday and then also on Sunday with another 3 best of 2s. But the games for tonight start off with a golden goose egg right at the tip-top of the show, Tim.
Absolute corker coming up, I can guarantee it. As I said, in the off-season, these two teams have gone about the same task in very different ways. So Furia, they struggled last season, didn't finish, I'm sure, anywhere near where they maybe wanted to. They've gone and got themselves 2 new players. They've shaken up the roster. Stats say that they've moved on the players that they needed to. I'm not trying to criticise anybody, but the top and bottom of it is the BMH and Miracle were the bottom of the table in terms of ratings, kills, contributions. So they've moved them along, and they've got Novice and Lender in, who, at least in their debut performance, have gone absolutely wild. Great decisions from Furia. On the flip side, W7M, they've made one change, but not in the roster. They've brought a coach in. They've got Alpha on board, and you can see that there is a lot of work gone in there, and it was something that was commented on as well by Team 1, that you can see the work that has gone into W7M. You can see that they've had this evolution, this shift in strategy and play style, and they looked fantastic for it.
Oh, mate, the team does look like they've really they've had a solid facelift and they've come together. The new squad looks sick, and genuinely, I can't wait to see more of it. We won't have to wait long till we are getting into that opening game, but what we can move into for now, though, is the overall standings and see how the season at hand is starting to shape up. Bear in mind, though, for anyone that is a bit confused, we do also include the standings from Stage 1. So that's why they're a little bit more bloated and why we still see Team 1 up on that top spot, even though in their first play day, Tim, they only got the 1 win, 1 draw.
Yeah, it's just giving you a little bit of an overview at the moment in time between Stage 1 and 2, because obviously both do come into account when we get towards that sort of final tally at the end of Stage 2 to see who is going to be going into the relegation. This is then particularly important as to who's finished where in Stage 1. So for the time being, until we've got results on the board for everybody, there's no point of showing you half a table that's all zeros. So it just gives you an idea as well of where people finished up. So you can see Fury are already jumping themselves up the standings there in terms of things, lifting themselves off the bottom with that opening win. But right now they are sitting pretty in second if we think about the table just in terms of Stage 2. We've got MIBR top in the pops, and then we've got Furia underneath them. But already there's been a couple of surprises, and I'm sure there's plenty more to come, Jackie.
Oh, 100%. This season is going to be chock-a-block full of upsets, crazy results, and also, hopefully, is just going to show that what we've been saying, what Bodega was saying, what a lot of people on Twitter have been vocal about, is the fact that across the board, the 10 teams in BR6 here in the competition this season have a reason to have these spots. They want to prove they've got the goods, Tim, and I think we've already seen that coming out of a couple of the rosters. So the fact we get to double dip in, see a couple of the guard that we haven't seen so far in Santos. Obviously, Black Dragons now getting their debut in Stage 2. I'm excited for that. I want to see if that trend is all across the board and all 10 of our rosters are going to be performing to that new skill cap we're seeing.
I can't wait to see Team Liquid. I think, we'll have a lot of fans in to watch Team Liquid today. We always do, don't worry. They are coming up, second game against Santos. But it's fair to say they had a weak finish to Stage 1. They struggled in the last few games after that defeat to Team 1. They didn't perform as well as we might have expected in the major, coming third overall. And for me, they've got a little bit of something to prove. They need to come back strong.
They do need to come back strong. But 2 players that definitely came out incredibly strong on their opening game of the season. You know full well who I am talking about. Novice. Oh, man, he went wild But it's not just about him, of course, Tim. He has an entire squad behind him. Here's some of the replays of that crazy game that came out from Furia. Lender as well was a meme machine on the Maestro the entire way through the day. They had some great gameplay. Wow. I'm excited to just see how they're going to perform tonight, Tim. If they can carry it on from that opening game, they actually could be a roster to keep your eyes on the whole way through the season.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, Jackie, and I'm going to keep myself calm when I say this. I don't want to go in too far. I'm not going to say these guys are going to the major. But what I will say is, off that first performance, if Novice and Lender can carry on going as they were, so strong on the entry as well. They were 5-2, 5-6 between them. Lender, it was on 5-2, Novice and 5-6. If they can keep going in there with those entry frags and those big performances, what I will say is, if they were to land themselves in the major or to be fighting for it at the end of the season, I, at this stage, would not be surprised.
Oh, no, not at all. I think it would be a great result for them to make it to that point to try and have some upsets. But of course, they do have a while ahead of them. A lot of play days left to go. This is still week 1. This is only play day 2. This is the tip of the iceberg. And they're only our first team as well. We're going to move on out of Furia and now into W7M. Another squad that, again, they've come back. They look fresh. They've had a beautiful coat of paint applied to them in the off-season, and they are rocking it like rock stars.
They are, and I mean, no surprises in terms of the names. If you watched any of Stage 1, I'm sure you'll be familiar, but for those who didn't, people to watch out for on this roster, particularly Geet and Padrin, they had a fantastic start to the season, just the way they ended the last one, really, coming in with big numbers between them. Geet 21 and 17, Padrin 19 and 16 across the 2 maps on Thursday, so very good performances from them, and some big moments from Freezow as well on the support. 3 plants successfully played. It was something that we saw, very capable of getting the diffuser down. And W7M, they are an exciting team to watch. They're one of those teams that I would sort of hasten, I'd refer to as the whole package. They've got the support in Freezow, they've got the fragging capability in Padrin, in Guy, they've got the flex of Herds and Panico. Herds again will come in and get those frags as well. So great team once again, and this one is set up to be a real humdinger.
Oh, mate, genuinely, we normally try and at least keep our big banging games towards the end. I think people got wise to our tricks over the course of Stage 1, but this time we've given you that treat all the way from the beginning. You're right, Tim. In my mind, this is going to be a slobber knocker to already set a precedent and set a benchmark between 2 of these teams that are looking for upsets. They are trying to prove they are dark horses, they are underdogs, and now they have an opportunity to settle the dust between both of them. It's going to be sick, but we need to know where exactly this initial map is going to go down. So of course we can get into the veto. Tim, you weren't really on top of the game, obviously. You know, first week, play day 1, you haven't got all the stats there to back it up with the new moves. How are you feeling about play day 2? Do you reckon you can give me some good results, some good predictions?
We'll see what we can do, Jackie. It's always a tough one when you say coming in play day 1 and teams switch things around in the break and they start getting ready and preparing new maps. But one thing I will say, I don't think that we see Coastline today. That came in, obviously, in the Team 1 game against W7M, and they got a win on there, but for me, I think they'll probably try and avoid it this time around. The difficulty is that we actually saw 4 maps out of 7 between these 2 teams. Neither of them played on the same maps. So for me, I think we maybe see another Oregon. I think we could see Oregon again today. Clubhouse, again, I think with these teams, they're not going to want to do anything too wild, but I'm going to throw a curveball of potentially a theme park in there, Jackie.
Ooh, okay.
A theme park feeling.
Mate, I'd be down with that. I'd actually be on board for a bit of theme park. It's one that certainly tends to get bound out quite a lot. If we had it thrown into the mix, I'd be excited. So let's bring it on in. Let's start to work our way through the veto and see how likely this is looking as we get our initial bans coming into. Ooh, unlucky.
I'm not doing bad.
Oregon. All right,
oh,
Oregon
the
coastline though.
Again. Furia getting it in there this time. So W7M not banning it out, but certainly not ready to pick it themselves. And Furia, I'm sure that they've watched that game back. There could be a line of thinking here that actually we've seen W7M on coastline, so we've at least had a VOD to review. We know what they bring on that map, so let's go back there again. There may be a little bit of that creeping into the thinking.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've had all of Friday, right, in the downtime to at least try and watch it back over, potentially anti-strat the way they played it, see if there is any takeaways. And it wasn't the cleanest game by any means as well, so you have a lot of information to work off heading into that. But that is the second map in the series. To start it off, we've got W7M's pick of Oregon. Oregon, at this point, I think Oregon and Latam just go together like bread and butter, Tim. I'm so happy when we get to see Oregon picks thrown into the mix with these best of twos.
Honestly, I think Oregon and World Siege go together hand in hand. I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong. I'm literally going off memory from reading this about 5 weeks ago when it finished up last time. I think there is at least a very good chance Oregon was the most selected map in every single region. If not, it was top 2, and if it wasn't every region, it was 3 out of 4. It was extremely popular around the world, was Oregon, and no surprise, it's come in, it's leveled off a little bit now. It's a lot more balanced than it was to begin with, because the attackers have caught up with the defenders, who tend to have a little bit of an advantage to begin with, but teams have switched on, they are looking sharp, and Oregon is a super entertaining map. I love it.
Oh, it is. We've had so many highlights, so many aggressive plays. I've lost my voice. That's how much it really gets to me, Tim. It knocked me for 6 immediately. No, genuinely, Oregon's been sick, mate. Some of the games we've had on it throughout the course of the season were so exciting. I'm just glad we get to see a little bit more of it with our opening game of the night. But we have the draw, we have the maps, we know the teams. What we don't know, Tim, is what the viewers at home think about this matchup. We want to hear your say. Please head on over to Twitter, tweet at either me or Tim or both of us with the hashtag R6Latam or hashtag BR6 and tell us your thoughts and feelings about this game as we are going into it. Oregon kicks off now. Tim, you ready for this one?
I was born ready, Jackie. I cannot wait to get my teeth into some more Latam action today. And what a place to start, but over on Oregon, between what could become 2 very big, very important teams this season. And the reason that I am getting so excited about Furia and W7M, Jackie, is this is what I live for in Siege. It's something, I've done a lot of work in the UK leagues, as a lot of people probably know, and it is something that I have seen over the course of those UK seasons, was there being one big shark in the pond, and then seeing other teams like what they originally started as M&M, they are now Navi, seeing teams like that come through and develop because they are playing bigger, better teams. And so for Furia and W7M to make such an adjustment from stage 1 to stage 2, I'm desperate to see that continue and to see us have the development of 2 more big teams here in Latam. And I love to see it. And so for me, this is the best showdown of the day.
Oh, Tim, it's going to be a absolutely massive matchup. 2 teams of huge stature that are going up against one another here. Obviously, we've got the ban phase coming through as well, and then we'll be getting into it. Furia on attack, W7M on defense. Thatcher, Monty, and Echo have been thrown out of the ringer so far. We'll get that last ban in, see if there is going to be any spice. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about removing Ace and Malusi, but again, Tim, it looks like they want to swing straight past that and keep them in active play.
Certainly don't want the shields on the board today. That much we do know. We have 1 taken away by each team, but it will be Monty and Clash that bite the dust, and we won't be seeing any of them on Oregon. Always powerful sort of disruption operators. If you remember last season, Jackie, we saw Clash use to great effect on Oregon a couple of times, really shutting down pushes and making it very difficult for teams to get both into dorms and into the laundry site. So not too much of a surprise to see them go in. Clash also used, I think, on Thursday, quite a lot to close down Freezer as well. The bottom of Freezer stairs there, very difficult area again to move that operator out of. So she's gone by the wayside, and we're going to be heading into round 1 now. We've got W7M on the defense, and it will be Laundry and Dorms. Sorry, not Laundry and Dorms. We can't have 2 sites at once, Jackie. It's going to be Kids Dorms and Main Dorms to begin with.
Oh, mate. Rightio. Well, here we go. Straight from the tippy top, I'm expecting this one to get relatively explosive quite quickly. For W7M, though, I'm curious to see from the main man, Panico, what he is going to get up to. Early on the Valkyrie, will we see that level of aggression coming out from them? Last time around, obviously in the previous playday, it felt like they were willing to take a couple more risks. They were willing to go for those confident wide swings. And if they utilize that into an opening round like this against Furia, if they don't expect it, it could really rub them up the wrong way immediately.
Could be a good choice here from W7M starting out in dorms. So we've seen Furia play on Oregon once. They did, of course, get the win, but it was 7-5. They were stretched to all 12 rounds in both games. We saw all 24 across those two maps. But that said, here on Oregon, on the attack, they were unsuccessful when attacking dorms. They have a 0 win percentage. Now, the numbers aren't particularly big, so I won't put too much stock in them just yet. But the point remains, it was the site that they failed to get a win on. So W7M, they could well be aware of that and just coming in there, trying to find any small advantage that they can to begin with and pushing Furia to a site that maybe they're uncomfortable with and just get that first round on the board.
Just take it bit by bit. Easy pickings. Make use of the fact, of course, you do have the ace in play as well, so it's so easy to rip down those reinforced walls. They've still got 2 minutes on the clock as well. Finally, we see a little bit of play coming out with the Valkyrie cams that were dashed out, but they're not going to help too much. No one over by the school bus. They're not going to be late. They were perfectly on time, and they have already arrived inside of the compound. Herds, he was hoping he could use this to advantage, to go out for a wide swing, potentially that first pick on the board with a bit of a backstab, but at most it's going to be information he'll gather from this, unless there is that potential chance actually Lender, he could leave himself exposed if we saw something too crazy here, Tim.
A lot of parallels here between Herds and some of the players that I just showed you in Unranked a couple about an hour ago, Jackie. Same result. Herds comes out and gets a big opener onto Lender, and Padrin will follow that up with one onto, I believe it was Fred who went by the wayside. That's the IQ off the board. So we find ourselves now 4 versus 3. Herds was punished for that run out, but that's what you want your Jaeger to do. The ADSs are down. He's gone out. He's got himself that opener, an important opener as well onto Maverick. That's one of the sort of half-hard breaches that is gone as well. So they are now limited to Bursa only on the ace. So good first pick there for Herds to start things off. Nice and aggressive for W7M.
No, it's lovely. And this is just what I was talking about as well. If you're going to bring that Valkyrie, make full use of her cameras. Sending out the Jaeger is a smart choice to make. He makes quick work of them. You've now got a 2-for-1 essentially into the round, and you leave Furia with not a lot of time left to try and claw this back in the battle of attrition. They have 30 seconds. Highs. Oh, he thought he could walk right up, but instead Pedrin decides to take the peak towards him. Wide swings with confidence, knocks his block clean off, and you've got 2 players remaining. Novice and Bursa in quite a sticky predicament. With 15 seconds, Tim, the likelihood of winning this round is very slim.
It's certainly starting to pass them by. 4 on sides, especially in dorms. Very, very difficult to push into. As Bursa finds out with Panico shutting him down, it's all up to Novice. Caught in the reload, shut down by Gui. And that is going to be round number 1 going to W7M. And some very nice early round aggression there. Just wanting to bring the fight to Furia. Let them know they're in for a game. And as I say, the stats back that up. And I'm sure that that is what Alpha has been telling them prior to this. On the defense of Oregon, let's get them onto kids' dorms. They didn't have the best attack on there. Get up in their faces, really punish them. We've got a great replay there. Look at the nice zoom in there. I do love the work that production do with these replays. Show us all that detail there. And look at that. Every shot landing and just completely shuts down Lender. Now, that opening kill was actually more important than it appeared as well, Jackie, because Lender, as I said earlier, on the entry on Thursday went 5-2. He was very difficult to challenge in those opening battles. So for Herds to get out there and get a free kill onto him, that takes a real threat off the board before he can do any damage. And that was very, very nicely played by the Jaeger.
No, that was smooth. It was well timed, beautifully executed, hits his shots when he needs to, and really does come in clutch for the side of W7M. I spoke about aggression. I felt like they were certainly the team to wield that confidence at the right times, and they did so. For Furia, though, it's just a matter of, can you bounce back into it? Obviously, what did we have over the course of 2 rounds on Consulate? On their first debut into Playday 1, Novice and Lender popped off. I think Novice had 7 frags to 2 deaths in the first 2 rounds. It was pretty wild. At least they haven't been able to pop off as much as they did then. They've certainly been slowed down a little bit, but is that going to be sustainable? Can you keep them in the mud the entire time, or will they be able to shake it off and get back in with some high tempo of their own? Fred seems to be taking that style of approach, duoing up over with Novice on the Ash to look for map control very early on.
I'm sure that Fury are going to be a lot more aware of those potential windows and jump outs this time around. Now, given that we are down in the laundry site, we won't expect to see too many of those defenders playing up here on the mid or top floors. They will usually largely turtle up downstairs. And the reason for that, the reason we don't tend to get a big heavy roam presence for this laundry site is because there are so many ways to attack it. If you are stuck with only 2 or 3 defenders in sight, very easy to get quickly overwhelmed. We've got the freezer stairs, we've got the laundry stairs, we've got the bunker, we've got the rear stage stairs. You can basically be attacked from any which way. So to hold them all down is tough. So generally speaking, we see maybe 1 out on the roam at a push, sometimes 2, but 1 will usually fall very quickly back to sight. Now, Novice felt very quickly on top of Freezo there with a beautiful headshot round the corner. And it's interesting that he gets the headshot, Jackie. It's worth pointing out that Novice had, I think it was about a 73% headshot rate last time around on Thursday, and that was across 22 kills that he got 3/4 of them with headshots. That is seriously impressive.
That's sick. That is genuinely sickeningly good. That's a high headshot percentage, especially when you think about a lot of the fights he was taking were relatively fast entry frags as well, so you don't really have too much time to watch your aim. Issue is, they get the opening pick, but unfortunately for Highs, he's dropped out. He's run into some kind of technical issue, but we're already quite late into the rounds. This one will be played out. And it seems like they're getting gunned out. We've only got 2 players up now for Furia. Bursa and Lender trapped into a bit of an awkward spot. Potentially, it seems like this could be an issue that is plaguing everyone across the server. Actually, no, it was just a very slow move.
He was just really still.
Mate, gosh, I thought it had gone down. I was like, has it all gone wrong? But no, it's just gone wrong for Furia. 40 seconds, Tim. Lender, the only one left. You're on the Maverick. Maybe a well-timed naked and him another frag. Not like that, though. Oh, Lender. Someone lend him a hand. He's killed himself.
I'm not going to make it too easy an excuse for Furia there, but saying what I see, it seemed like Highs dropping out of the game just seemed to sap some energy out of Furia there. It just seemed to take some focus away. He's got himself back in now, so we won't need the rehost. But I don't know if you sort of felt the same about that, Jackie.
Yeah.
They got that opening kill with Novice, and it was a beauty on the freezer stairs, just stepping in there and getting that yet another headshot for Novice. Highs drops out, and it just seemed to really suck the energy out of the round for them. And it was perfectly timed aggression from Herds. It's as if he felt that. He felt that sort of that dip in energy from Furia, and he stepped up from the pillars area, got an important double for W7M, and really propelled them through the round. And the thing is, you know, W7M don't want to win rounds because players drop out. No team wants to win rounds because of that. But ultimately, it's a competitive esport. They're here to win rounds, and you fight what's in front of you. It's not down to them. At the end of the day, if that impacts on the Furia energy, let's take advantage of that situation and get in there and just pile on, put fuel on the fire. And that's exactly what they did there. So well played, W7M.
Oh, yeah. It is rough, though, right? Because I completely, wholeheartedly agree with you in that sense. You get the first pick, it felt like everything was starting to go back into their favour. Then you could see them actively just slow down and not continue back off that confidence. They really did take a bit of a heavy hit in terms of their mentality. At least they've got him back in. The one thing this has reminded me of, though, Tim, and I can't remember if it was Highs, but I believe last season we had a bit of a chat with Fury, and I think they did say Highs and Burst's PCs for some reason would randomly encounter these issues, because I remember it happening a couple of times throughout last season. Hopefully this isn't still going to be a recurring issue, because they look like such a solid squad, and if they're going to have something like that slowing them down into games, that's such a shame.
Well, this is the question to ask. You know, I'm not trying to do any tech support for them, but the question you've got to follow that up with, is it connection issues or is it computer issues? You know? And at the end of the day, where you're playing in a very top tier league, and I'm sure these teams, if we were talking about computer issues, there'd be a new computer in place. That's, you know, generally what you would expect. If it was just happening for sort of unknown reasons, it'd be one of my first thoughts would be, right, let's not mess about with it. You know, I'm sure they've got other machines there that the coaches use and things like that. So, you know, let's make sure that that's not an issue. So, as you say, Jackie, fingers crossed that it's not going to be the case and it is a one-off for them. Now, Lender goes in, once again, getting things started with that opening kill. Will take Panico out, but is traded out. No, it's not Lender who gets killed. He loses a lot of health there, but Highs will be taken down on the backside of it. But meanwhile, Meanwhile, that diffuser's gone down very quickly in kitchen, and that is a big coup there from Furia, managing to get in onto this site without any more kills than they had and getting the diffuser down. Big play.
Huge start, but they need an even bigger finish. There is another frag being found, though. Novice on the rotation cuts off the roam of herds, and all of a sudden it's down to one man. The Wamai! Oh, he gets the 2K spray down through the wood, beheading both Fred and Bursa. But that one moment of fireworks isn't enough to keep him in the round. Luckily, Novice, the clutch man himself, reigning supreme at the end there on the Ash, as he will burn up their hopes and dreams and secure an initial round now for the attacking side of Furia. That's also huge because it means they haven't taken a knock mentally. The tempo hasn't slowed down. If anything, they've gone from 10 to 11 on the speedometer.
I love to see that from Furia. It was something that we saw was characteristic of them last time around, getting that diffuser down, playing the objective, and they, for me, really are the objective team here in Latam. And I like to see it because, you know, we've got to remember that Siege is a game about getting kills. Of course it is. You kill the other team, you win. Simple as that. But there is, of course, these alternative methods to win as well. And one of those primary focuses has got to be the objective. It doesn't matter who kills what. If that diffuser goes down on the ground, the whole round gets flipped on its head. And those defenders effectively become attackers. They have to push back onto that site and quite often play into the utility that they have positioned themselves to try and help defend the site. So the attackers at that point just become more and more powerful, and that's exactly what Furia took advantage of there. In nice and quickly, diffuser on the ground, back to playing the objective. Let's not play into the W7M gunfights. Let's just get control of site. That's what we did well on Thursday night. That's what we've done well in round 3, and that is what works for Furia.
You got to stick to your guns, man. Like, genuinely, playing that style of Siege is 100% has always been what works best for them. And the fact we're starting to see them fall back into that now, and they're keeping that strong mental fortitude that has been quite a big telltale sign of this team, that's good. We are into round 4, though. It's a 2-1 split. The game is very close at this point. There's a possibility that this could have been Furia that was on top as well, that we didn't run into the rehost. So, hopefully, this means they will just maintain this solid pace and try and keep up with it. Grouped up for now, obviously, you've got the Maverick in play. You've also got the Ace of Bursa. So they're going to have no issues whatsoever tearing down these hard breaches when they want to execute onto them. Issue is, it seems like the hard spot on Bursa's skull has been cracked clean open there, as a frag will be found for Herds shooting his way through the window. He's also got the benefit of having a doc on the team that will heal him back up, Tim, but the same can't be said for Ace, who's now laid out in a coffin.
What an entry from Herds. Absolute beauty there. You've always got to be careful of those windows on both sides of the small tower. If you're playing in and around that attic breach, you've got one that looks onto Armory and you've got one that looks onto Kidstorm's windows. And people love to take a peek across them. Now, Valkyrie, however, he will be shut down by Fred as he tries to take a little jump out there. I think he had some information that was being fed in from one of those black eye cameras, but well alive to it, manages to get him shut down as Fred, and that will be leveling things up now 4-all. And we've lost Panico along the way as well, absolutely removed from the round there. So 2-1 and looking pretty good for Furious so far. Good progress. Access to Attic has been gained, pushing into Armory side as well. So far so good. But Guy fighting hard with a kill onto Lender.
3 versus 4. Novice. The slight adjustment there, as the bullets will barely whiz by, essentially offering out free haircuts but not securing him kills. Luckily, Panico does get back in time as well, so there won't be the possibility of a rehost going on, but will it help them in this round? It is a 4 versus 3. They do have the advantage, and time is starting to tick down as well, close towards the 30-second mark now. W7M, just keep your level heads. Don't go for an overextension. Don't go for anything too crazy. As long as they hold towards the site, Tim, play the crossfires, they can win this purely off the trade game.
They can, you know, it's fair to say when you're playing against Fury that they are going to be looking to get site control and get the diffuser down. They're not often looking to come in and just primarily focus on those frags. Now, they will lose one man as they push forward. Herds it is once again. He's having a great game so far. Freezow joins the party with a kill onto Novice. Highs it is to trade out Herds, but he finds himself all alone in a 1 versus 3. Low health, gets the pistol, and the first with a headshot. 1 versus 2, but time ticks down. Nothing he can do. Impactless kills, and that's going to be another round to W7M. They get themselves 3-1 on the board, but with them being on the defense, I don't think Fury are going to be panicking too much just yet. If they can get 2 successful attacks here, I'm sure that they will happily move into the second half.
They've still got a lot of time, right? Because that's the thing. There might be a big buffer already built up for W7M, but as long as you can get something more, just a couple more rounds maybe, at the very least get yourself a second, you'll be fine. You can play it out. You can try and bring it back on the defense. You're not going to drop the game right then and there. I'm just worried about if that is going to happen. We've seen how slow Fury like to take it on their attack. They're willing to go for those very last-minute executes and get the diffuser down, really in like the grace period where they don't have much time. So if they do die, it's all over. And up against a team like W7M that can play angles, can just wait for the push, that's not going to work.
It's not, and the thing is, the longer that W7M can frustrate Furia for, the more joy they're going to get. It's as simple as that. As I said, we know that Furia want to push onto site, it appears. They want to get in and play that objective. They had 4 plants across 3 different players on Thursday. That is generally, you know, the way they're looking for. And yes, slow, methodical, and steady does seem to have been characteristic of their pushers so far. And so W7M, they're just steering into that. They're just leaning right into it and just letting Furia take the time. And then ultimately, when they get to a point, they get to that roadblock and they think, it's now or never. We've got to do something. We've got to push forward. They're pushing into the guns of people like Herds, who just sits there holding an angle on Attic. No problem. Where else is the push going to come from? And so for me, I think Fury, they just need to get a little bit more disruptive on site. They're doing a very good job of getting themselves sort of into position around site, but it's those pushes onto site, the kills onto site to disrupt things, that's just letting them down a little bit.
Okay, well, round 5 it is. Obviously, for Furia, you've got your last 2 chances. This is one of them. Make them count and get a big opening frag here. From a player like Novice on the Ash, that would be sick if he can maintain this. He's been hitting heads. He's been popping heads. Can he clean house into round 5? First contact should be coming relatively soon if he does push it. Be a risk to run as well, especially if he does try and chance this. There's the close contacts there. 2 players lurking just round the corner, but he doesn't overextend. He has been fast, but he won't be overly furious, at least here into round 5. Fred, though, watching through the small crack in the barricade, sees the roam, but can't actually do too much about it.
Just looking to make his way into bunker there, but Freezow, once again, W7M, they are happy to just hold themselves back. He's going to play in behind that Goyo shield. We're going to have the first coming together. Herds looks alive and gets the headshot onto Novice this time around. Puts down the Furia man, and we find ourselves 5 versus 4, and that for me is... it's really sort of like the Achilles heel for Furia. If you can waste a minute and a half of the round and then take the opening kill onto them and leave them 5 versus 4, I think that Furia are a side that will find this very, very difficult to win from here. They do well when they are on top of rounds, but when short of time and short of manpower, it's not something that we've seen from them sort of repeatedly being able to get in and win those difficult rounds.
55 seconds on the clock, Herds. Bobbing and weaving from behind the shield, looking to try and basically be a human shield to defend them on the entry here. Not looking too great so far. Obviously, you're already down a man for Furia. In a little bit of a struggle. They've got vertical control at least, so when they do go for the execution, they've got a few different avenues of attack to try and play around, but they have to make them count. 30 seconds left. Rome coming around back towards the stage. That gives you another man that can drop down through the hatch as well. Fred. Distraction play potentially here, or maybe a frag if he can adjust his crosshair. in time. Highs comes out with the opening kill onto Panic Up, but there's the pick back. Herds doing damage right now, and he goes Super Saiyan, cleaning up with 2. The third and final frag will be found onto Highs as well. Padron, in the meantime, slays out on Fred. Fred, the bread's been cut in half. The Baguette Man will not be banishing today, Tim, as W7M, they've got themselves into a great position now, racking up round after round. They've got a huge buffer, 4 rounds in the bag already.
It feels like they've really sussed out Furia here in the VOD reviews and the research they've done. They seem to have really got their number, W7M. And for me, Jackie, a big characteristic of this W7M defense is a lack of a roam game. Playing very little away from site. Most of the kills are coming on and around site, and basically they're giving Furia the freedom of a lot of the map and just making it very difficult for them to take that final piece of the jigsaw that they need, which is that site control and that access to a plant spot. And Furia are struggling. They are not being able to take those gunfights. Novice Lender, we saw them great on the entry. We saw them going in and taking those early fights on roamers, clearing them out. And then Furia, as I said, a team that do very well pushing towards site, 5 versus 3, for example. They will take advantage of the holes that creates. And that's where we saw those plants going down. The site I'm thinking back to particularly, if you remember Archives and Tellers that they attacked onto, Jackie, on Consulate. Fred just got in quickly into Archives, got the diffuser down after about a minute and a half, and it was because they were 5 versus 3. The holes opened up, they took advantage of it, the lane was there, and they just shot themselves down it. Now, that's not something that W7M are allowing them to do, and the way that they're not allowing them to do it is they're not playing heavily on the roam. So even when they come to that lane ready to aggress into site, they're still up against 5 men and they're struggling.
Man, it's so rough. And those sort of rounds aren't sustainable as well. If you're having to fight so hard into the last few seconds of a round, you're not going to get it. You're not going to pick it up. You're not going to build yourself a lead. It's scary. It's also hard to even say that, that there's been mistakes since this game and there's been unfortunate rounds because of the dropouts, because both teams have suffered dropouts as well. So at the end of the day, you can't really use that as any sort of an excuse. But the bullets that are coming out from Herds will excuse Novice in this round, brushing away the Ash. And again, it's an opening frag for W7M. They are gunning for a 5th round here on their defense, Tim. And with the way it's going, it looks likely, especially as there'll be a follow-up. Beautifully pre-placed there. The Rook has just checkmated his way through once again. As Fred's dead, you've got a 3 versus 5 with 2 minutes to go. What are you even going to do here, Furia?
I think it's very worth mentioning at this point, if anybody hasn't noticed this, we are 6 rounds in, effectively 5.5 rounds in, and Herds is on 13 kills. He is absolutely going off here. He really is the oligarch of Oregon. He is in charge. He owns this map and he is bang on top of it. And right now, there is absolutely nothing that Furia can do to stop this man. He's holding angles. He's jumping out. He's taking challenges, long range, short range, every which way. He doesn't mind. He will take you on. And more often than not, he's winning them fights. And Furia, again, just looking a little bit lost here, playing into this game of W7M. Herds it is. Who else to come in and get the kill onto Lender? And that now leaves us 5 versus 2 with just over a minute to go.
Ooh, Bursa. At this point, the man's barely even breathing. He's walking around with half of his leg blown off. His legs are nearly gone, Tim, but he's somehow going to have the saving grace to avoid the bullets ricocheting their way through the wood, but it won't matter, as would you look at that, W7M, they win another round. Ridiculously clean. We were hyping this game up because it should have been the clash of 2 underdogs that have both proven how damn good they can be at Siege. But coming into it, all this has been for me, Tim, is the W7M fireworks show. And the man that's setting them all off, who's being a bit of a wicked fire starter, it's Herds. He genuinely is a prodigy.
Oh, light touch paper and stand well back at the minute. That's all his team need to do, Jackie. They're just going in there, with the little sticks. What are they called? What
firelighters? Are they firelighters?
No.
Sparklers?
Oh, no, it's just like a little taper, the little taper. You go in there and it just sort of burns low the whole time that you're having your little fireworks show, and you just go in and you touch the fuse with it and boof, it sets it off. And right now, that's all his team needs. That's all that Herds is looking for. It's just that sort of touch, that spark, and off he goes. 15-4, and he's going on to the Ash. He could be an absolute menace here against Furia on the attack.
For a second there, I thought you meant a tapir, and I was going to say, what you mean the
No,
the
that's
weird,
an animal, Jackie.
yeah, the weird-looking pig-elephant animal that roams around.
So I went. There's actually quite a few different types of tapir, Jackie, you know, as well. There's not just the one. Yeah,
It's interesting as well, because obviously a common misconception, one I've also just played a part in there, is people think that they're related to pigs, but they just have trunks, but they're not. They're actually closer related to horses and rhinoceroses.
There you go. There you have it. Always bringing the animal knowledge, always hitting us hard with those animal facts, Jackie. I'm here for it. I love it.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you someone else that's been hitting hard, though. The entire team of Furia, Tim. At least now, here's your blessing. You've been popped onto the defense. Flex your muscles a little bit. We've seen it from them in the past. We know they are effectively a squad of 5 human sentry guns that will hold angles like no one else. But can you hold angles against W7M that can now play with the aggression? Because Herds, he was pretty much playing attack on defense anyway. Now you've given him the Ash. When he's got that free speed, let's see what he does with it.
Fred's going to be a key member of this defence now. We know how unpredictable he can be. They need more than ever for Fred to just start popping up left, right and centre and picking up some kills and really making W7M guess. If Furia are to lose this opening attack, it would be big for them now. Novice comes out. Step 1 complete. Opening kill onto Guy. Guy's been a little bit quiet so far. He's had a reasonable game, but not necessarily to the same sort of level that we might normally expect. So still a good shutdown for Novice to begin things. He has taken a lot of damage in that fight, though. He finds himself only one shot away from meeting his maker right now. So he's going to have to dip back to site and just be a gun on an angle at this point. He can't continue roaming. So that's going to leave that game pretty much down to Fred. Now, I'm interested to see what Bursa's doing. Obviously, he will have a nitro in hand on the Goyo. Is he looking to play in underneath? And that's an absolute freebie. They're just taking my kills from unranked here, Jackie. That was another one that I got.
This is crazy. It feels like deja vu. I've already seen these frags once today, and now they're deciding to do it, but in a completely different environment. Not just in ranked, in professional play. In the highest tier of competition here in Latam, and they are making it look easy. The only L's we're seeing for Furia are big L's into these rounds. Novice, he's lucky to be alive. He's close to being a ghost at this point, and it seems like Herds wants to be the one to send him there. Straight off to the Shadow Realm as another frag is picked up. G36, see you later. He's sat at 16 kills, and he is not content. He is still hungry for more. Slowly skulks his way out on towards the site. 45 seconds left. Wamai gets whammied straight into the head. Doesn't get the follow up, and he is going to be left dead. 2 versus 3 Tim with 30 seconds. Can they clutch this one? Can Furia get a second round?
This is a lot of pressure for Furia to absorb now. We saw the nade coming in, but how about that nitro toss? I said earlier, what's Bursa going to do with the nitro? And that's exactly what he's going to do. Kill onto Frieze. We have Fred just dipping, diving, ducking, weaving, but will be shut down at the top of White Stairs by Padrin. 2 versus 1 now, and we have a quick swing in man advantage. Padrin has diffuser in hand, so he can play the objective here. There is no need for aggression from Panico. He just needs to hold the angle from the top of White Stairs here. He got a peek of him. He knows he's there, but he's not going to make the challenge. He goes through the plant spot instead. Switches to pistol. He's going to be pushed through dorms. This could be a very nicely timed pinch from the attackers here. There it comes. Panico it will be to shut down Bursa. Didn't know exactly which side that was going to come from, but W7M, they managed to get the job done there, and it almost looked a little bit unlikely after that nitro flew out, but they shut down the man at the top of White Stairs, W7M, and that really opened things up for them.
Oh, dude. At one point here, I was sat thinking, all right, if this doesn't get any better, we're probably going to see this end like a 7-2, maybe 7-3. Not a 7-1, surely not. W7M, get rid of any hopes and dreams of Furia coming back into it, because it just feels like even if they get a close round, they're being overwhelmed, and it's all down to Herds. He needs all of the limelight in the world. He's going to be sat there chuffed to bits looking at his rating on CGG after this game, because the man wants to drop a GG in chat with how he's playing, Tim. He wants this one to end.
Oh, he's heading straight for 20 kills at this point. And the fact that that is within potentially 8 rounds, that is absolutely huge. He's on 17 at the minute. If he gets a good round here, he could finish an 8-round game with 20 kills. That is absolutely ludicrous. There is no other way to describe it. He has gone big exactly when W7M wanted it. What a message they have sent here coming out. But let's remember, the one thing that goes in Furia's favour to a degree is this was W7M's map pick. So we're going to be heading into Coastline. But W7M managed to take a win away from Team 1 on Coastline on Thursday. So I'm sure that they're going to be quite happy to go there. Furia may well have a bit more information to hand about exactly what to expect. But it's going to be a tough one. And I mean, I'm just looking at that last site. I'm thinking over it, Jackie. And if you remember, I commented on that game's window angle earlier. We were discussing it, and I described it as a free kill. If you're going to play in games room, looking towards attic, you've got to have a castle, or you've got to have somebody watching that window, because otherwise it is a free kill if you are not paying attention to it. You don't even need to knock the barricade out. You know roughly where the man is. You can just gun straight through it, and the likelihood is you're going to hit somebody and you're going to get the kill. And that's exactly what Furia have given up there. And so for me, it just signals a little bit of maybe a loss of concentration there. If you're going to just play with your back to that window and lose it to a man on a rappel, you're really asking for trouble.
It just can't be done, man. It's so rough that Fury have even got into this position. It's crazy as well, because it's such a drop-off compared to what we saw coming out on the opening day between Lender and Novice. For now, it feels like for the most part, it's not even them really struggling. It's just they can't get into that style of play. They've been put into a box by W7M. They've then picked up the box. They put the box into the trash compactor, and it has been turned down into a very small box, but there's been a small resurgence into the round. A trade from either side, one on either of the two teams is going to be dropped down. We lose out on Fred, and Herds has also been picked off. That is a quality kill, though, because he's been a massive impact fragger. He's been ridiculous on the Ash, quite literally looking like the Phoenix with how he's been burning them up round after round. So putting him to bed at least gives Furia a bit more of a fighting chance. 4v4, play defensive, hold those angles, and build from this position. You've got about 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock here for W7M. Obviously, they have a buffer of 5 rounds to work with until this gets awkward, so they don't need to rush things. They can still take their time with this one and potentially salvage it.
The Ashiega mains are all that we have lost so far, and that is not a huge loss in terms of operator power throughout the round. Both entry operators and both expected to get in there and make those challenges. You don't mind losing them too much. So 4 versus 4 coming into the last 50 seconds. And for me, this is the first time it really feels that Furia have been able to frustrate W7M, if anything, whether that be on attack or defense. It's the first time they've really been able to disrupt them and prevent them doing exactly what they want to do. Now, we're going to have a nade coming in there, playing in towards that freezer door. I don't think it's going to connect with anybody, but it will clear out any utility that is there. The Banshee will be taken down as well. But out come those Toxic Babe canisters to slow things down further. So we're now heading into the last 20 seconds, and W7M, they're going to have to start rushing. And when you rush, mistakes are made, and Lender takes full advantage. Novice steps up his dynamic duo, hits a nitro onto Panico, and leaves W7M panicking as Guy gets shut down, and Furia managed to get themselves another on the board. But at 6-2, there is still a long road ahead of them if they want to snatch a draw out of Oregon.
But it's the first step on that great expansive journey. It's not going to be a sprint. It is very much going to be a marathon. Tour de Oregon. 6-2 then. You get 1 round, you start to make some moves, you're starting to show there could be some energy left in the tank. Now absolutely floor it and give it your all. They have no room for error, no room to make a single mistake going into this. And if we have that possibility of one small mistake creeping up, that is it. It's good night. That'll be a 7-2 shutdown, and W7M will walk away with their first win of the day. Keep in mind, of course, this is just Oregon. It's a best of 2, so we go into Coastline after this. But if they win on Oregon, who's to say that this isn't going to be a 2-0 day? And if that is a 2-0 pickup for W7M, that is a huge start to the season for them and an unfortunate one for Furia, because at this point, they're quite close to beating their last season performance already, Tim. So if you go from that really high to a bit of a low point in the following play day, it might slow you down a little bit. But we won't get ahead of ourselves. We'll keep with the story at hand for now. Furia, of course, still on their defense here. They need to pick this up. You can't afford to have another big blunder against W7M into this round.
I don't think it's so much even about taking the loss on Oregon, Jackie. You know, even if it's a loss overall in the entire matchup, I don't think it's so much about that for Furia. It's more about the fashion in which they've done it. They came out looking so strong on Thursday. They excited me. I was absolutely bouncing on the balls of my feet, ready to watch them today. I couldn't wait to get into this match, and I'm hoping that they are still going to show us a little bit more than they have done so far. They've really struggled in the gunfights compared to Thursday, and I don't want to see that turn into a flash in the pan for them. And I think there is more that they will bring to the table. I think we are still going to see some good results for them, and teams certainly shouldn't come into games against Furia thinking that there is a guaranteed result there for them, because I really don't think that's going to be the case. But, you know, my big takeaway from this on Oregon so far is W7M. They are now the ones that are backing up that initial talking the talk and showing that they are certainly walking the walk so far in stage 2.
They're not only walking the walk, mate. They have got some massive boots on. Steel toe caps and all, Tim. You're not supposed to wear them outside the work site, but they certainly are. They are kicking Furia in the shins, and that hurts.
I can't even imagine, Jackie. Can't even imagine. They are certainly going for... Have you ever seen that the shin kicking world championship? It's like an actual thing.
I have not, but I want to now.
Get a look into it. It's a sport where, yeah, basically you kick each other's shins. That's the top and bottom of it. I can't describe it any more accurately than that for you.
Well, mate, he's lost his shins. He's lost more than that. Basically, the lower half of his body is gone, but his shin certainly went along with it. Hopefully, this isn't going to be the sweet chin music coming out from W7M to put Furia to bed, though, into the game, but it very well might be. Guy, on the Nomad, gets contact over towards Novice. Couple of bullets will riddle into him, and he will have to back off, leaving them in quite an awkward, a detrimental 4 versus 5. He's low, not a lot of sustainability left to work with, so he is going to go on the roam and look to see if he can make a play out of this. Sees the drone doing some Micro Machine-esque racing as it will bypass him, and he's now on the hunt, suspecting that potentially there was someone above him, clearing out these angles, but there's nothing to pay off yet.
Furia trying to switch things up a little bit and get a bit more of a heavy roam presence, but so far not really paying off, losing highs to begin with, and Novice certainly nearly following in the same direction. We can see Herds, he's looking to get himself right into sight here. Do they know he's coming? They absolutely do not. Fred is shut down on a complete blindside. 2 more kills will make 20 for Herds. And from that position, I tell you what, that is a real possibility. He gets sight of another man, takes a few shots at the pixels that he can see, but will be unfortunate just to miss the headshot there. Leaves us now in a 5 versus 3, and W7M, they are looking to close out map number 1 in quick fashion. Herds, look at the confidence of the man, just dashing into sight. Padrin's getting that diffuser down. Here comes the push. He gets another. That's 19 with a kill onto Lender. Can he make it around 20? Surely, yes. He sees the Goyo, gets the shots. There's the 20 from Herds. He's shut down immediately after. He won't care. Gee gets the kill onto Novice. Perfect round in an almost perfect game for W7M. What a start to play day number 2.
That's sick. That is by all means a truly explosive performance from W7M. We were hyping them up coming into it. We said we were excited to see how they were going to play, but we thought it was going to be a battle of 2 titans between these 2 teams. Underdog upsetters, but in reality, it is only going to be Furia that is upset with this result. Herds is going to be ecstatic. 20 kills, 6 deaths, dropped the 20 bomb in the last round just to appease everyone at home. That's one for the fans, Tim.
Certainly is. What a performance from Herds. That is going to go in the Latam Hall of Fame, I think, potentially, that one. That is one of the biggest we have seen across stage 1 and stage 2. Absolutely huge. 9 rounds to rack up 20 kills. When you get a player come out and go off like that, it's very difficult to play against.
It is. It just restricts any confidence, any chance of you being able to play an effective roam game, because even if your roam is on point, you've got to deal with this cheeky Ashe, always in a position to shut you down, and that's what he did the whole way through the game. He was popping off clean stuff there. W7M as an entire team, though, looked sick in that opening game, Tim.
They did. They looked very, very scary. And we saw them building towards the end of last season. We saw them get them couple of big results right at the end. And then obviously a lot of work in the off-season has gone in, and they are looking solid right now. I can't wait to see them, Jackie, tested again. I know they've already shown it as against Team 1, who we would expect to be one of the top teams. I'm thinking now, let's get us into NIP. Let's get us into Liquid. I want to see these.
Well, before we get towards Team Liquid, we have one more map to go, of course. Coastline is going to be coming up next. Before that, though, we'll give you a brief break to cool yourself off after Herd's performance.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, you have missed out on an absolutely spectacular spectacle. It was a bit of a banger, and a lot of that goes to this man that's on your screens just then. Herds was slaughtering Furia. He made it look like it was a frag movie more than a match here in the league.
Came in with a massive 20 bomb to start things off. Message sent from W7M, not just to Furia, but to the entire Latam region there. They are here to play in Stage 2. Furia, for me, takeaways from that is, I think they just need to focus a little bit more. There just seem to be a few lapses of concentration. Jackie, I picked up on it. I don't want to keep picking up on the same small thing, but that kill from Games window into Games room.
Yeah.
You know, if you're giving those away, it says to me there's a little bit of a lapse there.
No, it does. It definitely does. And hopefully that lapse was a momentary one back on the first map of Oregon, and they can adapt coming into Coastline, because this is where we've arrived now. We've boarded our plane for the plane station, and we've gone all the way to a lovely little place, Tim, here on Coastline. It is going to be a tasty affair for the second, but is it going to be as one-sided, and will Herds carry on that monstrous performance?
Well, W7M we saw beat Team 1 here on Coastline on Thursday. It was all the way to 12 rounds, 7-5 to W7M. So they've had a positive performance so far. They did struggle on hooker and billiards defensively. That's probably the site that Furia need to be looking towards, if anywhere here. They were unbeaten Penthouse Theatre and unbeaten Kitchen Service. So really, they need to be looking towards hooker and billiards to get themselves on the board and to really start fighting into this one now. Bans coming down. Thatcher and Lion are going to be taken away. Furia taking Lion. So you've got to wonder if there's maybe a little bit of a target element going on there.
Potentially so. That is a bit more of a curious one to throw into the mix. There must be a reason behind that. That makes a little bit more sense, though, of course. Standard Valkyrie ban, get rid of her. We've seen just how powerful those cameras can be. So if you can snap her out of play, definitely do so. Final ban will be coming through now as well, and we'll see what's going to be thrown into the mix here. It's fairly consistently been Echo for a lot of our games so far throughout Latam. Wouldn't be surprised to see potentially Melusi, and it will be this time. There we go. She has been banished.
Certainly has. Now, just looking back at I was just looking at that Lion ban and exactly why. We had Guy play Lion very consistently for W7M against Team 1. It was a reasonable factor in what went on, and he went 13-7 on the Lion. So that's your answer. That's, why we've got that Lion Band come in. Furia have obviously looked at that. As I said, this was the one VOD that they could really review for W7M to try and get a handle on exactly what they were going to be facing up against. So it is a very, very good choice for them, I'm sure, to take things away from Guy, but there's still questions to be answered. Is it because it was Lion on coastline, or is it because it was Guy on coastline? If it's just Guy on coastline, you're still in big trouble.
Oh, yeah. Because that's the thing, right? You can take the operator out of the play and you can force him off it. But does it matter? If he can just fall back into it in a different role and still perform, he's still going to be able to hit his shots. He's still going to be able to back it up. He is normally a bit of a large character, and will he even need to? The man that I think you need to be more worried about, of course, is Herds. If his performance on Oregon is anything to go by, he is having a field day tonight. He's woken up on the right side of the bed. He's done his press-ups. He's had his lemon juice water. He is feeling it.
Coming into Penthouse Theatre for round one then, as I said, not too much of a surprise for W7M. We saw them defend it twice against Team 1, and we saw them defend it successfully twice against Team 1. 100% win record here so far in Stage 2, showing us a good mastery of this site. Now, it's an interesting site to attack on. It's one that we don't see too often, so to give you a rough idea of what you're going to see, we've been seeing the extension out into VIP a little bit more of a common feature. Panico does that very, very well. He's on the Rook this time around. We saw him on the Kaid, if you remember, last time out, Jackie, in there, just electrifying that wall onto 90 corridor to help him just stay in there a little bit more sort of wedged in and solid. But if Furia have been reviewing that VOD, they have to have picked up on this, because it was a very key characteristic of the defense of Penthouse and Theatre, was that extension into VIP. So they'll know that they need to deal with that. Now, they've brought the Sledge and not the Book. Little bit of a surprise to me. Sledge has the nades, completely concede that point. But if you could get the Book in underneath, in and around kitchen, open up the floor, it is one easy way of dealing with Panico and forcing him away without having to take a direct horizontal challenge onto him. When he's got an ACOG in hand, he has a lot of advantages in that situation. So need to be very careful about how they do that. And one approach is to open Theatre wall. You don't necessarily have to go near VIP. Get control over the luggage area, top of the main staircase, open up Theatre wall and try to push in from that side. We saw that attempted by Team 1, but the big mistake Team 1 made, for my money, in my opinion, is they didn't have a man repelled on double window. You need somebody on double window, open Theatre wall, and there is nowhere to hide in that site at that point.
That's an unlucky early encounter as well for Panico here on the Rook. Obviously, he'd been waiting, biding his time. He'd been so heavily focused on that angle for so long. The second he sees a bit of skin, he can't actually hit the shots. Gives the game away ever so slightly. They'll then send in the drone to do a bit of reconnaissance and get the exact info of where he is playing. Hasn't been much else, though, just yet. Just slow and steady stuff. Map control being established bit by Furia. W7M effectively just turtling and playing for the late round execution. We do see Lender attempting to time it here with the nade to do a little bit of damage and blow open a hole, but it's not going to work out too well for him just yet. First frag will come in instead, back over on Panico. He gets the shot off. It does eventually work out for him, still in the same angle, ready for the fight to go down as he sits by the sofa that is not in a good angle to watch TV.
Again, I've got to say it. Bringing the Sledge, I'm not too sure about. As we saw, Lender underneath there having to use those nades to open up the ceiling. He could have simply used the skeleton key to do the exact same job. What they're trying to do is get the bandit batteries, or the Kaid electrical in this case, sorry, off that theatre wall so that they can get the hard breach on there. But without the ability to open up that floor easily, it's been difficult for them to do. And that sort of dithering, that delay has allowed Panico to use that extra long angle. Great shot from Fred onto Panico there, but it's completely impactless as Guy steps out, gets the trade and finishes off the round. So a good opening defense from W7M, just continuing that 100% win rate that they've had here on Penthouse and Theatre. And for me, Furia, you've seen the VODs, you know what you're coming up against, and I just don't feel they were necessarily prepared for that. As I say, I understand Sledge has nades and it is important utility, but what did those nades end up getting used for? Exactly what Buck could have done with his primary gadget of the skeleton key. So for me, if you're not going to use those nades aggressively, you've wasted an opportunity to have an operator that could do what you need to do much more quickly and much more successfully. They didn't manage to get the electrical off. I will assume that that is because they didn't get enough of an angle opened up by the nade on the ceiling. Not a problem with the skeleton key. You just absolutely wipe out the entire floor there. You will get the angle that you need. And you can use it against Panico as well, who did the damage across the courtyard with the long angle and the big magnification of that scope.
No, that is rough. Like, it did feel like the execution just wasn't there. It didn't work out in the way they wanted it to. Just wasted time, wasted utility, really. And then when push came to shove, at that point, again, they're going in as a weakened unit and they get picked to pieces. So that's the way the first round is going to go. Of course, as you would have noticed, we did have a couple of players dropped out, so we do need to get that lobby remade. First proper rehost of the day, really, Tim. At least it's been starved off till game 2.
Yeah, we've had a couple of drops, but they've always managed to get themselves back in so far. I think Highs and Panico has been who've dropped out, but this time we are not so lucky. We're going to have to remake that lobby. Hopefully that might maybe solve part of the problem, and we might just have a little bit more consistently players sticking around for the rest of this one. But so far, so good for W7M. I'm sure they're going to follow this up with a kitchen site. If I had to guess, that's where they've won previously against Team 1 as well. To me, I think they should just completely avoid Hooker and Billiards, to be fair. 33% win rate. They only won 1 out of 3 against Team 1. Blue Bar and Sunrise is a very good site. Just take that instead.
It makes sense. You know, it does completely make sense. Something that I wonder, though, if will make sense to you, Tim, is a little rehost riddle that I've prepared for you, mate. I feel like it's about the right time in the show. You up for it?
Greg, here's a turning jacket. I've warmed up a little bit. I'm feeling confident.
Have you got the wrinkles on the brain? Is it sufficiently rinked?
Certainly is. I think we could add 1 or 2 more, though.
All right, well, let's see if you'll learn something new off the back of this one. Tim, what falls but never breaks? And what breaks but never falls?
Falls but never breaks, and breaks but never falls. See, initially I wanted to say water, but that doesn't really fit the second half.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I see where the fort train's gone.
It certainly falls but doesn't break, but it doesn't really break. There's no slowing it down, is there? See, that's what I'm sort of thinking here, is that we've got the difference between breaking as in damaging, as in breaking, as in, and breaking as in slowing down. So that's where I'm feeling that. It falls but doesn't... I think you've got me with that one, Jackie. I think you've got me with that one. You think you've been stumped?
Well, if anyone knows in chat, of course, you can let us know. Hit us up on Twitter with the hashtag RehostRiddles and at Ace of Pirate and at Jackie Esports. Send in your tweets for that one. But Tim, unfortunately, mate, you have got it wrong. It's not water. That wasn't the answer I was looking for. I'll give you one last chance before it looks like we get back into the lobby. Falls but never breaks, and breaks but never falls. Ringing any bells? Giving you any ideas?
It's not. Leave it with me. Let's leave that one ticking over. We'll give the chat a good chance to get on Twitter and to get their answers in the Twitch chat as well. Hit us with the hashtag. We'll see if we get any correct answers, Jackie. And I'll keep the old hat rag ticking over on that one.
See, you never know. It might take a little bit for your old bray gears, your
brain, the old
bray gears to warm up. But once they do, I'm sure you'll be able to give me a solid answer. We'll come back and we'll reveal that one at the end of the series. For now, though, what I can reveal is the fact that all 10 players are back in the lobby, and of course, we can carry on. If you missed it, we had a bit of a rehost. Don't worry too much about it. It was only off the back of the opening round. W7M did pick it up, and they were also the side that had a bit of a dropout as well. So moving forward, hopefully things are going to be stable as we do have our picks coming back in, and we will carry on. Furia, they're on the attack. Didn't really work out too well from that initial round. They had a bit of time to work with, but they just couldn't get anything going.
A little bit surprised by the site choice, Jackie. I've already spoken about it just before the rehost, as we were heading into the rehost. I didn't expect to see a hooker site here. Now, it's not to say that W7RM are in the wrong. You know, they may well be confident that the strategy is good and they can get this one done. But just going on what we saw against Team 1, which, to be fair, is, limited statistics at this point. It's only 1 play out on coastline, and it is against a very good Team 1 side. So if anybody's going to pick you apart, it would be somebody like that. But more successful in kitchen and service, and they didn't play Blue Bar. So there's no information about what they are going to do in Blue Bar. So given that they had a low win percentage here in Hooker and Billiards, I'd have thought we might see one of the other two. let's see how it goes. If they come in and they can get the second round on the board here, it's big, because then they are going into sites that they can be a bit more confident on, perhaps. But if they don't, then the questions need to be asked about that choice.
They do indeed. And we'll see if there is going to be some large question marks, or if Furia can convert those across to a more fitting exclamation mark and show us that they mean business. The only man that is giving a business right now, though, is the Jaeger of Gui, as he just goes for a ridiculous run out, picks up the opening frag, and look who it's on. The Ash of Novice. That is a rough kill to suffer opening up your second round of the game. Not only does it knock out your entry fragger, but it's the operator that he's on as well. You've lost a lot of speed with that, and it came in really quickly, Tim. That's a scary prospect to start us off.
As you say, Novice really struggling a little bit so far today, not having too much joy at all. He's been there to middling, but certainly not reaching the highs that he managed to last time around on Thursday. Now, the peak comes in. Once again, Lender just knows that the man is there. He keeps having a look back, but then gets hurt. Herds, however, not as sharp as he was on Oregon. The call-out goes in, and it allows Highs to move back across and get that challenge from Aqua Balcony straight through into luggage. So good teamwork, good comms coming in from Furia there. Obviously, a clean, crisp call-out. Got to be careful challenging onto those deployable shields. They've got the little windows in them now. And the man behind it, Freezow on the smoke, he can see exactly what's going on at that hooker door. And he just pops up like a jack in the box, a deadly jack in the box, Jackie, and manages to put shots forward. Doesn't get his man. Very nearly does, though. Guy here will be picked up. He's not really lost too much. I think he was on about 25, 30 HP after that run out anyway. So he's only lost about 5 or 6 in that battle.
Ooh, tell you what is being lost, though. Potentially the round for Furia. But they bite back. And it seems like they've actually got a little bit of fight left in them. The one thing they don't have is a Nomad. Oh, no. So low there. Lucky to get out of that Sanguine Arsenic just in the nick of time before her lungs would have collapsed into some dust. We've got 4 players alive and kicking here with 40 seconds to work with. Guy pushing back up. Bullets are going to raise round into freeze out to slow down the smoke. But there goes another can. That'll finish off Fred. Highs. He can't afford to push in at this point. A single tap will kill him. He's got to hold. He's got to try and bide his time to pick up the diffuser and hope he can fully commit to a plant. The likelihood of that happening is so slim, but he does show there is a chance for an upset here. Clean shot onto Freezow. 1 versus 1, but doesn't spot him. Prone, down to the ground. The body hurt at the end as well, as he'll spam into the face, walking away with another round for W7M.
So close there, as you say, really low HP for Fred on the Nomad, but managed to get in and get that first one, and you just thought he's going to do this here. But no, the man went prone, switched up his angle. Simple move, simple thing to do, but can be so effective in Siege. These players are so used to aiming head height, whether, if they're going in against somebody they think is stood up, crouch, prone, they know exactly where those different heights are. But by switching it up mid-fight and just making yourself unpredictable, quite often those crosshairs then will be in the wrong starting position, and it just gives you that half a second that you need to get in and win that gunfight. So good round from W7M. They've managed to show us there that they can win on hooker and billiards without taking those losses to begin with, as they did against Team 1. Certainly making easier work of it this time, and it all came from the beginning really, with Guy getting that early opener onto Novice, just getting out there, taking the fight to Furia at this point. W7M, they look very, very confident right now, Jackie, and that is a scary prospect for Furia because they are getting shut down left, right and centre.
It's so rough, especially in a clutch position like that, because that's not even another round where you are going to attribute to the opening moments. That's a late round loss where it's just fallen apart in the clutch. For me as well, it comes down to the smoke play. If you can keep onto that utility until that last 10-second mark, you are landed. You are living your movie. Having all 3 of those smoke cans in the back pocket alongside the change and your bus tickets, that's wild. That should have been forced out hours ago into the round. You shouldn't be allowed to keep onto them for that long. And that goes to show that Furia's style of play, Tim, although they are waiting for the last opportunity to execute onto a site, they're not forcing out utility. They're not causing commotion to drown you out, so that by the time they do execute, W7M are at least at a disadvantage when it comes to gadgets and utility. They still have all of that to play with, and that's not a good prospect. That if anything, makes it harder for a team like Furia to play the playstyle they're utilizing.
It does, because they want to get in and play the objective. And as you say, when that utility is there, generally it is positioned by the defenders in order to make particularly site control, site access, and getting a diffuser down as difficult as possible. So without clearing that out, it is going to make their game style more and more difficult. If you're a team that just goes in and guns everybody, great start from Highs there. Just nice patience. I think he was aware that Padrin was obviously playing in and around that location. He was just waiting for it. He put in that new hollow site to great use there and shutting the man down. So Padrin Jaeger is off the board. 5 versus 4. Good start for Furia. Good. It's the first time that we've seen them get the entry so far on Coastline. The question now is, what can they do with it?
Hopefully get a round off the back of it. That is the dream outcome for them, but will this one turn into a bit of a nightmare? Can W7M incept their dreams and somehow control this one to their will? We got 1 minute and 25 seconds to play with. Mozzie hoping to do something damaging, then it will be the choice of detonating the Nitro up the drop top through the hatch, but it's not going to slay anyone. Novice has his rotation point completely cut off as well if he heads up the stairway. You can rotate through Skura if he wants and back off, but if he doesn't make a decision quick, there's always the potential of the flank to come out from the Ash. We have fallen into a little bit of a lull across the map so far. With 60 seconds left, Furia, you need to speed things up slightly. They've still got time, but they have to make a move. They need to get into a site. The map control they do have isn't going to help them much in the late round. But here's the push from Novice. He bides his time well. Good bait play. Pushes down. Slays herds. You've now got yourself a 5 versus 3.
As you say, getting top floor control reasonably quickly there, but then failing to sort of move on, stalled a little bit, and now find themselves with 30 seconds left to go. It's going to be a tough collapse onto site. They've got a man still lodged in service, and they get hit on the flank as well. Somehow Guy manages to escape from the man in billiards, but ultimately will be shut down. Leaves one dying on the ground though. Freeze out it will be to shut down Highs, and there is another potential flank coming along. 2 versus 4. Freeze out could be big here. 13 seconds left to go, and this is not going to be easy for Furia. They're going to have to push hard here now. The diffuser is going down in kitchen, just inside that window, and I'm not sure what Panico is doing here. It's a big play, but the man is shut down just after the diffuser is successfully enabled. And as they try to collapse back to site, the likelihood is that they are going to lose these, because spotted out, that challenge was always going to be difficult. The man goes prone, finishes him off. Novice it will be with the final kill onto Panico, and Furia, they finally managed to play that objective that they are so desperate to do. Get the diffuser down inside the window and shut out a round, putting themselves on the board after 3, and that is potentially the start of a little bit of shifting tides here.
It's at least a round. Like, it still could have gone wrong. There was still a chance. It came down to a close clutch, but they clean it up. This time, they were prepared, mop and bucket, to brush their way through and take a dirty round into a clean opener in the back pockets. That's now a 1-2 split on the scoreline. Is it maintainable, though? A nicer change to see. It seemed like it was going to be a 6-pick onto the Buck, but instead, it's a move from the IQ to the Iana. Gemini drone, little bit of usability to it. It can always be quite cheeky if you want to at least bait for info, or if you're going to use it into the late round. So I can see where it carries over for Highs. We'll find out if it will actually assist them over the course of the round. The main prospect for me, though, Tim, is again looking over to players like Gui, because he was just going crazy, right? When he's been going for these runouts, he's been going for early contact. He's willing to essentially put his whole life on the line to secure an opening frag. And he's done it quite well. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's just going to switch up his position, but still run the risk once again here in round 4.
Big problem to be solved here on Penthouse Theatre, as I mentioned last time around, and as was influential, is Panico in VIP. It should be step 1 for Furia. He should be public enemy number 1. They should be going in, ensuring that the first kill on the board is Panico, and then let's see how this W7M defense copes from there. Put a man on double window, make it difficult for them to move inside, take the control of top floor, open up theatre wall, and I can only see the round going in one direction if that happens, because there would not be a corner for them to hide in sight. It would be insanely uncomfortable in there, but It's just whether Furia recognise that and get in and do anything about Panico. I'm glad to see that Novice straight away has a hole in the floor and he's trying to shoot up at that corner where Panico is. He's making the man sweat. He is letting that Rook know that he is not going to have a comfortable round this time around. He's not going to be allowed to just sit in that corner and just hold angles across the map and to make their lives difficult. Now, let's get in and let's get the kill. That should be step one.
Minute and 50 seconds here, still ticking by on round 4. It has slowed down. We had a couple of moments of contact, obviously a few instances of the heat being turned up, making this lovely looking hotel destination appear more like one giant sauna, because they certainly turned up the heat, but that's died off a bit. It started to taper down and leave us back into this position. Still 5v5. Contact is found though, and Lender, he comes out on top. Here we go. Sledge, looking more like a human hammer as he tries to crack his way through another skull, getting another player down and finishing him off onto Padrin as he will find the shot. The rebuttal from Panico though, and it's not one, it's two, as he's punishing the other side. Keeps on going as well. Fred the Bread, more like Fred the Dead, as it just leaves it in the hands of Bursa and Hides. A 2 versus 2 clutch situation with the diffuser being down. Herds, you had a massive game on Oregon. Relive some of those majestic moments here and now. He needs to get a kill to assist his teammate. Panico jumping on to disable the diffuser. Comes off it a little bit timid. Worried about the potential peak, but instead it's the drop down. Bursa breaks through with his breakdancing moves. Drop top. Oh, Tim, that is disgusting from Ace.
Fantastic finish from Bursa there. Just dropped down and the stars as well as operators aligned for him, and he was able to just gun 1, gun 2, and good night. End of round, and Furia get themselves back level here. But how about it, Jackie? Teams are going to have to find an answer to Panico in VIP. I know that Furia have won the round there, but 3 kills on the round, I think it was, for Panico, and he very, very nearly snatched that one away from them again. He is an absolute menace in there in VIP, and as I say, somebody is going to have to come up with a method of realistically dealing with him, because it is a problem on that site. Now, we're going to be heading to Hooker and Billiards this time around. They are going to opt not to go back to Penthouse, and I like what Furia did. They are playing to their strengths, and their strengths is getting in and getting the diffuser down. They've done a great job of it so far. Bursa is a man who knows exactly how to hold F regardless of the pressure and to get that diffuser down and active. He did the job once again. Now, it is a reasonable approach given Panico's position. He can't really challenge onto that position from VIP, or certainly not when he was in gunfights as well. That's basically what Furia did. They just fed people to the Lions, sending them in after Panico so that he couldn't challenge onto Bursa whilst that plant went down. And because he was too busy fighting for his life, Bursa took the opportunity, got it, and then a heads-up play, getting himself back up onto the roof, onto the hatch, where he was able to drop and close things out. So well played, Bursa, well played, Furia, but there is still a more solid answer required for W7M. You can't always put your head into a lion's jaws and come away with it intact.
No, you have to be an incredibly proficient lion tamer that has built up years of rapport with that lion. It's not going to happen with any old lion, because at that point, you know, that's it. Your head's gone, the lion's gone, it's all gone wrong. The zoo's getting shut down. It is not a pretty sight. But at least this game has had some very pretty clutches, Tim. Surprising stuff, right? Because we always talk about the idea of sustainability in rounds like that. Whereas Panico, how many times is he sustainably going to find himself getting countless multi-kills? How many times are you going to have a drop-down, fragging out clutch of just sheer terror from a player like Bursa? That's not repeatable. That round essentially was a bit of a blip when we got into the clutch. So let's see if round 5 will have something a little bit more structured. We're just past the 2-minute mark. So far, the game is tied 2 rounds a pop. We have all 5 alive. We haven't had a single casualty just yet, but this is where things will surely start to change. Fred on the Zofia, pushing in, going on a bit of a rogue mission, but it's Herds that gets contact against Novice. Furia again, losing out on the opening duel, and leave themselves into a 4 versus 5 with 1 minute and 35 seconds to attempt to bounce back into the game.
Herds has been a little bit more quiet this time around, and it certainly seems to be hurting W7M. You can't always rely on your man to go for 20 kills in a game, but he certainly could just do with upping his level a little bit here. He's done plenty of work for the day on Oregon, don't get me wrong. He is well entitled to put his feet up a little bit, but the lack of frags coming out of him so far just seem to be hurting his team a little bit, especially those entries that he was getting last time around. But he does start off round number 5 in a positive way, and Furia here, they are taking a lot of time. Toxic Babe comes in and will hit the man right in the face, but they completely miss. Highs walking through sight. He will get himself 2. Joins the party. Herds gets another 2v2. This is an absolute bloodbath at the minute. It's a brawl. These two are just swinging on each other right now. Gee gets a kill onto Lender. 2 versus 1 W7M. That's going to come down to 1 versus 1. Can it be the man? Bursa comes in once again. Bursa the Brute gets himself 1. Can he finish it with a second? He's getting pinged out. He will pick up the diffuser. He knows exactly what to do with that little briefcase, but the question is he going to get time? Is he going to get the space in order to do it? Herds has gone downstairs to try and make the challenge. He does not have a nitro in hand. He has to rely on the shots. The beams are not his enemy this time, and he gets the kill onto Bursa. Great heads up play from the Mozzie downstairs and finishes the man vertically. Completely risk-free. Beautiful play.
He had his hearing aids in and he was ready to bring another round into the bank. Perfectly executed up through the floorboards. Oh, they are going to be frustrated off the back of that one, Tim. A 3rd round acquired, and it does seem like it's also time for another rehost. We had players dropping out, so don't worry. We'll get that resolved, and we'll come back in to continue this enthralling matchup between W7M and Furia. But that last round, Tim, I mean, the past 2 last rounds, really, wild. The shenanigans, the clutch play, the jaw-dropping executions that have clutched it. This is real Siege we're seeing tonight.
It really is. It's just getting more and more exciting. I'm getting closer and closer to the edge of my seat now. It's an absolute belter. We knew this is what we were going to see. It's a shame that we didn't get it out of Oregon, but we had a different kind of excitement there. W7M came out just absolutely clinical. It was a joy to watch, but this time around, these two are really swinging on each other. That round was absolutely madness there. You've got one man just creeping in through sight, gets himself a double in corridor, but then it just gets completely swung on its head. Finishes in a 1v1. Bursa's getting the diffuser down. Heads up play from the Mozzie. Goes downstairs. He's only got 1 or 2 HP. He doesn't want to be taking a head-to-head gunfight. Just waits for that diffuser to start going down in default spot. Whether he knew he was against Bursa or not, I don't know. Because to me, that factors into it. If you're thinking, I'm up against the planter here, and planter's plant, that's what he's going to go for, then that's exactly what you've got to be looking for. If you're up again, maybe Lender, who you know is coming in as a fragger, you're thinking, I might get challenged here, and you've got to play it differently. But great plays from the Mozzie.
No, really, really smart stuff. You can see as well, it just comes down to reading the audio cues. Brilliant use of the audio there. Basically tracked him the whole way over, listening out, had his ears on him. Super solid stuff. Tracks him down, bides his time, fires out the shots, and picks up the frag. That was some really, really sick stuff, Tim. And I'm glad we got to catch a clutch in that manner. Just a tasty one. We've had all different styles of Siege tonight.
We're getting ruined already, and we've still got 2 matchups to go. It is if your friends aren't in here, if your family's not in here, if your grand's not in here, get on the text. Tell them to watch some Siege, because we have got some absolutely banging Saturday night entertainment to come for them.
Oh, we do indeed. And we've got something else as well. If you are going to get your gran and all the fam in, I'm sure they're going to be like, well, look, I do love esports, but I'm also a really big fan of riddles. I'd normally watch Challenge. So we've also prepared one of those for you, Tim. I did ask you before the rehost, of course, what falls but never breaks and what breaks but never falls. You didn't have an answer for me. Would you like to know what it is?
I think I, along with many others, would like to know what it is, Jackie. We left it stewing in the brains, in the grey gears of our wonderful chat, letting them have a think about it. And obviously, we don't get a chance to check Twitter, but we will know later on if you've tweeted us the right answer. We'll give you mentally all the kudos that you deserve. So let's hit them with it, Jackie.
It's night and day, Tim. Night and day.
There we go. So we've got a little dual answer, you see. That's what you've done to... Right, okay, that one's in the brain box now. I'll be thinking that, that's acceptable from now on.
There you go. I'm expanding your mental horizons. So if you're ever at a pub quiz or just a quiz in general, you'll have some different avenues. If for some reason you've walked in and said that your special subject is riddle rounds.
I'll be honest, I've been to quite a few quizzes in my time, Jackie. I have never yet found a riddle round at one, but maybe that's what's missing from quizzes.
See, there you go. Think about it. It'd be a much more enthralling environment if they threw riddles into the mix. It'd be like that scene in Labyrinth for both of the doors.
What, where to leave the quiz you have to answer the riddle?
Yeah,
be there all night.
You try and get out, the bouncer's just going, sorry, mate. Hang on a minute. I said what falls and what breaks. And you're there going, please, mate, I need to go home. Like, it's late.
3 a.m. Go and buy yourself another drink, son.
Sit down and enjoy the game, son. We're going back in. We are going back in. We'll carry on with some more coastline conundrums. We'll leave the riddles for one side, but I'm sure the gameplay will be just as puzzling. It has been hard to keep on top of a lot of these clutch rounds that have been coming out. This has not been standard Siege whatsoever. We've had runouts, we've had clutches, we've had all sorts of crazy plays. And we'll see if it keeps up to that manner. If you're joining us, the scoreline as it stands now, off the back of the rehost, is a 3-2 split. The defenders, of course, of W7M, currently leading by 1 round. This is the last round of the opening half, and this is where Furia can either close the gap and make it a 3-3 split, or if they drop this round, they'll be going through 2-4 with quite a big disadvantage coming up onto their defense.
Now I'm recognising one of the few Portuguese words that we've learnt along the way, Jackie, cozinha. So we will be heading to kitchen. That is going to be the site for round number 6 and the final defence of W7M. I think if they can get into the half 4-2 here, they're going to be relatively happy with that, because Furia have certainly brought the Thunder along to coastline and they are putting in an absolutely cracking performance so far. Now, saying bringing the Thunder to coastline, it reminds me of a fantastic thunderstorm that I once saw when I was out in Barcelona, Jackie. I don't know if you've ever experienced an electrical storm in Spain, but a very different experience to what we get here in the UK. We're lucky for like 1 or 2 bolts of lightning over half an hour. But this was like every 30 seconds getting some real fork lightning going on over the city of Barcelona. It was beautiful. Yeah, it was a real experience. Sat on a rooftop bar, enjoying a little tipple with the missus and just watching the electrical storm. It's a life highlight for me, Jackie, to be honest.
Oh, mate, honestly, that sounds like the sort of thing you would print off. You'd put that on the fridge for everyone to see.
Absolute beauty it was, no question. Yeah, it was a cracking little evening.
Right. I mean, I've personally not experienced that myself, but those feelings, the words used to describe that, it resonates with me, and it really reminds me a lot of my time spent with you, Tim. It's electrifying. It's got some fork lightning in there. There's definitely some moments of grace and beauty, and I would quite describe you as a bit of a tipple, especially for how much I enjoy spending my time with you. And luckily, I've still got a couple more rounds to go, because we're going back into it. Round 6, Tim. We've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock on this one. It is a 3-2 split, and let's see where the opening frags are going to come from. Panico, he could have a bit of a predicament here. Trapped behind the shield as the push is going to be coming up. Concussion's going out, but he's not going to be concussed. He sticks to his guns, but he won't have a headache because he doesn't have a head, Tim.
Dealt with the utility very, very well there. A position that it can be tough to move. Can the Wamai just inside of service entrance. Deployable shield, ADSs, magnet systems out. Very, very difficult, but dealt with professionally by Furia. The Monty of Bursa just supporting the push. Herds with a second on the round, though. He's starting to find his feet and go big. He will get the kill onto Novice. He's looking to get onto the backstab of the Monty here. He's thinking about that jump out, and he's just going to bide his time. Now, we will see whether there has been any utility deployed to deal with that, but I'm not too sure that it is going to have been available. Now the Echo will be working against the Monty. Here comes the Shotty against the Shield. Which will be the winner? We've got a little ring around the roses. He gets challenged hard, and Highs shuts down Freeze out. That is site control for Furia now. This is going to be a retake for W7M. No choice but for Herds to jump out, but it's a little too late because the Furia team are established in service, and they will start to find kills from their left, right, centre, up and down. It doesn't matter to them, all the same as they hit shots in every single direction and find themselves now in a 3 versus 1. Guy it is with the last man alive for W7M. Bursa gets that diffuser down. Guy, he's got a job on his hands. He's about to be shut down. Highs finds his shots. And that is going to be round to Furia. 3-0 on the split, and we have got a game on here on Coastline.
It's all tied up at the half. It doesn't matter if you're winning clutches. You've got to win sustainable rounds. You've got to keep on building, and that's not what either one of the sides did. They leave it at a stalemate. 3-3. It's spicing up. It's getting quite hot in here, and I don't just mean the temperature in my room, Tim. I mean the fact that the quality of siege we have is trailblazing tonight. And let's see if that'll carry on, because here's the interesting part for me as well. Personally, I think Furia on their defense, they play better siege. I think they're a much better squad when they're allowed to hold angles, when they're allowed to wait for the oncoming onslaught. When you've got Fred in a rotation role where he can be a bit of a roamer, he can be a nuisance maker, you got to watch your back. If you don't know where Fred is, look behind you, because that man is sneaky, Tim. And this is where hopefully he'll start to step up. I'd also like to see more coming out from the likes of both Lender and Novice as well. Their performance back on play day 1 tantalized me and left me enamored with both of these players. I want to see more from them. If they step up now, you've got 3 very high octane impact fraggers on the roster of Furia that can ride them through to victory here on their defense. But honestly, it all comes down to this opening round. Round 7 is going to tell a big part of the story of the way the second half is going to go.
It's really important, because if Furia get this, they've then got 2 rounds in a row and they start to build some momentum for the first time really here on Coastline. And as you say, with that switch in the half, it could be a big part of the mental game as well. They've won the last attacking round. They come in and win the first defensive round, start thinking, right, that's it, the ball is rolling now. And a rolling stone gathers no moss. As you know, Jackie, if Furia can get themselves that speed and power behind them, they could be a real danger, as you say, with players like Lender and Novice getting few kills, could be the build of confidence that they need, and then surely it will be like an avalanche from that point forward. That small stone will become a trickle, and it will just then pick up speed and absolutely decimate all in front of it. But there is still 2.5 minutes left to go to decide exactly what the fate of W7M will be here on the attack of Hooker.
You been rolling many stones down hills?
Very dangerous game, Jackie. You've got to be careful. You never know what you might trigger.
Well, I suppose it's also the fact, right, that, like, you know, even the smallest stone over a long period of time and with a lot of velocity could still probably take out like a car windshield or something. So be mindful of where you park. Don't park near hills.
I like that was the pickup there. That was the takeaway. Be mindful of where you park, not don't throw the stone.
Oh no, you know, that action's always going to happen.
If it hits a car, that's that idiot's fault for parking in the wrong place.
Mate, that's the thing. You might have, you know, third-party fire and theft. You don't have stone insurance, do you?
I'd have to check my policy over very carefully, Jackie.
Oh, well, I'll start to inspect what's happened so far here into round 7. As we've had a fair bit of damage, basically some dry brushing occurring across the side of Furia. As Novice has taken damage, Highs and Lender are both low. Fred is now dead, and another man goes down. But finally, it's a frag towards the side of W7M. As I say that, they all start to come through. A 3k spray down, make that a 4k off the back of Highs as he bobs up. The Mac Daddy with a Mac 10, smacking off the lips of Gui and leaving it all down on Pedrin in a 1 versus 4 with 60 seconds to work with. Slowly skulks his way up towards the diffuser. He doesn't have long enough arms to grab it. Instead, he's just got to stick to his guns and hold the angle. A little bit paranoid about the peak coming around the back of the bomb. They have good use of the utility there to make it awkward for him to hold his ground. Lender then swings on the Wamai and they clean it up with the Org. A beautiful round. They sustained a lot of damage, but all that did was fuel them towards the victory. And that is a critical round to win, Tim.
Certainly is. A nice mid-round cleanup from Furia there. Just 3 or 4 kills within a matter of seconds. Less seconds than they were kills, I think. And Furia just really catapulted themselves towards the win. 4-3 now. They find themselves ahead for the first time here on Coastline. And for anybody wondering in the chat, we are playing best of 2, and the way that the points could be impacted are thus. So the points are awarded across both maps. So it is not points for map 1 and points for map 2. It depends what the outcome of both are. So if you can get 2 wins, so if W7M were to win here on Coastline, they would of course win both maps overall, and it would be 3 points to them. Now, if you get a win and a draw, so if we find a draw here on Coastline, then it would be 2 points to W7M, or if Furia win here, then it would be 1 point each to them and W7M, because a win and a loss or 2 draws will get you 1 points. So that is the variety of possibilities that we get here. Obviously, from Furia's side, if they were to lose here, it would be 0 points. They won't get anything. So tough one for them at this point. They have to get a win if they want to find anything. The best they can hope for is 1 point overall on that table. But I'm sure that they would be happy to take that from W7M at this point. It's also worth noting, I pointed it out last week, I'll point it out again, we've had a fantastic addition to the screen in front of you by our wonderful production team up at the top there. For all those people, I've seen it in chat hundreds of times over the last couple of years. What was map 1? What was the score of map 1? Well, you just take a little peep up at the top of your screen. We've got the map, including who has selected which, and the score of the last map that's been finished as well.
All lovely little additions, but there's also been a subtraction into the round, and that is Herds being reduced to essentially just a corpse on the ground. The Ash is out of play, and now they have 4 men left alive for W7M. They are also finally at a position where they are trailing behind here against Furia as well. So if they can close the gap, bring it back to a 4-4, at least the game will be close. If they can't, Furia, they could really start to create some distance between these two teams and get ever closer towards that coveted 7th round to shut it down here. Talking to shutdowns, Lender with a Nitro. Doing something quite dastardly, but it's not going to work. Plucked out of the air there as they spot it. He also spots them pushing in through the doorway. Is he ready? Will he be able to pre-fire it and shut them down? Hits the first one to Zofia as she peeks. Not necessarily working too well on a 3-2-1 face. He didn't spot out the backstab, and it'll be the full frontal assault in the end anyways. Friezal re-peeks into him with the AK and makes him drop down to the DECK. 1 minute and 35 seconds on the clock. A bit of a lead for Furia to play with, Tim. Can they sustain this?
Furia need to back this up with another frag now. 4 versus 2. It will make it extremely difficult for W7M to get in and do anything. And interesting, we've just seen somebody go into the drone as well. It reminds me of the changes that we have had come along with Shadow Legacy here. We've had the little nice addition of the graphics to the little smartphone screen as the drones are pulled out. I think it's a tiny little thing, but it's very, very nice. So thank you to the dev team for that. And there's been other changes along the way. You will see some with our observing tool here. The spectator view has had a little revamp, and we've got some nice little additions there for you as well. So all sorts of nice little quality of life changes. We'll pick up on them as we go, and we'll point them out in case you're unaware, but we'll do that as we see them. Coming back into the last 45 seconds, we will focus on the round at hand here. 4 versus 3, W7M just stalling out since those couple of kills have rained in against them. They really don't know how to push here. Now, Blue Bar and Sunrise, they've got the diffuser over in office, so they would be looking to get that down behind the Blue Bar. They can see smoke utility raining out ahead of us. The nade will be taken down by an ADS, and we'd expect to potentially see a plant going down along with that smoke utility being deployed, but that will not be the case. Men get dropped left, right, and centre. A double for highs inside of Sunrise leaves freezing out alone in the cold here. 1 versus 4, all to do. 8 seconds, and surely it was a matter of time. It will be Novice. If it wasn't him, it would have been somebody. Shooting the last man down. Friezau taken out. He's put in the cold for good. And that is going to be another round to Furia on the defense. And they are really starting to look hot here now, Jackie.
Furia were frustrated on Oregon, but on Coastline, they have taken a holiday to get over that previous holiday back on Oregon, and it has been a much better one. No more are they going to be sat sulking in their rooms. Instead, they are having a wonderful time. Bountiful frags being picked up there, living it large as well when it comes to the overall scoreline of the game now, as they are 2 rounds ahead, 1 round away from guaranteeing, at worst, a draw here on Coastline. 2 rounds away from getting themselves a win and splitting the series 1 map apiece. That is still relatively far away, though. They have to take it 1 round at a time, and they can't get ahead of themselves. W7M, in terms of changes coming back into it here on the 9th round, we do have a Thinker in play. Thinker, obviously, you know, we both had our thoughts on where she can be useful. There is one man that knows how to use her incredibly well, but I don't know if right now this will really give them much of a benefit coming back into round 9. I feel like there is bigger issues at hand, and a lot of that seems to come down to the fact that they can get tags out. They can soften up the entirety of Furia, but when push comes to shove, they're not getting those intro frags. They're not being able to pick off another player. It's just not working for them, Tim. They're leaving themselves in a position where they they should be able to capitalize and at least get an opening kill, and then they don't. They walk into a crossfire, they drop 2 players, and before you know it, the round's over.
They seem to have got themselves into a little bit of a muddle, to be honest with you, Jackie. Looking at that last round, I'm just thinking back at what we saw. 3 versus 4, and we had one man on the opposite side of site, so we were watching the push into Sunrise. There were 2 men coming in there, one from single door, one from single window. But we could see the man on the far side of Office, and I commented that the smoke utility had been deployed. We saw that. We saw the grey smoke in front of us around the blue bar door area, but there was no push coming from there. Now, whether they were just trying to take a bit of attention or what, I don't know, whilst they pushed in through pool entrance, possibly. But it was just completely ineffective, to be honest. And I'd have expected maybe when those smoke canisters are going down, you've got the man pushing in from Office, thinking about getting a plant down, thinking about really mixing things up or getting a frag or 2. But he just got repelled and looked to move up to Aqua Balcony, I think. And I'm not really sure what the plan or the play was there. We had 2 then move into Sunrise, and Fury were all too happy to shut them down. So it just feels like W7M not quite as coordinated as we've seen them previously. And it's not too much of a surprise to see this in this matchup. Coming in, we build this as a really unpredictable game with 2 teams that had come out and shown us fantastic things on Thursday. So to see them now being so close and to look like Fury might actually dominate here on Coastline, you know, compared to what happened on Oregon, it really supports what we were saying and expecting out of this one.
I don't know what to expect here in round 9 either. I feel like this could really keep us guessing. W7M, I don't count them out. I think there is a large chance they could still get back into this, potentially take us into that 7-5 position to shut it down, but not if the game is going to go in this manner. Lender, he finds the first frag, dropping down the Nomad, leaving him in no man's land, and now you've got a good advantage to work with. There is at least a trade from the G36C of Herds on a bit of a cheeky angle, up on top of the elevated peak, finds the headshot onto Lender, but there's the trade back once again. Fred coming in strong, 4 versus 3 here. A lot of damage across onto Zofia as well. It's not looking good for W7M. They do have the diffuser, but I don't even know if they can actually brute force their way into Kitchen. They're so low into a couple of instances as well that a few stray bullets going out could shut them down. This nade, however, could completely take out of play. A nuisance maker on the scene. Highs the smoke, nearly getting smoked, but he doesn't go broke. He backs off and stays alive for now, Tim. They've got 30 seconds. They need to speed this up. Sure, they're getting into fights, but they're not doing anything. They're not forcing them out of position. And when they do go for the execution, it's a simple couple of taps from Novice to shut down Freeze out. There's another man dropped to the ground, and Panico, he's going to be sweating bullets at this point. A 1 versus 3, no chance. Zip Nutter, he's finished off there by Bursa, and Furia 1 round away from splitting the series, 1 map apiece.
Very good from Furia once again, just making it difficult to clear themselves out. There's another little thing that I want to pick up on for W7M there. I'm just very conscious. I don't want to be overly critical of them. We've seen them play very well so far today. And these are small margins, and it's very easy for us to say in hindsight, sitting here watching it. But clearing out that shield, Jackie, in Kitchen, they had smoke behind the shield, yeah? So Finker's watching it. He pings it out. Great example of the ping 2.0 system, pings the shield, and we have the Zofia move across. Now, gets out the lifeline gadget and starts pumping those sort of grenades in there. I'm not sure if it was grenades or stuns that were being fired in, but 2 went in and cleared out ADSs, and that leaves Finker to throw the nade in to clear the shield out. The problem is that it was Panico on the Finker who had the angle onto the smoke. So what we saw was the nade clears the shield, but by the time he's gone through the animation of getting his weapon back out, the smoke is able to wriggle away and escape. So there is no kill on the back of it. Yes, it's cleared out a difficult location, but think about it this way. The only thing that you need to change there is the order of that utility. So Zofia fires 1 in. Finker throws the nade next, which gets caught by the second ADS charge. Zofia then fires in again and takes out the shield. And by that point, Finker is already back on the ADS and gets a free kill onto the smoke. It's just a completely different outcome. Now, I will completely say, yes, it may well be that Zofia didn't have explosive rounds left. So if that's the case, fair enough. There was no choice. You just had to use the concussion rounds to clear out the ADS. If there were explosive rounds going in, and while she might not know there's an ADS there, it just shows the small margins that can make so much of a difference here in Siege. Because at that point, you then I think it was 2 versus 3 if that happens, and it could be a different round.
Oh, 100%. And the fact that it was taken away from him in that manner leaves you scratching your head a little bit. It's unfortunate, but I mean, that was, one mistake in a cacophony of a few that really did leave them into that position in the first place. At least this time, they go back to their old tricks. They were always effective at getting the entry frag. That's what was their bread and butter play. That's what helped them so much throughout the entire course of Oregon. In this round of Coastline, when it matters most, they do get the opening pick. But that's a start in a position where you cannot afford to make any mistakes. They need 3 rounds back-to-back to take this to a 6-6 to draw at best this series now versus Furia here on Coastline. They get a follow-up as well, so this is brilliant. In the way that this has gone so far, they've actually really been able to do a number on them. Novice was looking to counter, glancing back over towards Ruins, hyper-focused in, but no one's going to be there. He won't spot anyone and won't get a free frag back in favour of Furia just yet. Instead, all of W7M have skedaddled. They've grouped up, going for more of a Wolfpack style of play. Nice little pixel peek. Novice finally gets an opportunity to strike. Oh, but it gets awkward, Tim. He might fire out the bullets, but it's not going to connect. Instead, he is now panicked, and he's got to sprint out of there. The sledge remains alive, but the same can't be said for Burster, who's had his head kicked in.
Much better from W7M so far. Seeing that clinical style from them once again. Freezo gets in and starts putting the diffuser down. Novice gets one. It'll be absolutely impactless as Herds and Panico step up. They get the kills before the diffuser can be confirmed. And that's going to be round 4 W7M. Keeping themselves fighting in this 6-4. We find ourselves now the best that W7M can hope for in terms of the league table. In terms of the overall result here is 2 points now. Furia have guaranteed themselves a draw on map 2 of Coastline here. So it could be a win and a draw for W7M, which would be 2 points, or it could be a win and a loss, which would be 1 point each. Now, that's particularly important in this fixture because we spoke about this last stage, and I'm going to speak about it again now, and that is that as much as it's nice to come in and beat those top teams, get results against teams like Team One, Team Liquid, great stuff. The really important results can often come against the teams that you are going to be fighting for position with come the end of the season. And I would expect Furia W7M to potentially be fighting over the same sort of places come the end of this stage. So a win here for W7M could be really, really significant come the end of the season because it is directly denying points from somebody that they could be in head-to-head competition with.
That's why this matters so much. These last 2 rounds of the game, or potentially last 2 rounds, do affect not only today's play day, but the overarching storyline of the entire league. And we are very early into the competition as well. So the fact that this has a lot of weight to it is damn exciting. Because going on, results like this are only going to accumulate more and more impact. We are heading back into it though. The clock has started to tick down, and potentially the hourglass of W7M's livelihoods here in this game could be ticking away with it. That is, if Furia decide to switch things up and maybe they take the aggressive approach this time. They look to combat the aggressive early peaks that were found from W7M. It didn't really work last time around. Of course, they do end up conceding that one, but that's off the back of 2 entry frags being found for them with no response. If you're going to give those away, that's bound to happen. They tried to test against it. They look to try and take the fight towards him immediately, and it is Fred, the man that's normally known for making those plays work. But Fred, he has been overpowered. That big baguette has been cracked in 2 by Herds, coming in cleanly there on the Ash. And that's scary, Tim. If this is going to be one of those vintage Herds rounds that we got to saw in Oregon, I'm going to be terrified for how they'll have to fight back against this.
It was a nice, easy start off a 10 for him, wasn't it? Just hold the angle there. Fred just peeks around into it slowly, and it's always going to be an easy kill for Herds to pick up. Fred was gambling that the man was maybe in a drone or not quite in his ADS, but I tell you what, Herds is looking lively there. Uses the Ash soft breach to open up the ceiling above him and takes down Highs, who is absolutely none the wiser until he goes down. I think he was in the cams there on the smoke, and that is some important utility lost. Area denial and time wasting. Toxic Babe canisters remain in the pocket of the body of Highs now. 5 versus 3 once again, attacking onto Hooker, and could this be a big step towards that comeback, Jackie? Could W7M rescue those 2 points from the jaws of Furia, who were looking to shut Coastline out?
There's a huge chance of it with the way they're playing. They're getting more and more confidence over the course of this round. Bursa is so low as well. A single bullet will take him out of commission. Time ticking away. Finally, we see it happen as well. Herds, he comes in with another critical kill. In the meantime, the diffuser goes down, and who's finding the frags? Oh, it's your boy Herds, keeping it up, maintaining the punishment as he cracks open a very tasty counter whoop-ass on the competition. Finally, Novice will fall towards the stairs as his body slides back down. So does the chance of W7M taking this one to a position where they're going to lose. Instead, they get a step closer to taking a draw here. They need to win this final round. They have fought tooth and nail to get back to this position, and now they can end it 6-6. But there's still the chance that if it goes wrong, if it turns sour at the last moment, that is a 7-5 win for Furia. Tim, at this point, it's anyone's game.
Going all the way to 12 once again as we get a nice couple of looks on the replays there of those kills for Herds. That one was an absolute beauty up through the ceiling there, just finding the tough angle onto the smoke and taking highs off the map. Absolute beauty from him. 6-5 we find ourselves, and W7M, they are fighting their way back into this. Furia had them on the ropes at 6-3, raining body blows in, raining uppercuts, jabs, everything they could throw at them, but they have not been able to put them over the top rope. Jackie and W7M, they've bounced back. They've got themselves the center of the ring, and they are starting to push Furia around here, and given an opportunity here in round 12, they are to square things away for a draw in Ibiza to get themselves the 2 points on the league table.
Here we go. This is it. This is the big one. This is the most important round that does affect the outcome of everything we've been building up. The past 2 hours of duking between these two sides comes down to this. W7M, can you keep it up on the attack? They've been pretty damn good at getting entry frags. If it's not 1, it's at minimum 2. They've been very, very quick to the draw. And Furia, you have to have an answer for that. You've either got to fight fire with fire, but make it work. You can't go for the sort of half-assed peeks towards the close wall with Fred, where he attempted to make a play, but you're in a position where you're never really going to have a chance to hit that shot. You're always going to be peeked into, and you're going to lose out. They have to switch it up and make more calculated decision-making. If you're not going to go fast and furious, dial it down, play the slow game, force them to use their utility to get any sort of map control and make it awkward. Novice, this time around, a bit of a pixel peek. He does get first contact and readjusts because of it. He should find the frag here if Ash swings in. He had the slight vantage point with the high ground, but it's not going to be over, Anakin. Instead, Herd stays alive, just barely having to put a plaster on to get rid of the damage that was done.
No major problem for me from Novice there. That is perfectly played as a roamer. Your primary function is to waste time. Herds goes in and gets a kill onto Lender, unable to waste anything as he is completely shut down. But on the roam, it is all about wasting as much time as possible. If you can get kills along the way, fantastic. But Novice recognises that, puts shots onto the Ash and then dips away. But unfortunately, doesn't manage to get the kill. Lives to fight another day though, and is still out there on the Mozzie to make a nuisance of himself. Padrin taking big damage there, and you can see the IQ of Freeze out here just underneath, looking to clear out any utility above, but the defense is holding fast at the minute. But right now, W7M have got themselves the advantage that they need. They could do with another kill onto the roamer upstairs. I think Novice on the Mozzie is still active. I'm not sure if he's in kitchen or if he's upstairs at the minute. He's actually in kitchen. He's looking for the jump out here, and he's just looking to make himself as much of a nuisance as he can do. 1 minute left on the clock will decide the fate of W7M.
Next frag counts for so much, and Herds is going to be the one to pick it up as he attacks onto Fred, shutting him down. Diffuser goes down as well, and would you look at that, in the blink of an eye, it's over. A flawless round from W7M. They mount the comeback, they pull it off, and they find victory in the end. The draw is achieved. It's a 1-map win, 1-map draw in the series. W7M will be proud of the play today.
Fantastic fight back there, showing great resilience, coming back from 6-3 down. I think that is the matchup that we expected more so than the bit of a run over that we had on Oregon, but very entertaining top to bottom. We've seen a 20-kill game come out of Herds on Oregon, and then we've seen an absolute nail-biter there on Coastline, going all the way to the wire before W7M could close things out with a draw. They get themselves 2 points on the day, and you've got to feel a little bit hard done to for Furia there. Just felt like there was a win in that for them on Coastline.
It did. It felt like it was supposed to be a map for them at that point. You could split the series 1-1. The fact it tapers off towards the end and then it gets ended in a draw, it's just a bit soul-crushing for them, especially considering it seemed like they had clicked. Once they got into their defense, they were starting to play some brilliant rounds, but it comes back to W7M just showing a lot of confidence, a lot of strategy, and also a lot of resilience there throughout the course of that one, Tim. Fair play to him, especially Herds tonight, right? He's impressed.
Certainly did. I mean, they came in expecting Novice and Lender to be the two to really focus on, and they did have the moments. Lender particularly going strong on Coastline in the entry game once again, but as you say, Herds, he certainly stole the spotlight there. Came in, showed us exactly why he's a big name on the team of W7M, and just had an absolute field day. Really had the run of things at times.
He did indeed. That is the end of our opening series, though. That's the way it's going to crumble there, with, of course, the one map win, one map draw pickup coming out for the side of W7M. Fair play. They've shown a lot of, I'd say, adjustments that have been working well for them from the season we had previously back in Stage 1, coming into Stage 2 now. As a team, they've looked sick. But we will have an interview, of course. This time, we'll get some insight from the side of Furia. We're going to have Twister joining us. And this will at least give us a chance to pick his brains a little bit, Tim, and see how Furia are feeling off the back of that result.
It's always interesting. I think speaking, it's great speaking to the winning team. Obviously, there's always that hype and excitement, but it's largely like, yep, job done, great stuff, we enjoyed it. But I think when you get to speak to the losing side, you get those more insightful sort of moments, really, where you can really start looking at what needs to change sometimes, or their viewpoint on a few things. And I always found them really exciting and interesting.
Well, let's have a bit of a chat with him. Feels like he should be ready to join us, so we'll move him on in and have a chat with Twister and see how he's feeling about the adjustments that have been made to the team. Here he is. How you doing, Twister?
Hello. How are you guys?
Hey, man. Good.
Yeah, really good, man. Obviously, commiserations in the series, especially on Coastline there. That was a hard-fought fight. But besides that, one of the things I want to ask you straight off the back, Novice and Linda look like they've come into the team and have gelled really quickly. It feels like they've fitted in. Is that the way it's felt from your perspective as well?
I believe that the opponent team it was really prepared for the Oregon game, and they fitted really fast, and we had some bad times around it. And on Coastline, our team bring everything together, and we would be able to fit again it. But on the 6-3, we couldn't finish because we lose some kills that we would not lose it.
It seems so far, Twister, like you've been quite focused on getting the diffuser down, playing the objective. On Oregon, W7M just seemed to turtle on site, just had everybody on site. Was that the difficulty for you?
Yeah, I believe that our game on Oregon it was a little bit more spread. We were not focusing everyone in just one thing. We were having bad times to do everything together, So we lost some rounds with someone getting picked, someone trying to do some bangs to remove the SDAs. So we got a lone game on Oregon. So on Coastline, when we go through the mental problem that we were having about losing on to Hertz, I guess he got 17 kills, right, on the first map.
Yeah.
And we would be able to get the game together and go to the 6-3, but we were not able to finish it.
That's one of the things as well that I want to notice. Obviously, in terms of slowing down, it did feel like it was kind of a bit of a confidence hit back on Oregon. Is that just what it was like playing? Because obviously, at that point, I suppose it is hard to slow them down. He was single-handedly popping off. I think he ended with 20 frags literally on the last round. It just seemed like it left you struggling to have that quick sort of early round aggression that we normally see from Furia.
Yeah, we were working a way more aggressive on the early round,
Mm.
and we were not but being aggressive, it's what not being alone aggressiveness. We try to play on the team aggressive that we can manage to win the rounds by the kills. But our game didn't fit on this match, and we were not that confident.
Mm.
The opposite team, it's a really good team that fits their game against us. But on Oregon, it was totally on us. We were not us on the first map.
I think you've looked really good so far this season, Twister. It's been a complete change to the last stage. Obviously, 2 new players have come in. Can we expect to see even more from Furia yet?
Of course, it's just the first week, and we have a way more to play, way more to show. And as you guys saw the last season, we are not a weak team. We just
Mm.
need to fit ourselves in the game and try to find ourselves on, especially on the match like that. When we don't start so that good, we need to focus to getting back. So you can expect better games next weeks.
I hope so, man. It's always been enjoyable watching Furia play. So hopefully we'll get to speak to you more as the season goes on, Twister. Again, thank you for popping on, mate. Is there anything you want to say to any of the fans of Furia watching at home?
I want to say thank you to all the Fury fans. I want to say thank you for everyone watching the match. I believe that even with us not winning this one,
Mm.
you guys can expect more from us. You can expect us winning some games that some people are not voting for us to win. So thank you for all the cheering, and we'll be back stronger.
Awesome. Thank you again, Twister. Have a lovely evening, mate. Commiserations on the
You too.
loss there. There he is, Twister. Always a smiling face, always happy. But here's the thing that I take away from that I really like to hear, Tim. Again, we're seeing this where they are saying Furia is going to win those upset games. They are going to show us more. They've already shown us more, in all honesty. Although they suffered that loss in Oregon, right? And that one was a bit of a write-off. The rest of what they've shown us over the course of this stage so far, Tim, which has only been really 2 play days, it's been good.
Yeah, I kept singing the praises in stage 1, if you remember, Jackie. I kept saying that they had that upset in them. It came against NIP when they got the draw. It was a bit of a surprise to everybody, but I know this team has got big results in them, and I would double down on that this stage with the changes they've made and say that it's not going to be a draw, isn't the upset this time. They're going to take points from big teams.
I hope so, and I can't wait to see it. But I can't wait to see our next game that is going to be coming up after the break. It should be a very, very big ruckus maker. I know Jenna is going to love watching this one. It'll be our first glimpse of Team Liquid this season. Join us for that when we come back after the break.
Por todo yo brindo, desde lo feo hasta lo lindo. Tú eres una prueba que el mundo a mí nunca me brindó. Quería casarme, yo tan loco en ilusionarme, creyendo en tus besos y tus caricias. La verdad no fue el culpable. Todo tiene un propósito y dejarme será solo uno más. Siempre a medias no he logrado encontrar mi otra mitad. El tiempo dirá, el tiempo dirá. Y cuando la encuentre de ti no me voy a acordar. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Ahora con quién voy a compartir todas mis noches húmedas. Ahora quién me va a dar los besos como tú los das. Todo es una ilusión y eso lo verás. Tú amabas a Nico pero nunca a Nicolás. Tú eras la oveja mala del rebaño. El vicio de la fama sí me hizo daño. Tantas promesas fueron por el caño, porque lo único que cumplí son años. Chica, si te vas y luego me quieres ver.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Si tú te vas. Día que me falte tu piel. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será? Oh, esa chica quiere selfie, ella quiere ver. Pa' que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, que yo parezca en él. Como que ella quiere, disfruta la noche, algo anormal. Creo que el novio teme que su relación va a terminar. Se da cuenta que no necesita a alguien más. Quiere un selfie para su Instagram.
U is for utility. And it's quite a broad term inside of Siege. We use it to refer to the many tools and pieces of equipment that the attackers and defenders can use to support them in achieving their objective. This can include many things such as frag grenades, flashbangs, smoke canisters. It can be the special, unique gadgets that we talk about, such as Thermite's exothermic chargers or Hibana's X-Kairos pellets. Quite often we will try to monitor the operators and see just how much of that utility they have used and how efficient they have been with it. How successful has it been? What advantage have they managed to squeeze out of it?
Ya me doy el palo, ese empate sí lo desigualo. Le gusta lo honesto y lo malo, me traje un regalo. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, pa' después llegar con un perdón. Quiere janguear y ser de esos pibis que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica quiere selfie, ella quiere ver, pa' que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, lo que quiere es enloquecer.
Puxando a responsabilidade, Retalha.
Olha o perigo!
Segura esse rapaz.
Consegue garantir a rodada num round incrível!
Quatro eliminações nessa rodada, é isso que a gente pode ver.
Jogo na tela pra vocês!
Welcome back, everybody, as we carry on with some more incredible Brazilian bangers here throughout the course of our second play day of Latam for Stage 2. Now, Tim, this one is a bit of a first for two sides. One of them that didn't have the best season, but one of them that definitely impressed every single viewer the entire way through the competition, all the way up to the major. I'm, of course, talking about Santos and Team Liquid.
I'll let you guess which is which, Jackie. I think Team Liquid were very solid throughout the season, but shaky towards the end. This is what we have to point out. Now, I would say, if we're being honest, looking at stage one, I don't think Team Liquid necessarily achieved what they set out to do. Finished second to Team One. Not the end of the world. It gets them into the major. That's where they want to be. But then ended up third place in the major, losing their opening game, winning the lower bracket first round, but then going out against FaZe and not making it through to that grand final. So whilst a reasonably successful season, getting themselves some of those all-important 6 invitational qualification points and a nice little payday to boot, it is certainly not as successful as it could have been. And I'm sure they would have at least liked to be in that grand final of the major, to be fighting things out against NIP, or to have taken the top spot. It just felt like they fell short on both occasions, and I'm sure that it is going to drive their passion to come and show us that they can achieve even more.
Surely. You'd hope so as well, because obviously the amount of talent that's on that roster is ridiculous. They've really been looking super solid in terms of just a core 5. Also, I mean, Palu, just as a human being, as a competitor, he is unreal, really, isn't he? Like, we saw that the whole way through. He even had his moments of madness at the major. He was showing off at every opportunity, Tim, last season.
Oh, it's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying to play against. There can be no other way to put it. It's just, whenever he is still alive and active in a round, it's not over. It could be 1 versus 5, and it's not over. He'll find a way. He will always find a way. And that is the big thing to remember about Palu. He will come out strong at the beginning of rounds. He'll get entry kills. He'll peek onto people. But just overall, his number of kills is absolutely ludicrous.
Mate, it's like the quote from Jurassic Park: life finds a way, but it's just Palu finds a way. He is absolutely outrageous at Siege. And, man, I mean, so's the entirety of the team, really, right? They're all just sickeningly good. All of them stepped up over the course of last stage. I hope that transitions over into this stage. But let's move on to their opponents. Of course, Santos Esports. We have the roster for Santos. Let's kick that up on stream and get a bit of a deeper look at this team.
We have had a couple of changes. I think just the one change. So, no, we've had 2, sorry. Scardenia, Cyprus and Mighty, they are returning from last time around. But you will notice that Dodo is no more, extinct within the team, unfortunately for him. And so is Hellraiser. They have both gone by the by, and we've got RHZ and WAG that have come in. So there's certainly things to be learnt here, Jackie. It's another one of those rosters. We said the same about Furia coming in. Now it's an unknown quantity. What are we going to see from them? They had exciting moments, particularly from Scardenia last season. He was one of those players that could really excite us, but it's going to be a very, very tough start, a baptism by fire for them here today.
Oh, yeah. And by all means, obviously, they didn't have a fantastic season 1. They struggled over the course of stage 1. You have a bit of a roster move. You switch things up. Potentially, this could benefit them. Maybe the new team will be able to gel a bit more, and they'll have more to show us. I do hope so, because the rest of the players did look fairly strong. Cyprus had his moments. Scardina definitely was probably one of the bigger names out of the team. Mighty as well could be mighty at times. It just depends if that will show up, especially against a team like Liquid. This is no walk in the park. This is you thrown in at the deep end from your opening game. It's going to be such a struggle to get even a victory here against Team Liquid, Tim.
It's not an easy start, is it? Looking at, we've mentioned Palu, obviously, but we haven't even said the word Nesk yet, and he speaks for himself. He's, for me, one of the best players and most successful players to ever touch the game. His stats are unreal over the entire course of his career. He really is a special player, a real talisman and one to watch. But for me, I think probably the most impressive performance consistently across the season that I saw was the growth in Sexy Cake. Really involved in a lot of big moments, very consistent, very reliable for the team, and certainly one to watch.
Oh no, Sexy was sick. He really did encompass Sexy Siege. That was the way he played it. He made it look so damn good when he was on the server, and it was really fun. So I hope that continues. I see no reason why he would have dropped off. If he comes out looking anywhere near as good as he did in stage 1, it's going to make these games sick to witness. But we do have to witness where it's going. We've got to figure out where exactly this one is going to be played, Tim. It's about time to step into the veto. You feeling it?
Feeling it.
All right, well, let's have a look. Producer Simon, bring on a map veto. Now, Tim, for this one, do you think you can give me an accurate prediction? Do you reckon you can get the full 2 maps?
Can I get both maps? I don't. It feels like a bit of an attack there, Jackie, but I'm going to let that one slide.
It's a lover's quarrel at most.
Given the compliments that you threw at me on Coastline, I'm going to let that one slide because, you know, there was a little bit of a poem about me going on there. So I'll allow you that. But it's always a tough one with Liquid because they're so capable of playing anywhere. The map pool is extensive, to say the least. So it's, you know, it really is the devil in the deep blue sea trying to pick maps to play against them. I would suggest that Santos are not going to want to see Team Liquid on Consulate, particularly. Nor would Clubhouse be a good idea for them. I think Santos's best chance here is to take them to some off maps. So I think, you know, they will avoid banning out those sort of coastlines, theme parks. They're just going to leave them in the mix and see what happens. So for me, I think we will see either coastline or theme park, and I think cafe. So I'm going to give you them 3. I think it'll be 2 of them 3.
That makes sense. I can see all of those actually coming out. Theme park, yeah, I can see it being played. I feel like it would work. It does play to their strengths. Obviously on Cafe as well, Liquid were damn good a whole way through the season. When they got to play Cafe, they really did have some majestic moments. And of course with Coastline as well, I still remember Sexy Cake going for some wild runouts. We had some of the peaks. They were no stranger to playing a very aggressive defense. And on a map like Coastline, that works if you can do it well. And Team Liquid certainly can.
They absolutely can, like you say. We saw that same aggression out of them on Consulate, and it's for that reason that I think if Santos let Consulate slip through, you know, they're asking for trouble at that point.
Yeah, well, let's see if they are going to be asking for trouble, or if it will be your predictions getting a nice big tick. Simon, bring on the veto. Let's have a look what we're actually going to get for this one. I don't want to dilly-dally. I don't want to waste time. I want to see where this series is going. As I can tell you one thing, it is going to be a banger. It's another best of 2 between Liquid and Santos. As the bands start to come in, Coastline straight out the gate, that's gone. We get rid of Oregon. Cafe also taken out of the mix. All right, Tim. Looks like it's a theme park to start and Consulate to finish.
I've got. I said I think Santos are asking for trouble if they allow Consulate to slip through. I'm surprised that they've come out with the opening Coastline ban. Look, Team 1 beat Liquid on Coastline. We've seen that they are beatable there. So for me, if I'm Santos, I'm thinking ban out Consulate and maybe get to Coastline. You know, let the rest of the bans fall exactly as they are. That may or may not have happened. But ultimately, that's not what we got. I'm once again 50-50 right. I'm at least consistently getting one of the maps. But theme park, that's going to be an interesting opener. We've not seen any theme park yet. It's a map that I've started to quite enjoy. 4 very viable sites, and looking forward to that one.
I love a bit of theme park. I think it is fun. It encompasses, you know, a map for thrill seekers. There's a lot that can go down on it. A lot of cheeky plays that could potentially occur. And over the course of last season, we came to realise just how many of those ridiculous moments could occur in one site, all on Throne Room, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, it's a site that the team sort of got to grips with attacking, but Team Liquid really did struggle attacking onto Throne Room. I remember a couple of attacks where they were just going in from maintenance, they'd breached the double wall, and they were just pushing in through that single location and just getting absolutely rinsed from a shotgun inside of door, usually, just inside the Dragon single door. There'd be a player with a shotgun and a deployable shield there, and they'd just absolutely gun Liquid down as they tried to filter in. They were too slow, basically, about doing what they needed to do, and it was the last 10 seconds try and push in through the breach, and it was very easy for teams to shut down. So I think we need to see some evolution from Team Liquid in terms particularly of how they attack onto there now. By contrast, Team Liquid's attacks onto top floor, particularly onto initiation, were very good. PSK fantastic as ever at getting the diffuser down up there. So a little bit of a tale of 2 halves for Liquid on theme park.
Ooh, well, like a starter Pokemon getting to level 16, Tim, it's time for them to evolve. Hopefully, we'll see if they have been able to evolve, of course, through time of the off-season as well. We got a little bit more time with Team Liquid, of course, with their run at the Major, but they've still had just as long as everyone else has. The bar across the entire league appears to have been raised up a few notches, so hopefully the same can be said about Liquid coming into this. And as a benchmark, if you're basically putting one of our top 3 teams against Santos in the opening ringer, this should pretty much be an easy one. If all things go the way they should, Liquid should just take this as what it is. A matchup where they can turn up, decimate, and prove how big the skill gap is between these two sides straight from the get-go.
Absolutely. If we're looking at Team Liquid, and as I said earlier, they might have hoped for an extra 5% last stage on what they achieved. It was, very good. There's nothing wrong with third at the major. There's nothing wrong with second in the league. It's a good turnout also. But a team like Team Liquid, they are looking for top one. They are looking for titles. It's as simple as that. That is their competitive nature. And these are the sort of matches that they have to come out and just pick up 3 points. Simple as that. There is no other option for them.
And of course, we asked, as we always do, what our viewers at home are thinking about this game. The community response is an overwhelming one for Team Liquid. 91%, only 9% really in favour of either a draw or Santos taking this. The vast majority of the whole community here that do enjoy a bit of Latam Lunacy, Tim, are flying the blue colours for Team Liquid.
They've got a lot of fans, we know that. They are led very capably by Jenna, but there is an absolute army behind of Liquid fans, and that shows quite clearly. To be honest, I think anybody with, any Siege knowledge at all would look at this and think it should be a Liquid victory. But we've said that a couple of times between Thursday and today, Jackie, and Latam so far is turning up surprise after surprise. And like I say, Liquid certainly need to show us different form to what they did at the end of stage one. They showed at the end of stage one that they can be vulnerable.
Oh, yeah, they definitely did. I think that's why it's so hard as well, because it's bringing back kind of the age-old that we had over the course of last season, where towards the end we realised we just shouldn't predict the expected, because half the time with Latam it doesn't happen. Something miraculous just occurs, something crazy lines up, and the team that you think's out of the running straight away somehow win it. In this environment though, I think this is one that goes against that, and it will be a little bit more predictable. I don't see how Team Liquid really should lose it. In my mind, it should be a clean 2-0. Is there room for at least Santos to come out, flex their muscles a little bit, show how the new roster looks? Absolutely. I hope that the roster changes have been worthwhile, because they had a lot of spunk. They had a lot of potential back in stage one, Tim. It just felt like they didn't have the final piece of the puzzle. Maybe with the roster changes, they found it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We've seen it for Furia. Novice and Lender have come in and they've done extremely well since they've had those two on board, and it really has been transformational for them. Will that happen again? Will we get the same outcome here with Santos? Time will tell. Theme Park is their big opportunity, Jackie. They need to come out strong here.
And we are going into that vast land of opportunity right here, right now. We're stepping into Theme Park. Please get your QR codes ready on your phone. Turn up your brightness and scan it on your way in. Single file, one at a time. Please keep some distance between you, because we are going into a banging matchup here on Theme Park. Liquid versus Santos is about to get underway. Liquid will be on the defense to start. We've got Santos over on the attacking, aggressing side. Tim, do you think this is just going to be a Liquid lockdown to start us off, mate? They're going to carry on from where they left off?
I'm not so sure, Jackie. As I say, we saw them struggling on and off on Theme Park, and they're going to have to show us something different to what we've seen from them before here. And Santos, like I say, they certainly have an opportunity to take advantage of that now. We've got Thatcher and Carly going out on the bans, so that suggests to me that Kaid will follow. Not too much of a surprise. They beat me to it, simply because obviously they've lost a lot of that ability to clear off electrification. So Kaid going by the by. I think we'll see one of the normal sort of mute echo, sorry, not mute, mirror or echo. I was going to say it wouldn't surprise me to see something a bit unusual like a mute or a bandit because of that double electrical gadget denial ban there. But it is mirror that comes out, so no huge surprises there.
All right, so standard stuff. Also, of course, sticking to the trend that we aren't really seeing the two newest ops taken out of commission. They've been getting a lot of love over the course of Latam so far. I think we've seen much more Ace than we have Malusi. She's had moments where she's cropped up and been a bit of a nuisance maker, but for the most part, it's just been everyone loving the Ace.
Yeah. We've certainly not seen maybe as much Malusi as we might have expected. It's certainly played its part. The Banshee gadget has had its moments whereby it's been impactful. And I've already mentioned it before. I'll mention it again. We saw it used on Oregon. It's certainly something you can probably take away to your ranked games, I would have thought. Banshee on the wall, halfway up the cache stairs, the red stairs that go up to CCTV and cache, and then a Wamai magnet up on the roof above it. And it just made it very difficult to deal with, because as soon as any projectile goes in to try and clear that Banshee off the wall, it just gets sucked up onto the roof, detonates with no problem, and the Banshee remains. And they found it very, very difficult to push up the stairs. So in conjunction with other utility like that, very effective. I know there's some concerns about the fact that Banshee can only be destroyed in very specific ways, and it's difficult to actually approach it, because if for anybody who doesn't know, what the gadget does is once you get within its radius, it slows you down 25% initially, and when you get really close to it, it slows you down 50%. So it is quite a significant slowdown. But that said, it's not too dissimilar to how teams deal with things like Maestro cams, and they are largely able to deal with them. That's what we've seen so far. So I don't think it's necessarily had as much impact. It is a very oppressive gadget in terms of trying to play through it. If you get caught up in it, it's very, very oppressive. But so far, from what we've seen when it has been brought, it's been used very well once or twice, but it's also been cleared out reasonably easily as well.
Yeah, when it's been played, if it's played well and it's played in a choke point or a position where you can maximize the use of that slow effect, then it's brilliant and you can win those rounds. But for the most part, it's been few and far between. Much like your current record this season, Tim, for winning rehost riddles. Do you want another chance, another shot in the dark before we get back into this one?
Hit me with it, Jackie. I am ready. I need to get a win on the board now. I'm feeling like that team that's struggling to get into the season. And as I always say, you've got to get running at some point.
All right, well, Simon, let's get this one running. We've got some fancy new graphics to show it off. We'll bring out the newest rehost riddle. This time around, Tim, before Mount Everest was discovered, what was the highest mountain on Earth?
Before Mount Everest was discovered, what was the highest mountain on Earth? Now, I'm labouring through this to give chat a second, Jackie, because as you know, sometimes my brain pops immediately to the answer, and the answer is Mount Everest, Jackie. It's still the tallest, even though it wasn't discovered. Bada bing, you've thrown me an easy one, and I've knocked it out of the park.
He smashed it. He's finally coming with a victory. It was, of course, Mount Everest. That's like the classic ones, Tim. I thought I'd go for one of the easier ones. It was either that, right? Or I could have said, what weighs more? A pound of feathers or a pound of bricks?
Both the same. Are you giving me that one as well? Because that makes me 2 for 2.
I don't think that one counts. I think that was more of a throwaway. Everyone's heard that
I'm
one.
2 for 2.
He's cheating the season. Right,
I've got to check wins where I can get them.
The rehost riddle standings, we'll get those updated and ready for next week. But well done, Tim. You got that one right. I'll give it to you. You were tactically thinking about Mount Everest. And I'll tell you what, this next game could be a bit of a mountain, potentially a mountain of bodies if we see Liquid playing up to the caliber we expect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to have a look. I'm just going to bring up on my stats now. Let me bring them across here so I'm looking at the right screen at least. So Team Liquid so far, if we have a look back at stage 1, which is what I want to do, just to see exactly how they did on Theme Park. Like I say, I know that we saw them have a couple of struggles on there, but the important thing is what were the results, and it's 1 win, 1 loss. So that sort of tells you all you need. It is a really mixed bag for them, and they are definitely beatable on there. If we have a look at who it was that beat them, let's have a look at the 2. Was it Furia or was it Team 1? It was Team 1, 7-4 as I remember. So they were successful against Furia, but what was the result on there against them? It was 7-3. So reasonably convincing when they sort of found their way, but when challenged by Team 1, they did struggle, and it was particularly on the attack. So Santos, for me, I think they need to come in here. They need to have a strong defence. They need a 4-2 half as a minimum, really. And the last thing they want is to be going into conceal at a map down. So very important Theme Park.
Yeah, Theme Park kind of decides the whole series straight from the bat. I think no matter what, Consulate should really be a Team Liquid victory. We'll see. We'll see if they're going to end up in a watery grave or if maybe Santos will be able to do some damage. It looks like we're almost ready to get back into this one, and we are going in game. No more full starts. Hopefully, we should be ready to rumble. Please keep your arms and legs inside the ride vehicle at all times, Tim, as we're going back into Theme Park.
Safety first, Jackie. Always safety first. And that is something that Santos need to think about here, because if they don't, Team Liquid, they could be waiting like that strut of a roller coaster, just holding the ride up, ready to clip at hands and feet that are left outside the car, Jackie. And Team Liquid will break limbs off you very, very quickly.
Oh, mate, don't do it. That'd be like going to Chesington World of Adventure, going on the vampire ride and extending your legs. It's a bad move. Just don't do it. Silly.
I'd probably be fine.
Yeah, well, I suppose
My
so.
legs are very short.
We'd have to give you some high heels, Tim.
I might lose them, but it ain't going to be touching my legs. I'm not worried.
I'd love that. A little animation of you on the vampire ride, just wearing high heels. They just go flying off. You're there going, what? What's happened?
Just get clipped as I'm going over a piece of scenery. But the legs are fine.
Oh, that's all that matters.
They're
And
nowhere near long enough.
Oh, no, not at all. Not the base legs. Maybe if we get you a little expansion, but for now, the vanilla Tim legs are fine. Oh, mate. Right. Hopefully this one's going to be fine as well. Better than fine, even. As we go into Theme Park, Tim. First opening round, of course, Liquid. They're on the defense. Santos, they will be your attackers for this one. Genuinely, I think it's rough as well. For Santos, of course, coming in on the attack. I don't know if that even favours them at all. Scardina was always good on the entry, but when you're trying to get past the team of Team Liquid that can hold angles like no one else, it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, as I say, you know, Liquid on the defence. Again, hit and miss, really, in Stage 1 over the 2 times that we saw them play Theme Park. Bunk Daycare, Armory, Throne Room were their 2 strongest sites. 66% win ratio on both. They were completely unsuccessful at defending Initiation and Office. But I'm sure that they've been doing some work on the map. You know, we talk about map pools over and over, and it's all about having as broad a map pool as you can. You don't want to be coming into maps thinking, you know, we don't want to play here, because that is when you lose them effectively. So I'm sure Liquid have been doing some work on Theme Park and just developing themselves a little bit more. I think it's a really nice competitive map, so I don't think it's going anywhere soon. Teams are better off getting to grips with this, because there are 4 very viable sites. There's a lot of variety available, and I, for one, I think it'll be sticking around, and I really like it.
No, it's good. It's enjoyable. I think it has a different flavour to a lot of the other maps that are in the pool as well. So, personally, I hope we get to see some of that flavour coming out. Nesk, he's a very flavourful man. He gives us a hefty handful of it. Ooh, digest that. It tastes like death.
It really does, Nesk. Absolutely deleting Rise out of the round. That's the sort of kill that worries me, Jackie, if I'm Santos, because it's not just an entry frag. It's not just we've lost somebody. It's Nesk strafing across, clipping a headshot, and just decimating somebody that probably shouldn't have lost their life in that gunfight. And if that's how Nesk is starting, then how is he going to finish? Because as soon as that man gets his confidence up, you're in big trouble, top and bottom of it. He's going to run all over you. And right now, that's the sort of start that leads to those sort of performances for him.
I mean, it was definitely saucy. Like, you could, you know.
Oh, that's got lashings of ketchup on it, Jackie.
Oh, mate, genuinely. Ketchup, mayonnaise. This man is the human embodiment of burger sauce.
Certainly is, and tasty treats he is delivering left and right in this server, and if he gets any opportunity, he will do more. Now, good progress from Santos on the attack. They've got Ace in, and they've got that wall opened up, but how about that for a well-timed smoke just right onto Mighty? He takes a lungful of that noxious gas, only does a little bit of damage, manages to move himself away quite quickly, but there's a lot of focus towards that breach at the minute from Team Liquid, but very little damage done so far, except for Scardina deleting Nesk headshot from across the map onto those cafe stairs, and that's going to be the Jaeger gone by the by. But with only 20 seconds left to go, this is going to come down to one of those very late round pushes that I was talking about. It'll all be through the breach. Out comes the nitro from Moringa onto Wag, gonna take him down. PSK, Sexy Kate getting in on the action. It's the shotgun on the breach. It is the absolute hallmark of this site. And there comes Moringa to finish things off. SMG to the noggin takes Cyprus off the board. Team Liquid take round number 1, and they look pretty good for it.
Clean, Super clean the whole way through. They have wiped the floor with Santos there into that encounter. Obviously, you get the opening pick from that point. They played the trade game. They turtled up. They didn't get overly aggressive. The next frag came through, but it didn't matter because you're then pushing into a site that we know can be a little bit volatile to get control of at the best of times, up against Team Liquid that are foaming at the mouth, ready for the next encounter. And they encountered a terrifying sight. They pushed their way in, they get overpowered, the shotgun was on point, good use of utility as well with the nitros getting chucked out. They just pick them to pieces.
I think we're going to be heading to bunk and daycare, if my Portuguese serves me well, which, very limited though it may be, it certainly does, and that will be the site for round number 2. Team Liquid coming in to defend it. It looks like we're going to see a little bit of an extension out into Initiation and Office. We've got Moringa just applying a mute jammer there to the Office wall. So usually we see a man playing in or around the vault with a deployable shield. Wouldn't surprise me too much. The rotation there has been made to allow whoever is playing in there out of vault. So I would expect to see somebody there. Sexy Cake just heading out with the Whammer. So basically what they're trying to achieve here, Team Liquid, is they're extending their defense up into Initiation and Office, because generally speaking, an attacking push onto Bunk and Daycare is going to come from that Initiation and Office side. Teams are going to try and push in through Cash Room and top of Dragon Stairs, and then they're going to move across the map, clear out any defenders they find along the way, until ultimately they are pushing into site, where generally they'll try and get the diffuser down in the bunk room. But by pushing forward, Team Liquid are taking an aggressive stance, and they're just trying to hold that defense right high up in the faces of Santos and not let them get too established in the map. They're going to be able to get into cash, they're going to be able to get into control, but that is all they will get before they start getting challenged.
Challenging is what the entire game is going to be from Santos. The first round, I think, really does give us a little bit of a taster of the way it's likely to go, where Liquid were just dominant from the opening moments. This time around, at least, they've burnt essentially through a minute, but they haven't found too much off the back of that. They're using a lot of time, but they're not really gaining any map control or being able to establish an early on opening pick. Team Liquid, they hold strong. Nesk, he's in a fairly effective angle here as well, towards the showers. He will either be dropping someone if they push through, or he'll be left essentially like a bit of a puddle in the corner of the showers if he's unlucky. For now, dashes back after spotting out one of the drones, also has the access point here towards the stairway as well. That's a lovely little angle. He could really cause some commotion unless he's scouted out.
Sexy Cake just holding that high line. We can see that the reinforced wall has been breached. Still playing in behind that Goyo shield. The ADS just coming in clutch there to take the nade out of the sky before it can explode. He knows exactly where the men are. Falls back to his second line of defense. Now, from here, he can allow the Goyo shield to be taken out. The smoke canister will come in, but will not really prevent Sexy Cake from holding what he wants to here. He's just going to move inside the door now. There's a man inside. He's completely unaware. He has to lose his life there, and that's the opener for Mighty. Well played, moving in through that smoke, just taking the opportunity with that reduced visibility to get in there without Sexy Cake being aware, and by pushing up, aggressing past that second line of defense of the deployable shield, he left himself in a very vulnerable spot. Nesk, it will be stepping up, leveling things out. 4 versus 4 squared off as he takes Scardenia out. And that now leaves us with 35 seconds left. And Santos, they need to get moving here.
That's why it scares me as well, because Santos, this is looking so much like the initial round. And again, you're coming into a site where you don't have much time. You have to walk into choke points. You have to walk into the unknown. And they will be going into the fray. Look at the nitro going flying. We catch it from the doorway as it causes disarray. Mighty's been blown to bits. There's a kill back, but it's not going to be enough, as it seems like it's going to be a grade A play from Team Liquid. Although, in the distance, Nesk doesn't miss the initial counter. Cypress, he grabs the diffuser, but he's got to get it open. Oh, Tim, he drops it down. He can't crack it open and begin the plant. It doesn't matter as time is up. You might have still been in the round, but you're out of the runnings.
just unable to get the diffuser down now. Anybody watching wondering what was going on there? I think it's probably because he was so close to the bomb chassis. Sometimes you will find if you are right up against it effectively, I think what is happening is there's not physically space for the animation. I could be completely wrong in this. It's just something that I've experienced once or twice, and it seems to be the case that you just don't have room for that sort of physical animation of the diffuser going down in front of you, and it just takes a step or two back. But when you've got 1 second left on the clock, it doesn't leave you the wiggle room to do that, and we are working with fine margins here, which Santos find out to their detriment. Now, of course, there was still a Liquid player left alive as well, so as soon as that diffuser starts going down, it's in the default spot. The clock is on 0. The Liquid player knows that they can just push forward and take the kill. So very unlikely that that actually cost Santos the round. It was likely to be over anyway. But solid performance from them. They didn't get rocked too hard. They managed to get that opening kill from Sexy Cake. It bounced backwards and forwards, but they certainly kept themselves competitive in the round. Team Liquid, however, managed to get a scrappy one over the line, and that is what it takes. As I say time and time again for championship sides, it's not just about winning the easy ones. You've got to be able to take the scrappy rounds as well.
I mean, that's why it's so upsetting that the round ended in that fashion as well, right? Because it was a good opportunity for them to pick up a clutch round, put Team Liquid into a bit of a more unstable position, at least keep the game close, go 1-1. And then it all goes a little bit Pete-Tong in the last few seconds. You can't get down the diffuser. You can't get anything else out of it. And it's soul-crushing. You lose a round like that, it is a bit of a tilter. So hopefully they can reset, give their heads a wobble, and come back in fresh for round 3. Continue on with the style of play they've been showing as well, because they can hit shots. We know they can back it up. We need to see if the newcomers to the roster can also display the same level of confidence that we've seen over the course of Stage 1 from Scardina, from Mighty, from Cyprus. They've all been big dogs, especially Scardina. He is no stranger to ripping heads off when it comes to getting those initial entry frags on the Ash. Let's see who will be winning that opening duel this time around, though, when push comes to shove. At this point, almost down towards the 2-minute mark here on the third round, Team Liquid, they're going to be looking to secure themselves, at minimum, these first 3 rounds on the spin to give themselves a good buffer, Tim.
Palu a little bit quiet so far. We spoke about him at the beginning of things. We're only 2 rounds in. There's plenty of time for him to get himself rolling, but we haven't really seen too much of an impact from him so far. It's been Nesk getting particularly aggressive and holding those high lines, but Sexy Cake it will be this time on the Wamai right up there against that east wall there, just absolutely, completely and utterly denying any easy entry for these Santos players in towards site. Now, sometimes you sort of get the reverse of what you see on the Bunk and Daycare sighting. You actually get a west side push coming through Bunk and Daycare to push onto Initiation and Office. But more and more, we seem to be seeing this sort of direct push from the east side. Just try and get into cash, try and get yourself established in control as well, and then move through directly into site. It is certainly a shorter path. There is a little bit less resistance there, but resistance is being met, and 2 minutes wasted here so far for Santos, not really making any great progress. They've only just got themselves established inside the map. You can see there has been quite a bit of focus from Team Liquid over on the cafe side as well, so they are well aware that this could be a push from 2 directions. But as it stands, it seems like Santos, they are just spearheading this through one sole direction, and that is the east side.
And that's why it's terrifying me a little bit. I'm getting worried for them because this appears to be the play they've gone for a couple of times already. They're bottlenecking themselves, walking into choke points and being choked because of it. The man that wants to do some damage, though, is Sexy Cake. As he swings, he'll take a bite right out of Rise and instead start to raise the chance of Santos getting around. They go for the plant. They're attempting to risk it. They have actually got cover for this. Unless Sexy goes for a wide swing here, they might be able to pull it off. He shuts down one of them, but he can't get the follow-up. He's instead finally put to rest. Mighty can also be revived from this state. He's down but not out. But I tell you who is out of it. The likelihood of Santos getting this one. One by one, they all crumble like a biscuit that's gone a bit stale. Santos have dropped out in the round. Liquid will get the defuse, only losing Sexy. That's a 4-man round to pick up their 3rd so far here on Theme Park.
Yep, the Santos attack had been dunked in a brew a few too many times there. Jackie in the bottom half just found itself at the bottom of the mug, waiting for a teaspoon to try and come and scoop it out. And that teaspoon was Team Liquid. I'll bet that they've never been never quite been compared to a teaspoon digging out a hobnob from the bottom of a brew before, Jackie.
I mean, here's the thing though, right? That is a genuine problem. It's one of those where you can be a fan of Dunker. Some people aren't Dunkers. I am a Dunky myself. I do enjoy getting the biscuit in there. But if you leave it in too long, you run the risk of it just going horribly wrong. At that point, what are you doing? You've ruined the tea. You've ruined the biscuit, Tim. It's a nightmare. Start again.
See, for me, I'm not much of a brew drinker, Jackie, so my dunking efforts are generally isolated to glasses of nice cold milk. I don't know if you've ever tried dipping a biscuit in a bit of milk, but something, a lighter coloured biscuit I generally find. Obviously, you don't want to be whacking any chocolate in there or anything, but, something nice and easy you can pop in there and, very tasty.
See, now you say that, but I feel like you say a chocolate hobnob would be very good dunked in a glass of milk. I reckon
Only one way to find out. Only one way to find out. I was thinking like my go-to is something like a malted milk.
Ooh. Well, if you at home are a donkey or a fan of chocolate hobnobs, tweet at us, #BR6, and let us know for our new segment, The Biscuit Breakdown. Send in your tweets and we'll have a look.
Producer Simon's panicking, trying to get some graphics together.
Oh, right. Well, let's give a bit of a breakdown for anyone that might have just joined us and is curious about what the biscuit conversation is about. It's because Team Liquid are smashing it right now. They've come out strong. They've been able to pick up 3 rounds on the spin here against Santos on the attack. They get a couple of entry frags. It's not as if they're not even hitting their shots. It's just they're leaving themselves with no time for the execution. They're not forcing out utilities. They're going up against a side that can turtle on site, play the trade game, and most likely win it with no time to waste. It just feels a bit rushed, Tim. They've gone through choke points countless times now, and they're not finding any success here on Santos.
Absolutely not. Now, we can see WAG is making early progress once again towards that maintenance wall. It was something that they did very well, Santos, last time around when they were attacking Throne Room back in round number 1, is they got that maintenance wall open nice and early. They've got the Maverick approaching as well with Mighty, so the potential is there for Ace once again to get that wall breach, but ultimately they suffered what is becoming a cardinal sin of Throne Room, and that is ultimately pushing through that breach solely, because all that happens is you get one man on the opposite wall with an SMG, you get one man tight on the breach wall with a shotgun, and it is good night. It's just one after another as you filter in. There needs to be pressure from somewhere else. I feel like the pressure either needs to come from Barrel Room, which is directly opposite, or even from the corridor on the north wall. You just need another breach into sight, even if you don't plan to use it, just to force the defenders to look somewhere else, because Team Liquid suffered to this a number of times last season, and they've taken that information with aplomb and just started utilising it themselves.
Oh, what's worrying me already is I feel like we are just going to have history repeat itself once more here from Santos, because already you've got nearly 60 seconds left. You're not giving yourself an abundance of time to play with. You're also going up against Team Liquid. They can lock down a site with ease, and hopefully this might be a round where we get to see a little bit more of Palu flex his muscles. He's not really needed to have one of his stellar, normal, gigantic impacts into the game. He's been allowed to have a bit of a quiet one. But right now, on the roam, he could put some players to bed, looking more like the Sandman than a Goyo. Chucks out the Nitro. This will give away his position. They are holding on the angle, but the flank comes in. Perfect timing as the teamwork is there. The old bait and switch with Nesk to backstab onto Rise. You've now lost out on your Nomad. There goes the Maverick, and it just keeps on going from bad to worse. It's down into a 2 versus 3 now. Cypress and Scardina, the last 2 remaining on the side of Santos. Can they somehow slap Liquid in the face and bring this one back into a winnable position? If so, they have to react quick. They need to get onto site and put Moringa to bed. The mute that cannot be silenced switches it out to Big Papa Pump, but he won't get a chance to use it because Sexy's caught him on the rotate. Cypress getting into the last remaining firefight, but instead you've got to dash out of there because the round is done.
Easy for Liquid, essentially, in round 4. I hope that I'm right in this play, Jackie. The Nitro coming out from Palu was purely to distract Rise. It was purely to draw attention, and you could just see Nesk moving around the back of him. It was absolutely beautiful. It shows the level of understanding between these two players. And, you know, we've both said Palu's had a little bit of a quiet one so far. He's 3 kills in 3 rounds. He's still not doing bad. It's just that is a little bit quiet by his standard. You know, he's still in there doing the work, and he's facilitating Nesk at this point. Just out goes the nitro. A lot of noise gets made. It draws the eye of the attacker. Rise looks over. What's that? Is the push coming from that direction? Not only that, but it covers footsteps. That explosion, that level of noise, it happens with gunfire as well. You just put down some cover in gunfire, and it just helps to distort that sound of Nesk approaching from behind, and then it is the freest kill he's ever going to have into the back of Rise. Beautifully worked from them two.
Well, that's the fact, right? Like a contact play like that, where you kind of played off his contact, because as soon as that nitro went off, I think he expected the push to then come around afterwards. He fires out some warning shots. You've then got the read, and Ness can just rock up like the life of the party and put him to bed. He turned the lights out, then the entire round just exploded into commotion. Liquid clean up like they do. And again, it just comes down to them playing really solid defensive angles. Their crossfires are on point. We saw that when Moringa was finally tested towards the site. He donned the shotty, and it seemed like maybe we're going to have a chance for him to unload some of the slugs. Didn't need to, because of course the angle's covered. Sexy, playing from all the way across, had a clear line of sight. As soon as they get the read, he's being pushed. Bob's out, takes him down. Bob's your uncle, you've got another round. And they've got more than just one round. They have 4 in the bank already here. It's been a flawless defense so far. But at this point, where's it end? Where'd you finally actually make them come unstuck, Tim, and give a round over to Santos? Can they get around?
It's going to be a big ask, top and bottom of it. You know, we have to paint a picture as accurately as we can, and right now, even getting a round off this Liquid team is going to be a mountain to climb, and you've just seen the level of coordination that they've got. You know, they've really come back strong. This is what we wanted to see from Team Liquid. They needed to come in here showing that slight dip in form at the wrong time of the stage last time around in stage 1 was just that, a dip in form, and they are ready to fight for this one, and they've come back, if anything, more motivated, and that is exactly how they look at the minute. They just look absolutely electric. There is nothing that Santos can do to disrupt them, and I'm at a loss now for what Santos can do differently here. They need to go in and just try and take a couple of gunfights and get themselves at least a man advantage. Even getting the diffuser hasn't been, you know, getting that down and active on the ground hasn't been enough so far.
Oh, man. Crazy, crazy stuff so far. This has looked solid from Team Liquid. But of course, we want your opinion on the game. You can speak to us and let us know. We've been hard at work getting it implemented, but we can now also bring up your thoughts and feelings on stream if you use the hashtag BR6. Tweet in to me and Tim and let us know how you feel about it, as we do have a tweet that has just come in, Tim. Let's
right
go
on cue.
Hashtag BR6. Have a look at that.
Bringing all the mod cons, Jackie. All the bells and whistles are coming to English-speaking Latam.
Oh, mate, we like to keep it funky, we like to keep it fresh, and we're doing that on a day-by-day basis here with the show. Unfortunately, I don't think you could describe the play that's come out so far from Santos as fresh. It looks a little bit aged, whereas Team Liquid, they are certainly the ones that have a beautiful coat of blue paint all over them.
Pushing forward, 30 seconds to go. It will be Palu who opens up this round with a kill onto Scardinia. That's going to be the Ash off the board. And once again, you just don't feel like there's anywhere near enough progress being made by Santos here for them to even think about being in a position to get the diffuser down. We've got Echo drones still in action. We've got 5 Liquid operators. We've got Sexy Cake absolutely itching with that Nitro in hand. Nesk and Palu just going wild. Mighty will trade him out, but you just have to think it's too little too late. Nesk with another 2 to finish off a 3k on the round. That was the Nesk and Palu show, as Theme Park is certainly turning into one step at a time. Look at that. That's experience talking for you. He knows that a second is going to push him from the side, and he just keeps mouse 1 held down and picks up a double.
Man. Tim, last season we spoke about the idea of having those mythical games. You know, we were saying about unicorn games. If you have a flawless 7-0, It looks like it's doable. It looks like it very well could crop up at this point. If they go through to have a flawless defense half, I wouldn't be surprised if they came out swinging. They've got the tempo. They've got the confidence. Liquid are looking just as good as where they left off last season. Still, really a sight to behold.
Heading into initiation again, and there is of course an important roster move that we haven't actually mentioned as of yet, Jackie. It does impact Team Liquid. It's not something that you can see on your screen specifically, but for anybody who is unaware, Team Liquid did make, I won't say necessarily a roster change, but I will say that they made an addition to the roster in the break, and that is that Mav, who left FaZe, moved across to Team Liquid. He has, I believe, primarily joined the coaching staff at Team Liquid. He is there to bring something to the table in the back room, but is also there as an optional sixth player as well. So it could be over the stage. We don't know exactly how that is going to work out. We don't know whether that has been with an intention of when maybe a player is unavailable for some reason, I don't know, just to cover it, in case there was a sickness or something, he's available, or whether there is actually an intention to rotate him in for games here and there to give other players a break. Not sure at this point, but it's certainly, it's never going to harm your team, is it? Bringing in a player like Mav with his sort of experience, adding him to your backroom staff, it's just going to be another strengthening move.
Oh, mate, it's such a blessing, right? Genuinely, he was such a nice guy over the course of last season. Not only that, he can back it up inside and out of the server with just how damn smart he is about Siege. So that's a huge asset to have. If you plop him into that roster, if there's ever a time where you need an outside perspective, obviously, sometimes when you are in that the core 5, it's hard. You tunnel vision in. You don't notice where the mistakes can be coming from. Having Mav there on the sidelines to analyze those demos, look back on the VODs and understand where exactly you can alter things is fantastic for a team like Liquid, and could potentially be the edge they need to go that next step, to get themselves another level up in the overall world scene of Siege. And they're already at the top, so it's a huge move to make.
It is, and I think, it's something that we are seeing from the top teams, is this sort of continued expansion towards facilities, looking at somebody like Dark Zero in the NA League, of course, or, whether it be rosters, whether it be backroom staff. Obviously, a team like G2 have got Shas and Sua both working together, and it seems to be an extension that we really are seeing time and time again across the top teams. So Liquid certainly keeping themselves at pace with that, but it's definitely an interesting angle to take on it, to bring somebody in who really has that playing ability as well, and has played at the absolute top tier. So you just give yourself that additional option. Now Cyprus takes an option there onto Sexy Cake and will shut him down, and that's going to open things up for Santos. This could be the start that they need to pick up a round. Nesk going down as well. 5 versus 3 now. It's the first time we've seen this sort of advantage in the hands of Santos. Wag once again very focused on getting that diffuser down, does so in the office site this time around. Has a couple of men covering him as he does that, and then out comes that extension of the shield, and it's going to make it very difficult for Team Liquid to retake this. As you can see, the battle lines are drawn, and we've got Team Liquid on the bottom half of the map, pushing into Santos on the top. Now, this Monty challenge from Palu could be a very important moment. PSK will take down Cyprus. The big enemy here could be the clock. Palu deals with the Monty, and all of a sudden we are in a switcheroo. 3 versus 1 now for Liquid. It's time to get onto that diffuser. PSK shuts down Rise, and how about that? 3 versus 5. There is nothing to stop this Liquid team right now.
How do you give them that retake? They're at a disadvantage. You're in a position where you've got everything in your corner. You've got to draw a line in the sand and make that be your first round. The fact Liquid have been able to pull that back, essentially, Tim, have been gifted 1 versus 1s, is mind-blowing to me. It goes to show, obviously, Liquid, fair play, retake like that, it does take a lot of skill coming from them, but there's mistakes that have been made there from Santos. They've gave him an in, they've gave him an inch, and Team Liquid, they have taken an absolute mile. 6-0 at the half, coming in fresh now, ready to potentially close this one down as a unicorn game, as a flawless victory. 7-0 if they get this next round. This is all it rides on.
The big question that has to be asked there, Jackie, is not only was it a 5 versus 3, but you had a Montagna alive as well. That that just whacks a multiplier on top of it. You know, once the diffuser is down, having a Monty on the board is massive. He allowed himself to be cornered in office by Palu. Even then, in a 1v1, it's still generally 50-50. Monty, you know, quite often comes out on top of those because it is tricky to deal with him. You've got to get in there and you've got to melee the shield to get him to drop the shield, or you've sort of got to try and bait him into dropping it himself to try and take the pistol shot onto you, or to try the melee himself. And Palu's just dealt with that fantastically. I mean, let's be honest, being stuck in a room with Palu is probably the last place on earth that you want to be, whether you're Montagnero or not, because you know that he's got the ability to deal with that situation. But even still, that's a big throwaway from Santos there. That really should have been around for them. At 5 versus 3 with a Monty alive, you're not going to see that very often.
No, they gave them 1v1s. They didn't play to the strength of the operator picks they had coming into it. And obviously, you know, I don't want to harp on and say that it was full of mistakes, but it was full of mistakes. It could have been their first round. It should have been their first round. Now, Team Liquid, you're set up to just behead this, slay the beast here on the first map between Santos, and walk away with a flawless 7-0 victory. And honestly, with how they've been playing, I think at this point, it will most likely end in that 7-0 manner. We're going in to the final round of the game here. If Team Liquid can shut it down, there needs to be a massive response from Santos. In terms of the timing, we're down to about 2 minutes and 10 seconds. They've got map control. This is a fairly standard take from Team Liquid in the way they play it over towards the Dragon Stairs, where they will charge in. You get the 3 player grouped up. Also, you've got Sexy on the Monty, and he is incredibly effective at being that human shield to let you get entry frags. He'll walk in, take the focus, take the damage, and set you up for success when it comes to getting an opening kill.
The big hope for Santos here is the sighting question. As I said last time around, Team Liquid did struggle attacking onto Throne. There is no two ways about it. We saw them play Theme Park twice in the regular stage of Stage 1, and they only had a 25% win rate. They attacked here 4 times and lost 3 of them. So that is the hope for Santos here, that they can get them. So they just have to take this one round at a time now. That's their absolute only option, is to just come in and focus on each one, make it 6-1, and try to fight back to 6-2, so on and so forth, and see exactly where they can get. You don't even start thinking about the comeback until you're maybe 6-4 on the board. Right now, Team Liquid are taking their time. They still don't have the reinforcement off. It's getting very risky for PSK to keep going in here and trying to drop this reinforcement. As you can see, he's just trying to figure out exactly which strut it is that hasn't been burnt through, but with 50 seconds left on the clock, there is still work to be done, and this basically sums up very well Team Liquid's attacking history on this night, I think.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we basically seen exactly that play, right? Where they've been grinded to a halt by this wall and struggled to find their way in. At least now they've been able to deal with it, they can open it up and give a shield side hole for the Monty to push through. But let's see if there's going to be some major mistakes or some massive Monty moves. Wagyu going sick there on the entry, finds the headshot onto Sexy, but there's a trade back from Palu, a man whose name we've not actually said that much throughout the course of this map just yet, but this might be one of those rounds for Palu the Punisher to arrive on the scene. Utility getting thrown out, but it's not doing too much when it comes to actually hitting your shots. Papa Pump was donned, but it's not going to connect. It's all falling to pieces. It's on Palu in a 1 versus 3. He's got to push out. He needs to get the kills because the round is over. You can't find the diffuser. You can't get the picks. They concede a round, and Santos at least deny having this be a flawless 7-0 game.
Well, that's something for them, and as I say, you can only take things one round at a time now. Team Liquid's torrid time on Throne continues as they fail once again to get a victory on the attack there. It is a site that they really need to go away and have a look at. And as I say, those attacks through that maintenance breach, Jackie, it's all we seem to see in Latam, but the success of it is really, really limited. And I'd like to see teams just developing to get a little bit more ground floor control, so that they can open up the North Wall and just see what happens. Because if you remember when Team Liquid were defending in there, it was pretty much defended by Sexy Kate back on that opposite side. And whilst that North Wall is closed, defenders are always just going to sit in there on that side because there's just no challenge onto them. There are small areas of the ceiling above them, so that's another option. Get in there, destroy that floor from upstairs and see if you can get a line of sight down onto them. But something needs to be done when attacking Throne and Armory to disrupt the defenders that are in there, because so often they are just able to hold angles We've just seen it on the replay there, just able to hold those tight angles onto the breach, and they know that all the pressure is going to come from there. So attacking wise, not just Team Liquid, I'd say throughout Latam, I want to see some more options there onto Throne and Armory.
Yeah, they need to come up with a new execute, because I mean that one literally fails more than we've ever seen success, which is hard as well, because you think at how good normally Team Liquid are at adapting and making even uncomfortable rounds work. We've just seen that go wrong far too many times for it to still be their bread and butter execute on towards Throne Room. I don't know. Obviously, early doors doesn't really matter too much in the sense of the overall game, as at this point you are still at match point. You do only need one round to shut it down. You've got a buffer to work with. You've got 4 rounds that you can really throw away before your backs are going to be up and you're going to be a bit scared about this potentially being a draw. And with some of the rounds that you've seen Santos drop right now, it doesn't feel like they're as on point as they have been previously. So I don't imagine Liquid are going to be too stressed. Just take it on the chin, keep your mental fortitude, go back in, pick this up as a 7-1. Again, so far, standard stuff in terms of the execution. It's the basic setup we've seen from them when Liquid do go over onto their attack. This time, the only difference being you don't have the Monty in play, of course. They've switched over and got Sexy Cake on the Ace. A move that, genuinely, Tim, I feel like if you had that back into the first round with the execute they wanted to go for, you could have had that wall down with ease. You could have flooded out on site and gone for a fast attack like it looked like they wanted to go for.
Yeah, they wasted a lot of time. We commented on it. And PSK, it was not the plan. You know, that much is fair to say. PSK was struggling to find just which part of that reinforcement was actually keeping it upright. But ultimately, it was very detrimental to them because it meant then that they were pushing late round through that breach. But I definitely want to see something different coming out of attacks onto that Throne Armory because it just is not working. I mean, in terms of the map, as you say, I'll call it now, Jackie. This map is over. There is no way that Liquid do not win one attacking round. That is not going to happen. They are going to find success somewhere. They are unbeaten when attacking Initiation and Office, for example. PSK is fantastic at getting in and getting that diffuser down, and then the post plant is second to none in there. So I can't see that there isn't going to be a round for them somewhere. And Team Liquid, Nesk, Palu have been hitting the shots as well. It's surely just a matter of time at this point. But overall, it just shows a chink in the armor.
It definitely does. It definitely does. It shows there's the weakness there. In the grand scheme of it all, you are right. This one is basically a ticking time bomb. You can delay the inevitable, but it is always going to be just that. An inevitable victory in the end here for Liquid. They just look like they tower over them. And Mighty, though, he wants to at least fight back, and he's taken out one of their feet of the giant team of Team Liquid, so they've stumbled a little bit. You've lost Bringer, Buck's out of commission. It's a bit of utility that goes away with it as well. You don't have the skeleton key to make quick work of those soft walls. But is there going to be a soft spot for Santos in the round? Or will it be the side of Team Liquid that finally closed down the game? Here comes the aggression, not leaving themselves too long to execute on this one, so you better not make any mistakes, as it has to be pixel perfect in every encounter. They get the first 2 opening frags, but there's a bit of a bloodlust, and the trades come back in. They find success though. At the end, they pick it up off the back of Ness shutting down Cyprus, and a team kill going out. That's the way they close down the game, as they will find success in the end, right down to the wire. They didn't give a damn about the plant. They didn't want to win from the diffuser. They just wanted to make the other team look like losers, and they clean up in the hand-to-hand combat.
Oh, it's tough to have a team kill, especially to finish the game off like that. But as I said, ultimately, I think that one was over the line long before that happened, and it was just a matter of time. Team Liquid looking very, very solid against Santos there. It's difficult to judge Santos. It's difficult to judge the roster changes that they have made because they've just come up against an absolute steamroller from Team Liquid. You know, at the point where Palu's going to start baiting players out with a nitro on the roof for Nesk to move around the back of you and get the kill, you're in big trouble at that point. So it's not really fair to judge Santos just yet.
No, that's true. It's obviously right. This is one of the hardest games Santos will have throughout the season. There's a couple of them. It's going to be NIP, it'll be Liquid, it'll be FaZe. You've got your top dogs that we know are going to make them sweat, and this is one of them. You have to play those teams eventually, so at least they've got it out of the way early, and that's only one map. There is another one to come. Issue is, though, Tim, it's Consulate, and I don't think this is really going to be where they want to take them.
Not at all. If Theme Park looked one-sided, I would expect Consulate to be even more so. It's a map that Team Liquid know very, very well, very aggressive on it usually, and I can't see this being any different.
No, but we will find out if it is going to be any different. We'll be back in after the break as we will continue the series on the bookend of Consulate.
Join Face It, play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
G is for GG. Throughout the game, in the text chat that you see between the two teams, you might see a number of acronyms, and generally these are pleasantries shared between the teams, and some common ones that you might see at the beginning of the game could be GLHF, which means good luck, have fun. Later in the game you might also see GH, usually used in between two maps, and what it means is good half, so you've played one map and there is another one yet to come. At the very end of the matchup, that is when you will likely see the most famous of all, the GG, which simply means good game and is a mark of respect between the two teams.
Meu Deus do céu, que jogada foi essa? Que absurdo!
Consegue. Olha, devolvendo peça!
E levou a melhoria e vai fechar! Que isso, meus amigos? Não é apenas um jogo, isso é Rainbow Six!
And we are back. No messing around, no dilly-dallying for this one. We have skipped the queues with a fast pass straight into Consulate, Tim.
Oh, we don't mess about here in Latam, Jackie, you know that. We are all action all the time, breakneck speed beginning to end. And that is what Santos have just come a cropper with. I think they might have whiplash after that last matchup, Jackie. Certainly a problem on a roller coaster or two there. A little bit quick for them, maybe a queasy stomach coming into Consulate.
Oh, yeah, you know what that was? That's one of those rides you go on that spins, but because they've only gone it with two people, it's weighted down one of the sides more than the other, so you've just perpetually spun round and round the entire time. You just feel awful.
Oh, they've had a nightmare on the waltzers.
Oh, mate, yeah, genuinely. If it's one of those situations, right, they've gone on the teacups, they've been given it, hands are quite literally got calluses. You've peeled the skin up, it's a nightmare.
How exactly will Theme Park affect this matchup here on Consulate? Santos, they have to be smarting after that last matchup. They were rank amateurs against the big boys, essentially. They really struggled to get themselves into the gunfights, into the map in any way meaningful sort of shape or form. It was a real tough one for Santos, and I don't know exactly what they're going to find differently here on Consulate. I would normally say that coming in on the defense would be a bit of a bonus for them, but Consulate is one of the few maps where we see the attackers generally coming in and doing reasonably well, if not having the advantage. And Team Liquid, as we've said, very familiar with this map. We've seen some really big players previously. If you remember one back in Stage 1, Jackie, where we had, it was Sexy Cake and Nesk just absolutely tearing around the map, just getting kill left, right, centre, jump out, spawn peak, everything you could think of.
Oh, mate, they were going wild. They were going for all of the high-octane plays. They were trying to really show the heart and spirit of Latam, the true aggression that we see coming out from these Brazilian teams on a day-to-day basis. But we're back in. The basis for this matchup is Liquid on the attack, Santos on the defense. If you feel like this is going to be a response from Santos, tweet in and let us know. Hashtag BR6. We'll be putting up some of the tweets throughout the stream up on screen. Ooh, and it looks like we've got one coming in now, Tim.
I'm sure it'll fire up any second now. Producer Simon working hard in the background, not only to bring us your tweets, but to bring us, along with the team, just improvement after improvement here to the English-speaking broadcast. There we go, Liquid liquidating. That is a very good way of putting it, Santos. They've been thrown into the blender here, Jackie, and put on max speed. But Mighty, he will blend PSK right into the ground here to start things off on Consulate. That is the Jaeger going to work, and Hibana is off the board. Now, they still have the hard breach capability of Ace on Sexy Kick, so that garage door can be opened. And let me tell you, the garage site is one that Team Liquid do tend to excel in attacking. Very good at getting the diffuser down and active on the ground, but its pension is going to have to be paid to top floor, and that is exactly what is coming in from Palu on the Zofia. He's going to try and track the man down, and that is not who you want on the hunt if you are trying to stay out on a roam.
And if the question was, will it blend? It's certainly a resounding yes. That's PSK dust. Don't breathe that. And hopefully we can have the side of Liquid take a big, deep breath and get themselves back in the game, as this one's starting to slip away from them. Another frag is found for Mighty, making a case for himself now into the round. Liquid down to a 3 versus 5. Time's ticking by, 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock, as Sexy Cake has only taken his first couple of steps in towards yellow stairs. Palu on the roam, suspicious about the idea of someone hiding towards the spiral staircase, but he won't spot anyone out. Roams around, peers in close towards Piano as well, but does he realise someone is lurking in the toilets? There's the peek from Mighty. Goes back for the follow-up face as well. A lot of confidence in him, but it's not going to work out, as he will get put down into a shallow grave. It leaves us here. 3 players alive for Liquid versus the 4-man roster of Santos with 40 seconds to commit to a plant. But oh look, Tim, the diffuser is miles away.
Diffuser miles away, and bodies dropping left, right and centre as Wag will get the kill onto Palu. Now, we saw an interesting use of the Banshee there. I think it was actually placed in and around the round desk just to support that roam of Mighty, and what a good job it did. He managed to get himself 2 really big impact frags at the beginning of this round, but Team Liquid, they just keep fighting their way back into this. 2 versus 3, Diffuser now in hand, 15 seconds. It could be the clock that is the real enemy here. Can they get in and get the Diffuser down? Sexy Cake is going to move himself around and through that smoke utility. Gets himself a fantastic kill. Can he get the second? Yes! That's now 1 versus 2. And this is going to be tricky. Sexy Cake starts getting that diffuser down. Needs to be challenged. Cypress, 1 versus 1, comes in to get him. The man comes off the diffuser, but not quick enough to be able to get that ADS snapped in. And it's Cypress ultimately able to shut him down and will disable that diffuser. But what a fight Team Liquid made of that one, Jackie.
Oh, mate, the difference that even just a few milliseconds would have made there. He could have got himself into a position to take that peak. Instead, he was allowed to come off the diffuser. He was given just enough time, but the response was better from Santos. They clean up in the last few seconds there once it had gone down, and they do take the first round. A big improvement from what we saw, of course, on the first map of Theme Park, but that is only the first round. Over the course of both maps now, they've got a grand total of 2 rounds achieved. For Liquid, you can only imagine that this is going to instigate a fire in them, Tim, because that round was spicy from the start all the way down to the end.
Really was, and Sexy Cake made an absolute effort at the end of it, didn't he? I really thought he might just achieve that there, but ultimately, the greater hit point total left for Cyprus really told the day there, and very difficult coming out of that diffuser animation to get straight back into the fight at that sort of speed. Every advantage was with Cyprus, and he used them to great effect. Now, we're going to be heading into round 2. This is going to be press and lobby that we're going to this time around. So, interesting choice from Santos. They are not going to be heading up to the generally more popular top floor for this. They will be heading to the mid floor. It will still involve a lot of utility and defense of top floor, generally speaking, for an attack of this site. It's usually a push into admin from the attackers, which is the room on the right-hand side of your map. Get 2 or 3 in there, sweep across this top floor from east to west, clear everybody out as you go, use the vertical angles to get control generally over the round desk, sort of main reception area, get a diffuser down, and then watch it from 2 locations, usually one above and usually one from outside of double door on a really nice long angle.
Okay, so round 2. In terms of who my money's on early on, I'm looking over towards PSK, Nex, and Sexy to potentially do a little bit of damage. When you look at this here, you have a trifecta of quick boys on that roster. All 3 of them can do some damage with the sheer speed they could take to a round, but they're not getting overconfident. They haven't sprinted to the unknown immediately and offered up an early chance for Santos to net an initial frag. Instead, still sticking to the basics, draining out, being able to use that information that they recover to assist themselves later on to clear the angles bit by bit. For Santos's roam game, though, I'm curious to see what actually Mighty and both Cyprus could potentially get up to here. Especially for the Melusi, obviously, once you get those Banshees down, you can just run out. You can do something crazy if you want to. This is a wide line of sight as well from Mighty over towards the stairway, seeing if anyone is coming up from down below. But for now, Tim, they stick themselves into some fairly stable positions. Just establishing control of the roof and not going for anything too crazy here on Liquid yet.
The old upside down rappel, just to keep an eye on those potential jump outs. We can see the ping 2.0 being used to highlight that ADS there. Now, we've still got defenders present in and around those Visa stairs. They are going to drop back as pressure mounts. Moringa will take himself down with a nade, and I'm just sort of wondering if we're seeing a shift in momentum for Team Liquid here, Jackie. It was great play from Santos in the first round. Now a slight mistake from Moringa there as he takes himself out with a nade. Once again puts Team Liquid on the back foot. We're 1:10 in. I wouldn't say there's too much progress for it being made. We've still got Mighty up at the top of Spiral Stairs. We've got Scardinia still in meeting, and Liquid, they're a little bit out in the cold here in terms of approaching or getting any sort of control over site or a potential plant spot.
Yeah, this is really quite a scary prospect to be in. This is looking more like the Liquid of old, where we've seen them get into some of those rounds where they do leave it a little bit too late to go for a bold play. Luckily enough, you've got some players that certainly can be bold and brash when they need to. Palu with an entry frag, but here's the response, the run out. Look at the lunatic. He's doing something illegal, Mighty. Straight out the window, slaughters them all. Here comes Cyprus to the party as well, and it's all left on PSK with no chance of securing victory on this one as WAG comes round. Looking like some grade A Wagyu beef. That was a tasty kill with Big Papa Pump on the yellow stairs. Santos, 2 rounds now.
Certainly serves them up a steak there and then demolishes it in front of him. Jackie, he takes it to the table. He's ready to serve it, but he says, no, not today. And he just devours it in front of them as he closes out the round and leaves Liquid wondering what exactly just happened.
You'd be scratching your heads. You'd be sat there just going, this is ridiculous.
Imagine a waiter brings you food and just eats it in front of you.
Oh, mate. Yeah, you'd be absolutely mind-boggled. I don't think you'd ever recover.
You'd never go to a restaurant again.
Oh, man. I'd be terrified. It's like, you ever been to the beach, got yourself some chips, and you're just walking back to your family. You can see them in the distance, like just over the road, right? You're waving, they're waving. Out of nowhere, swoop in, dive bomb of seagull, chips are gone.
I know exactly what you speak of, Jackie. I've never had it happen with chips, but I did have it happen with a sausage roll once. And let me tell you, I was devastated.
Mate, that's the thing, you're fuming. Because obviously, to that seagull, he's not even really going to enjoy it. Sure, he knows it's food, but it's not as if he's like, oh, a bit of Greg's. You know what I mean?
Absolute nightmare.
Oh, that's what Liquid are having right now, though. They've been swooped in by the Santos Seagulls. They have stolen their sausage. And they need to try and get it back. They're going to have to tussle with the seagull, which is never an easy fight to get involved into. They can peck you. They've got fairly big beaks. But will that beak assist them into this 3rd round? Santos, can they keep up the tempo, Tim, and take it 3-0? Or will Liquid finally wake up here on Consulate?
Well, we've got Oryx on the board for Cyprus. It's an operator if you've watched Latam before, I'm sure you've heard me speak about it. Every time he gets chosen, I like to highlight it because I love to watch Oryx. Just that vertical mobility for a defender. It's something that nobody else on the defensive lineup can do. If you're not aware, Oryx is an operator who has a of sort of strings to his bow, but basically his ability is to run. It's to run really fast. It's to run fast enough that he can actually bust his way through soft surfaces. So he can relocate himself from room to room through soft walls very quickly, but he also has another ability, which we've just seen beautifully timed there, and that is that he can jump up hatches, and it just gives him great vertical mobility. And on a site like Consulate, on a map like Consulate, that can be really, really differential, because there is a lot of hatches that mean you can move quickly from one site to another. Now, Moringa, he's going to shut down Wag and then be closed out by Scardinia in a nice trade. And that is something, again, that Santos are doing very well here so far. And that is hitting those trades, not allowing themselves to be taken advantage of too much. Ness gets in with a kill onto Mighty, and Liquid are fighting hard here, looking to get themselves back. But Cyprus, he's still out on the roam and could still do some damage here. He could pop up on an unexpected flank quite easily.
Unless Team Liquid are expecting the unexpected. For Sexy Cake right now, though, being a bit of a information play automaton, as the drone will roam, we'll see Nesk coming in with the kill onto the big man himself. So no play from Oryx, nothing outrageous from the speedy boy, as he will be shut down, leaving us into a 2 versus 4. Outnumbered 2-1. With about a minute left on the clock, this is where things really start to get rough. Scardino actually should win this encounter, though, versus the Zofia. Pika's advantage comes around the corner, and he'll go down, leaving it all on Rise. Major Maestro. Can he conduct Santos toward a third-round victory, or is this going to be Liquid locking it down? It would have to be a 1 versus 3 clutch scenario here. All of the cards are stacked against him, and he is debating what positions could be in play here. Clearing out on the close angle, does spot out another man as Ash extends into the fight, but gets hit straight in the noggin. The bullets are going to break her, and it will leave it down to a 1v2. 26 seconds left on the clock, but no HP for Rise. Not looking like he's fueled with confidence in this one, as he peeks, it's an easy frag for PSK, a simple headshot, and the first round for Liquid.
Rise rolls about as well as a loaf of bread without any yeast in there that time. Jackie really struggled. 1v3, always a big ask, and he wasn't able to match up to that very high bar this time around. Liquid getting in, Sexy Cake focusing on the objective, getting that diffuser down, and a successful attack for them onto Archives and Tellers. It's going to leave us heading back to Garage in round number 4. And this time, Liquid have to deal with Mighty. If you remember back in round 1, we saw Mighty just absolutely dominating. We get a great replay there of Moringa just taking down Wag to start the round off. It was a real beauty across Garage onto the pipes area. Didn't get much of a view of the pulse, but certainly managed. Maybe the light reflected off the old head there, Jackie. It's something I've unfortunately experienced once or twice. Fortunately, I've never been headshotted on the back of it.
No. I mean, I do remember once, one Christmas, a very long time ago, Tim, my father used to be a bald man. He might still be bald, I'm not sure. It was Christmas, and he asked my brother for some of the whipped cream. But you see, my brother was quite a devious young man at the time. So rather than offering him the whipped cream, Tim, he just sort of spat some whipped cream back at my father. It went over the top of his head, somewhat like a bald ramp for Hot Wheels, but just with whipped cream. And it kind of launched off into the distance and landed somewhere in the kitchen.
I mean, it certainly sounds like Christmas, Jack.
Oh, mate. Genuinely. That was one of the good ones. Right then. Round 4. Who's going to get a Christmas present of another round stuffed in their stockings? Will it be Team Liquid, or can Santos get themselves a third? Good response back there from Liquid, of course, keeping the game in close nick and keeping it competitive with the way they've been playing it on the attack. They do switch things up once again, though, in terms of the operator picks they've been going for. They have been adapting fairly nicely, and it seems like there is another stocking stuffer, Tim, as we've got a tweet coming in from Fraser.
Fraser, he's a big name in the UK community. Many of you may know him, I am sure, very involved in Siege. Does a bit of casting himself as well. Recently did the community night that we had back on Friday. But very kind words from Fraser. Much appreciated, my friend. We're just here. We're having fun. Me and Jackie have fallen hook, line and sinker. We are head over heels in love with Latam. And how could you not be? We just get to sit here. We get a front row seat. And we get to bring all the excitement and passion along with it. And believe me, it is absolutely no effort for us whatsoever. But thank you very much for the kind words.
Oh, yeah. It's always a good day when we get to rant and rave about Latam plays. It's what gets me up in the morning, And for the side of Team Liquid, the question is, are they going to stay awake in this round? Or will they be put back to bed, tucked in with a goodnight kiss from the roster of Santos? As there's about 1 minute and 35 left as time slowly starts to tick by, waiting to see where these rotations will come from. They've established control towards the second floor, so they do at least have that to work with to their benefit as they want to rotate round and get closer towards the site as time is ticking by. PSK's line coming into play as well to give information across. They've now got a read. In go the concussions. You have to peek off the back of it. It doesn't work. Much like Daredevil. Mighty, he's able to fight through the blindness as he beheads Nesk, cracking him over the top with those nunchucks and moves on for another fight, but it won't work out too well for him. They've been stunted into the round now with both Palu and Moringa finding a frag apiece, Tim.
Mighty just closing his eyes there, trying to increase the difficulty and still manages to take Nest down. Sometimes if you get flashed, there's a lesson to learn there. Full white, just keep shooting because who knows, at the end of the day, one of those bullets could land and Nesk came off the worst for it. Moringa able to get the trade though, leaving us now in a 4 versus 3. Effectively 3 versus 3 with Moringa down on the ground. Down but not out and will be collected. That could be a smart move. You never know what that teammate is going to accomplish once you've brought them back. Moringa on 20 health. He'll be 1 bullet away from death, but he will be able to deal in death himself. Now, the vertical fight is going on. We can see bullets raining back and forth. Damage done on both sides. Wago having to dip himself away on the smoke. And Rise it will be picking up Sexy Kate with the next kill. That is Diffuser down on the ground. A double from PSK though, gets the diffuser in hand. He comes in single-handedly to try and close this one out. Palu on the cover shuts the man down. Wag is gone, and Palu finishes off the round for Team Liquid, who level things up, square it away 2-all here on Consulate.
Game is tied back up. Getting closer. They're leaving some of those heart attack rounds into the mix that keep you guessing right down to the wire. But this time, it is a successful play from Liquid. Obviously, Liquid, they won very dominantly back on Theme Park. It was a hell of a game from them. They dropped 1 round. It was their first opening round on the attack, where things just went a little bit skew-if. This time around, it's been better from the side of Santos. They've been going blow for blow. They're keeping the overall game competitive. Curious to see how it's going to end up. These last 2 rounds are pretty vital. They'll shape up the half here. We'll see if this is going to be a close 3-3 or if there is potential for one of our 2 teams to build themselves a bit of a lead. Maybe snatch away the following 2 rounds before the side switch and give themselves a big buffer at least. For Santos, I feel like it is pivotal. They get at least the 3-3 half, Tim. I reckon that's where they do have a fighting chance. If they don't, Liquid, we know what they're like when they're on defense. It is hard to get them out of positions. They're very effective at playing crossfires. They have a great understanding of team synergy, and they just hit their shots.
Oh, absolutely. Team Liquid are a nightmare to face on defense on Consulate. They've got such a good understanding of this map. They'll bring the aggression. They'll be unpredictable. They'll jump out. They'll peek you. They'll just be absolutely everywhere, and they'll just make you feel smothered, if nothing else. It really will. And you know, like when you wake up in the middle of the night, deep under the duvet, Jackie, and you don't know which way is up. That is exactly how it would feel. Just hot, stuffy, and just a real pressure situation.
Oh, mate, it's like when you decide to have a half an hour nap and you wake up and you're just in a different dimension.
I once slept on the top bunk of a bunk bed, and it was actually half surrounded was the top. I don't know how best to explain this. So where my head was, there was a wall down each side of me to halfway down the bed. So I was, in effect, slept in a half box, effectively. So I woke up in the middle of the night. It's pitch black. And my hand reaches out to one side, there's a wall. It reaches out to the next, there's a wall. So I start, like, patting down the wall, but it goes much further than I remember. The terror was real. I honestly thought at that point that I'd, like, gone to sleep and woken up in a coffin or something. I was absolutely I didn't go back to sleep for the night.
Oh, mate, that would be panic. That honestly, would be sheer panic.
I was sweating.
Oh, no. Well, Wagyu on the smoke, he knows how that feels. He's been put into a bunk bed with walls all around it, but they put a lid on top of that. Oh, mate, that does sound like some sort of ridiculous pitch there.
So it was on a boat, to be fair. It's obviously limited space, and they fit a bed where they could. But yeah, it was absolutely terrifying. I didn't sleep up there again.
No, No, I don't blame you. I'd be on the floor, mattress on the floor. I'd take my chances and just see how that works out. And let's see how this is going to work out. Of course, it is a 5 versus 4 right now. Santos suffered a opening death in the initial encounter. Liquid going to be licking their lips about the outcome of potentially being able to steal away a 3rd round here against the defending side of Santos. Mighty, though, could make a bit of a mockery out of them. It feels like he should have hit his shots there, Tim. He had the opening opportunity. He got first contact. But what it comes down to is PSK punishing him.
I'm not sure about the combination of PSK's skins there. The ruby with the purple attachments is an interesting combination. Scardenia gets 1, gets 2 with a big jump out onto Ness, and that is going to level things up. That could be a real hero play for Santos here, just bringing them back and squaring things up. A 3rd on the round will be shut down in a trade by Moringa, but not before he has done potentially critical damage to the Team Liquid attack.
Oh my god. 2 versus 2, but one man knocked clean off his feet. Rise won't be rising up out of his grave as he has been double tapped. They've made sure he's dead, but a man that can do that just as well is Cyprus. On the Malusi, trying to run. Wanted to get into the toilet to keep herself alive, but gets caught off by Palu, spotted out by the Zofia. And it'll end his life. A clean connection there at the last possible second. They get themselves the 3rd round. It came down to a 1v1. But in the end, you can always count on the main man, Palu the Punisher.
Coming into the final round of the half, then we find ourselves 3-2 to Liquid. And I've said it before, Jackie, you know what's coming. You know what's coming. Team Liquid, they're never on stop, are they? Only ever paused, and that is what we saw. Look at this jump out. Beautiful replay captured there by Jacob. Thank you very much for that. Scardenia just absolutely hammering them in the mid-round there with a big 3K, but it just wasn't enough at the end. And as I say, Team Liquid, never on stop, only ever paused, and that is what we saw at the beginning of this round. And round 3 onwards, certainly the play button has been hit once again. I think fast forward might have even been caught along the way, Jackie, and we are whipping through things at double speed right now.
Oh, no. They haven't gone for the Be Kind rewind. You know, they've handed back in that VHS or Betamax, potentially. And
there is a lot of people watching right now who have absolutely no idea what you're on about, Jackie.
Oh, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Especially with Betamax. Probably be like, what on earth is a Betamax? Is that some kind of demon from the Shadow Realm?
I think just the whole thought process of going to a shop or a store and renting a film and bringing it home, that will be alien to many people watching, I'm sure.
Oh, man, I saw a tweet about it where it was just like, come on, Nana, we've got to put you in the home. And the nan's just going, no, Netflix used to get delivered by mail with VHS.
True fact, true fact. Round number 6 we are coming into then. 3-2 it is for Team Liquid, and they are starting to really find some momentum now. They'll be attacking onto Garage again, and as I say, this is historically a site that they are very, very capable at attacking. We haven't actually seen them win it so far today, so that does go some way towards saying just how well Santos are playing. I'm actually lying. We saw them win it in round 4. I was thinking back to the Sexy Cake round where he was shut down by Cyprus at the end of the round, but that was back in round number 1. So 50-50 so far. Liquid very capable of attacking here in Garage. If they can get themselves 4-2 on the half, you really have to start thinking that's going to be the end of things for Santos. But Mighty manages to come out with a good opener onto Sexy Cake, shut down immediately in a trade by Palu, though we find ourselves now very quickly 4 versus 2. Things are falling apart here. PSK, he's getting the diffuser down, and the head of Santos certainly seems to be going right now, Jackie. They are losing control. Their grip is loosening here, and it is slipping away from them. PSK shuts it down with the final kill onto Wag, and to be honest, Santos, they mounted very little resistance to that Team Liquid attack.
That's rough. There wasn't much of a roadblock being put up on that one. Team Liquid were just allowed to cruise right on through, and from a position of them dominating, opening up with 2 very clean rounds, Liquid have brought it back now to a 4-2 split at the end of the half here, and that is worrying, especially based off what we saw from them on Theme Park. You're really going to have to fight tooth and nail and give it your all from the get-go here coming into this next round. Tim, round 7 genuinely could decide the game in my books. I feel like if Liquid open this up, we know what they're normally like on their defense. They could run away with this.
I agree. I think if they come in successfully with one defense, 5-2, it's going to be it's too much. It's insurmountable then for Santos. They need to be keeping themselves in touch. I think as long as they are within one round, then yes, there's always a chance. You know, they can always just flip around on its head, level things up and keep fighting into the next one. At 5-2, I just feel like that's too much because, as I always do, I break down the map and I look at that situation and I think, right, Team Liquid, they will need 2 more rounds. They've successfully won in Garage, so what sites are left available to them? They've got Console, they've got Press and Lobby, they've got Archives and Tellers. Those would be the 3 sites available to them at that point. For anybody newer, very briefly, we play on a 2-round rotation. So if they were to win here in Garage, they're not allowed to go back there for 2 rounds. So they'd have to go to some of the other 3 sites. But when I look at that, I think there's got to be at least one win in there for them somewhere, which gets them back to Garage. And that's your 2 rounds done. So once you get within that 2, it's going to be very difficult for Santos. So, yeah, I think absolutely they need to come here. They need to get this Garage wall open quickly. They need to get some kills. Great start from Wag on that front, taking Nesk out. That's one of the roamers down. Perfect start for Santos. That's an absolute dream. That, however, is not as PSK level things up. They can't allow Liquid to keep on with this war of attrition. They need to get themselves an advantage, get them down on the ground, boot on the neck before they start pushing in to get that diffuser down.
The round slows down a little bit after we had those initial altercations with Nesk being sent off to the Shadow Realm and Mighty being sold to Sauron. Now we have nearly 2 minutes left here, and we should get contact once again. Of course, off the back of utilising those drones, they have a smart read. Cypress is in a brilliant angle as well, but that's only from what's coming ahead of him. It's what's behind him that counts as Palu sneaks up, pounces like Palu the Panther, and rips him to pieces, going straight for the jugular. You've only got 3 players remaining now on the attacking side of Santos. They don't have an awful lot of time to try and recover from this position either, but that's one way to make some good moves back into the round. Rise, a clean connection there from the Hibana. It almost feels like they're willing to give him another chance as well, and they will. Sexy peeked into him. Skadina goes for a face in the meantime against PSK. You can get yourself a 3rd round here. It's all on Palu. He pulls out the shotty, but he isn't going to get a chance to sing his praises with a weapon. Instead, has to bait them out. Takes down a hole into the soft wall, utilizing the nitro, casts it in, but hook, line, and sinker, he's the one that gets shipwrecked. Skardina, very clean round.
Left dashed against the rocks, Team Liquid. They're certainly not in control of the tides this time around, and Santos get themselves a very important round, leveling things up almost now at 4-3, but as I said, vitally keeping themselves in touch, and that is exactly what was needed. Every round now is a victory for them. Every round is one closer to that required marker of 7, where they would then level things up and take a point away from Team Liquid, but there is a long way to go for them to do it just yet. Now, we're going to be heading up to the top floor. Console office will be the battleground this time around. We've got Sexy Cake picking up the pulse. I would imagine we are going to see that bold, beautiful man down in the basement, Jackie. He's going to be all the way down there in Archives, just feeding information. And the utility, the use of that utility for pulse is particularly valuable here on Consulate. Even for a top floor holding, you might be sat there thinking, Ace, what are you on about? Why are they going to play him all the way down in basement? And the reason that they will do that to begin with is that heartbeat scanner can pick up to the rooftop pretty much on both walls. So if he gets himself over in Archives, he can tell them straight away if there is an east side admin push coming. If he moves himself over to Garage, again, he can tell them if there is a yellow stairs pushing incoming. And it just gives Liquid all that information that they need to know what to expect. Then value comes in the mid to late round from Pulse. He moves himself up into Piano. He's got the potential for that Nitro denial as well. If Santos manage to get themselves into sight and start putting that diffuser down on the ground, there is an awful lot of destructible floor between the mid floor and the top floor here on Consulate. So there is opportunities aplenty for Sexy Cake on the Pulse.
One thing I want to make a little point out of as well at that prior round, that it feels very uncharacteristic of the way Team Liquid normally play, is the repeat towards Yellow Stairs, where they gave Rise 2 free entry frags essentially there in the late rounds. It's not a common mistake that they'll normally go for. They'll normally know how to readjust. They'll take a different angle in a firefight like that, where you know he's already primed and ready on the angle, especially when he's got the opening pick off the back of it. That felt like the catalyst to a round that just fell out from underneath them. Hopefully a telltale sign of things to come, and at the course of the round so far, obviously we haven't had a casualty yet. No first blood, no entry frag, but Rise is back on our screens. He got 2 kills alone into that prior round. He's had 4 in total. Let's see if he can keep on adding a few more and get some more bang for his buck here in round 8. About 1 minute and 40 seconds left, taking map control little by little. Of course, they can slowly push their way through and roam around, clearing out the lower levels and working their way up.
Boots on the ground in admin for Santos as well. So generally speaking, on a top floor push, you will see attention paid to either east or west side, either from admin or Yellow Stairs. This time Santos have chosen to go for admin, so they are going to move themselves through, just clear out the Banshee. They're looking to get control over the vending machine area. They then get angles down past long desk, and they can start looking to move their way into meeting. But essential in order to do that is to move PSK from this location. He's got plenty of utility to help him stay entrenched in there. One way of doing that is using the Hibana to open up an angle from copy room. You get the explosives onto the long wall behind long desk, basically exactly where PSK is playing. You open up a line of sight and he has to move away, but that wall is electrified and there is no Thatcher available as he's been banned out. So they will have to try and deal with that utility if they wish to be able to do that. And PSK, I can tell you now, is going to be very difficult to shift. Look at that for an opener. What a headshot onto Wag. That is absolutely massive. The skill to take an upside down rappel and rip him down like that cannot be overstated.
That is clean, and there is so much more cleaning to be done into this round, and right now they are mopping them up. Santos, they have been blown out of the server. Habana's been spotted, a gun barrel's given away the goose, so if she does push, PSK should hit the shots and shut down the course of the round, which he will. Moringa and Palu for the final 2 frags. Team Liquid get that one in the bag. Oh, as soon as push came to shove, they hit their shots. They work like a well-oiled machine. Team Liquid right now are the 5 fingers on one very heavy hand.
Team Liquid just absolutely washing Santos away there. There was nothing that they could do. That was all on Team Liquid's decision and command to shut that round down, starting with an absolutely beautiful, one of the best kills you will see today or potentially this week or this entire Latam stage was that headshot from PSK. We've got it on the replay. Just look how little he sees of this man. We are talking pixels there, and just absolutely rips him off the rappel jacket. He says, not on my window and not on my watch. He is not having any of that.
None of this ridiculousness. It is not going to occur here tonight. Liquid, they're putting their foot down. They're really showing that this game is over. If it was ever starting to get out of hand, now this is where they want to turn that around, you know, put a handbrake on and say no more. You've had your fun. Come on, we're going home now.
The ball has well and truly been picked up and taken with them, Jackie. They are not playing any longer. They have had quite enough, and they mean business right now. 5-3, heading back down to Garage. Now, to be fair to Santos, back in round number 7, the first defensive round for Team Liquid, they did go to Garage, and Santos were very capable in shutting them down. Wag got in and got the diffuser active on the ground. We saw Palu in a serious 1vx situation. I think it was 1v3 it finished up at the end, and he could make no real dent into that. He was just shut down quite easily as he tried to push back onto site. So very capable from Santos. They need to show us more of the same. They need to get in there, work quickly, get the access to site that they did last time, and just get themselves that man advantage. That's the rounds where they sort of have some joy, really, is when they get those opening kills. Think back to round 1 with Mighty. Yeah. Quick double, no problem. 5v3, Santos managed to win from that sort of advantageous position. It's when they lose those openers that they really start struggling.
Round 9. Is this where things change? Can they actually get any of those entry frags that were really paying dividends throughout the entire course of the game so far? Or is it just going to be a bit more of Liquid again, turning them up and just shredding them to pieces, coming in like a shredder? and leaving them out on the cold like paper that has been shredded, Tim. Just 2 minutes now left on the clock on this one as the rotation's going around. Sexy on a bit of a roam as he will reposition back over. Palu up towards the second floor as well. He's got a good angle in play and can get an awful lot of info from this. It's also the likelihood of him playing the post plant. Talking of which, Tim, actually there could be some punishment coming out here. Sexy on the window. Over on the angle, we do see in the distance Cyprus laying down, of course, on the drone. If she doesn't realise and begins to chance her luck pushing out, she will get spotted. I believe that angle was just going to be set up for the late round post plant, though, so the contact is unlikely.
Moringa opening things up for us with a kill onto Rise, and that is advantage once again to Team Liquid, and somewhat differently to last time we saw this. Now, the one positive, the tick in the box for Santos is that they have now got control over Piano. They've got Mighty in there on the sledge, and he's starting to open things up, but could be challenged by Sexy Cake here. I'm not sure if they saw him on the drone, but they're certainly aware of his presence one way or another. Cyprus shuts him down, but Moringa gets himself a second on the round. That is the sledge done, and largely anything not opened up in Piano will probably stay exactly as it is. PSK with a kill onto Wag. We find ourselves 4 versus 2, and the wheels are coming off for Santos right now. Team Liquid looking to push themselves forward and get themselves ever closer to that map win and the 2 maps overall. 3 points and heading towards the top of the table, clearing out that Banshee just to make access a little bit easier, but it's going to take more than that for Santos. Gardenia gets the ball rolling with a kill onto PSK, but Haller leaves him now 1 versus 3, and there's an uphill to climb, and he's knocked right down it by the big boots of Nesk as he comes in with a headshot.
Goes tumbling all the way back to the beginning as Nesk cleans up there in another round and now puts Team Liquid teetering on a knife's edge to lock this one down and 2-0 the series. Yeah, a mass amount of points off the back of their debut into stage 2 of the BR6 and walk away with their heads held high into this one. It's now up to Santos to make a bit of a reverse sweep, cause some noise, bring the ruckus, and see if Liquid can protect their necks or not. Because if they don't, that is going to be the end for Santos here in tonight's games. And we'll be moving on to our third and final best of 2 of the night. But it all comes down to if Liquid can lock it down or if they will struggle a little bit. If they won't be able to find the composure to pick up the final round right here and now.
We are heading to Archives and Tellers then. It will be the split site. Quite a common one. We're certainly seeing a lot more of it worldwide, I think, at the minute. But in Latam, it's a very popular choice. A lot of teams really liking the Archives and Tellers. So if you've not seen too much of this site, what are we expecting? What would we usually see here? Well, for the attackers, the first step is generally to get into the top floor, usually get control over admin and start opening up those vertical angles into Visa and Tellers, the room that we are looking at right now. Once they've got that vertical control, they will try to push the defenders away and then move downstairs, take physical control with boots on the ground, and that's when they can start thinking about getting a diffuser down, usually on the marble plinth that we can see in the middle of the room there, or on one of the numerous desks. And the reason for that is that there will be a focus on defending this site from downstairs in Archives. So we can get down there in Archives with the defense, nitros, holes have been opened up, you can see them all there, and we try to defend against that plant vertically. That's generally what you're going to see from both sides.
What we're seeing from chat when we asked who's going to be able to take the map win here, we got an 89% prediction for Team Liquid, only 7% believing in the chance of Santos bringing this one back, and that's looking like the way it is going to go. As Team Liquid now are in a position to close the game down right here, right now, into this deciding round. Santos, they're on the attack. Let's see if the aggression's going to be coming out. Skadina taking a heavy-footed approach as he charges in early on. They will be able to at least use the cams that they've got set up there with the bulletproof camera in the back to get the information over, relay that to the rest of Liquid, and understand exactly where he is. He's utilizing info of his own, though, as the drone does a bit of reconnaissance, scouring ahead and spotting out 2 of the defending players of Team Liquid here.
You can see that top floor push coming along, actually the opposite way to that which I predicted. I think they can see or have probably scoped out the fact that there are Team Liquid defenders trying to really physically hold a high line of defense there in admin and really prevent anybody getting in from the rappel. So they've come in from the opposite side, Consul, and they're going to work along through meeting and try and clear these Liquid players out. But it is going to be very, very important that they do so. If they start losing men on the top floor this round, and map will slip away from them very, very quickly. We can see they are sort of close to coming together here. Cyprus pushing through on the Ash, but maybe just lacking a little bit of confidence in this fight at the moment. He's got no backup. He is going to challenge that on his own if he needs to. And right now, he's just using that ping system to notify his team that there's somebody playing at the top of Visa Stairs. But if he goes and challenges this in the CQC environment that it is with that shotgun in his face, he's likely to lose that fight quickly.
Time running out. Players running out as well as their life force is being sapped out from underneath them. Now into a 4 versus 4 with 45 seconds left. Time is whizzing by. They're still holding strong. Liquid effectively can afford to just play angles, play the trade game. Mobile phones are ringing though as they're getting cold callers trying to sell them insurance. And let's see if they can insure around here as Wag will be dropped. You've lost your ace. Mighty barely survives in the encounter versus Moringa and does punish him. PSK on the peak tries to overwhelm but misses with the initial contact off the back of the cage. There is another trade and Cyprus overwhelms Palu. This should be a round for Santos unless it slips in the last few seconds. They need to either find the frags ASAP or get that diffuser down. PSK in a late round post plant position could have tried to be a nuisance maker, but he's been spotted and fragged, and it all falls onto Nesk. Diffuser down, post plant activated. Can this man clutch a 1 versus 4 to seal the deal for Liquid? Walks into the site. They've given him a freebie. They had no idea he was coming from Spiral Staircase. Works his magic onto Mighty. Drops in the reload as well with a finesse. The diffuser is in a close angle, but his head's been knocked off, and Nesk is going to be dead.
Nothing Ness could really do in that situation. Spotted out, they knew exactly where he was coming from, I think, at that point. And there you can see barely any pixels visible of his head. Very nice finish and great round there from Santos. I was a little bit concerned for them at about the minute mark. I thought they were being a little bit too tentative on that top floor take. They were unable to really push through and get the aggressive hold that they needed to. But they managed it and they secured everything they needed. Got themselves a couple of kills. 4-2 on the board was really what swung it for them, and PSK just completely shut down there near the archive site, and there was just no denial available for the plant attempt whatsoever there. So Santos, they keep themselves fighting here, Jackie. There is still a lot of work for them to do. Liquid, of course, have guaranteed themselves 2 points. They have won the first map, as we can see up at the top of the screen there, if you were wondering. Theme Park 7-1. Very nicely displayed on the right side next to Santos, as that was their map pick. And we are now in Consulate, which is map 2 of this best of 2. So Team Liquid guaranteed 2 points and will be looking to secure all 3 with another round. But they are going to need a successful defense now. The problem for Santos comes in the shape of the top floor, because if you remember last time, Jackie, Team Liquid were so dominant up here on the top floor.
Oh, exactly. Because it's also the fact that it plays into the aggression that we normally see coming out from Liquid. They're able to go for those wide peaks. There's a lot of run-out potential. There's a lot of angles that you can swing into where you can probably net yourself an initial entry frag from a nice position that you're not going to suffer a loss. You're not going to trade. You can get a pick, back off, and keep alive into the late round. If we'll see that, though, is another matter. We'll see if they are going to go for anything too aggressive. Moringa has tried to remove 2 of the lower barricade positions there, so he can peek out and at least get a read to try and counter those runouts. It seems like we were going to see Dina drop down a Claymore, but he's kept that in reserve until a better opportunity arises.
Banshee just getting tagged out there, and we've seen those Banshees used to great effect at the top of Yellow Stairs. It really does prevent a push quite often. When they've been present, we've seen teams just forego the Yellow Stairs and look to push towards admin instead. It can be that decisive and can be very difficult to deal with. But as I commented, coming into this, teams don't seem to have been too scared on the attack to deal with those Banshees, treating them much like Maestro cameras and using the nades or the Ash breaching charges to just get in there and remove them. And I suppose it is a very similar process, really, and they've been quite successful with it, but we'll see just how much of an impact that one has on the round. We can see Santos have got 1 man out there on the rappel. They're going to be supporting Yellow Stairs push from the skylight as well, just looking to burn all that utility out, but there's still going to be a lot of work to be done even when they achieve that now. Wag on the upside down rappel with the ace. He's just going to open up a line of sight through to meeting, and that is just going to enable a long angle to be held. and prevent any challengers coming in from that direction.
A challenge that is closing out this game, apparently, for Team Liquid. They haven't had the brightest last couple of rounds. It's definitely been a resurgence for Santos, but this could still be the opportunity to end it before it gets awkward, before you only have one round to decide whether it's going to be a draw or not, and they have one trick up their sleeve. Actually, it seems like they've got two. The wide swing from both Palu and Nesk, the two big guard dogs of the side of Team Liquid. Something has caused them to run amok, and they do just that, peeking out, securing the first two frags. Trade back coming round from Cyprus at least, but he's going to have to continue on and create an oasis for Santos in this round, Tim, as it's down to a 2 versus 3 with 40 seconds left. Santos, you got to clutch this or you're going to be dropping out and losing the series 2-0.
Takes out the default cam, just tries to prevent as much information as possible. Cyprus deep in sight now, but Diffuser is not in hand. It was with Wag on the ace, and he was taken down. So Mighty will go and collect that, and it just burns another 10 seconds. But vitally, Sexy Cake still downstairs on the pulse. He's just keeping an eye on everything going on above him. Yellow pings raining out there just to try and give any idea to his teammates that he can of the location of the plant now. They have moved into meeting and will be looking to get things down. Mighty at this point is successful in securing that plant, but Palu manages to get the kill onto Cyprus. Easy shutdown for Nesk, and that will leave us with Team Liquid to mop things up here. It is all down to Nesk just to disable this diffuser, and that is going to be the round, the map, and the match as Liquid take 3 points in their opening fixture here in Latam Stage 2.
There we go, Liquid in the end locking it down. It took a little bit more time on the second map compared to the overwhelming spanking that occurred back on Theme Park, but they do take the 2-0 in the series and make their break with a boatload of points, Tim.
Very promising start from Team Liquid there. As you say, the 7-1 was absolutely dominant on Theme Park, but Santos have put up a good account of themselves there. They've shown good resilience. They've fought their way back into things. It was never going to be easy against Team Liquid on Consulate, and I'm, to be honest, quite surprised that that's where they've had their better performance. They just woke up a little bit late, obviously sleeping through Theme Park, and it was too little too late in the end.
Yeah, you would have thought with the adrenaline coming to Theme Park that they would have woken up early on, but instead it was the paperwork of Consulate that got their hearts pounding. A good game overall though, right? You know, we can't downplay from Santos, considering the team they were last season as well. It does go to show growth, and Consulate is certainly a more surprising map to have such a tight affair on. It just leaves me wanting more. I think that's the one key takeaway is they've got my interest. I just need to see the improvements.
Thing is, you're not going to have a more difficult start, are you?
No.
Coming in against Team Liquid, you've got the big boys, so to speak, out of the way now, and you can start looking towards the rest of your season. There's going to be plenty of other tough games along the way. You know, we look at the other teams that maybe were around them towards the bottom of the table last time around. You know, Furia, Ints, teams like that, Black Dragons, and they're all very strong teams, and that's who Santos are going to have to fight against. And so far, the teams that we've seen of them, Furia, very much impressed, and it's not going to be easy for Santos from here on in.
All right, well, there you have it in the end. The 2-0 picked up from Team Liquid as they will be locking that one down and stealing a very big win over Santos. We are arranging an interview for this one as well, and it looks like it might be Sexy Cake that will be joining us. Once we get that sorted, we'll drop him in and get another word in with Big Man Sexy. It's always nice to have a chat with him. I think, we spoke to him and probably Palu the most over the course of Stage 1, Tim?
Yeah, I think so. We were joined by Silence twice, I think, as well. Oh, great to speak to. You know, always give us nice insight. Sexy Cake, always very laid back about everything that has gone on. But yeah, it'll be good to get some insight and just see how Team Liquid feel about that matchup, particularly that second map on Consulate, and maybe a few questions for them about the attacks on Theme Park as well.
Yeah, no, it'll be good to have a chat with them, because especially that one attacking round that never seems to work, but it always seems to be the go-to strat. We mention it a lot, and it happened again. I don't know if it was just thrown in there to to show us, Tim, that hadn't changed at least.
No, that's it. You know, while many things shift, the attack through maintenance into Throne Room does not, and it still remains unsuccessful.
Oh, man. Well, it looks like we're almost ready to have him join us, and then we'll get underway. Picking the brains of course, the main man, Sexy Cake. Here he is, as he'll be joining us now. Ooh, excited to speak to him. How you doing, Sexy Cake? It's good to speak to you again, mate.
Hi, Ace. Hi, Jackie. How are you guys doing?
Very good,
man.
thank you.
Yeah, it's good to have you back. Now, firstly,
Thanks.
right off the bat, I just want to ask, to the average viewer at home, the theme park game might have looked like quite an easy one. It felt like you guys were just able to run away with it. Did it feel that way playing it, or was there more to it?
Yeah, it felt that way. It felt that way a lot. I think they didn't ban Echo, so I think it was a problem for them because they didn't know if we were gonna pick or not. And we can play with IQ, so it's not a problem for our comp. It was an issue for off their comp. Okay.
Talking about theme parks, Sexy Cake, it's something that I've been wondering about for a while, and the problem seems to continue. Everybody wants to attack Throne Room through maintenance, and it seems to very rarely work. Is there any other options that can be utilized there?
Yeah, I think Throne is a difficult bomb to attack. So, well, I can't say nothing. So people gonna know what I'm thinking. And if we have another attack on our sleeve, so I'm not gonna say anything.
Don't want to give away the potential strategy. I respect it. I respect it. One thing I do want to pick your brains about a little bit, though, of course, is we've had a bit of downtime since the major until now. I just wondered what you've been up to as a team and how it's looked in the off season.
We changed some things. I'm doing support now. I'm not intermediary anymore. So I think that's the main thing that we change. The rest, Mav comes joined to the team. So he's helping a lot with tactics and team play. This part it was difficult for us. So everything's going all right, the way that we want.
Getting onto Consulate and Santos certainly looked a bit stronger on there. Was there any point that you worried that they were maybe going to take you the distance, or was the confidence always there?
I think they were more confident on Consulate because Consulate you can play aggressive more easily. Park you can't do that. You need to be really good on defense. You can pick anywhere the way you want. So it was easier for them to play Consulate because they are an aggressive team.
Yeah, it definitely felt like they were able to get into the groove of it a bit more. But you do take the win, Sexy. Obviously, a big 2-0 to start off the season, mate. Just nice to have you back on here. It's always good to have a chat with you. Well done tonight with the wins. And hopefully we get to speak again soon.
Yeah, of course. I want to say one thing.
Of course.
It's a funny thing. On Consulate, we knew that Bag were going to jump the TO window.
Okay.
And we had 3 players just looking to the window, waiting for him. We knew that was funny.
Oh man, thank you, brother. It's always smiles when we get to chat to you, man. Finally, before we let you go, is there anything you want to say to all the Team Liquid fans out there?
Yeah. Thank you everyone for watching this match. Thank you for supporting Liquid, and that's it. Thank you very much. Oh, one more thing.
Go on.
If you want a beautiful charm, just get to twitch.tv/SmexyCake and get my charm. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, man. I'll head over there personally later on. Thank you, brother. We'll catch you later on, Sexy.
Thanks a lot, man.
Oh, he's so cheeky. I love him. Honestly, Ace, I love him.
I'm all about it. He's a lot of fun. Always good to have a chat with, and always offers some really interesting insight to what's going on.
He really is. He's laid back. He's suave. He's got some of the best hair in the game. He's such a good lad. And as I said, get over there, get his charm, show him some support, man. I'm sure you've already got in there, Tim. I
do. I don't have the charm as of yet, but yeah, I've watched him play once or twice. It's always a lot of fun because he's so good.
He is damn good. And hopefully you've enjoyed the show so far, because there's still more to come. A final best of 2 is up next when we come back after the break. In the downtime, get yourself some water and rehydrate, because that last matchup definitely dried me out a bit.
Baila conmigo, tú no bailas con cualquiera. Hagamos de la fiesta nuestra cita en primavera. No estamos para acordarnos de tantos malos momentos. Estamos para disfrutar y vivir una nueva era. La más loca, más atreve. La envidia de todas las mujeres. Está soltera y también como lo mueve. Esa cosa sí que tiene poderes.
Mami tiene lo que ninguna chica tiene. Tanto flow que no se compara en niveles. Mi modelo de ti tengo 10.000 carteles. Eres icy, espero que no me congeles. Paso a paso demuestro lo que ella tiene. Sin reposo te va a por si acaso le muestro lo que tiene.
Join Face It, play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Tomando por noches enteras, tratando de sacar tu amor, pero eso me desespera, Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Toda esa noche de tu amiga que ibas a estudiar, lo hicieron, te fuiste a la fija, pues nada que hablar. Pido gracias por la vida que me quería estar, pero mejor yo la rechazo que me va a matar. El último rey Cupido, juro que soy el que río. Trata a los otros como quiera que a ti te traten, por eso es que te trato con desprecio y pecho frío. Yo te bloqueo de todo de lista, mamita, y te doy las gracias, pero no me llame a mí cuando te engaño. Eso que está parando yo no sé. Mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Primero fueron las rosas con un te quiero, después me dio las espinas, quería dinero. Estoy cansado, tú siempre vienes con pero, y de 100 chicas te pondría yo un 0, porque no vales la pena ni tú jugando de presa. Tú eres de la calle y actuando como una fresa. Ese clon barato también le va a dar pereza de lidiar contigo porque tú cargas y pesas. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé.
detalhe impressionante, 4 Katowice. Olha a recuperação!
Que show de Rainbow Six!
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back for the third and final best of two of the evening. It's all been building up to this, Tim. Normally, we try and save the best game for last, and again, we've got one that is not going to disappoint this evening.
Absolutely not. We're coming into an absolute cracker at the end here. A team that we haven't seen so far. Black Dragons will be facing off against Ints. Now, Ints had a tough first match on Thursday. We've seen better from them in stage one. That much is for sure. There is plenty for them to bring to the table, but they can't leave it too long to start doing so, especially against the Black Dragons team that probably are going to be fighting for the same sort of spots, much like I said with Furia and W7M. This could be a very significant result come towards the end of the season.
Oh yeah, this is going to matter a lot. Of course, it's also another showing where we get to grips with Black Dragons as well, a team that last season, they had moments that I think did get us interested and did perk up overall excitement for the team. So hopefully this season, again, keeping on with the trend of what we've seen with a lot of returning rosters, that they do seem like they've raised the bar. It feels like they've been able to slot in and get that click a little bit more. I want to see some good things from Black Dragons, Tim. I think they could be a solid roster.
I agree with you. I think they've got some very, very big players, as we've seen. People like Hornetow on there, very, very capable, but just don't seem to have got themselves over the line with that consistency.
Yeah, that is true. But something that is always consistent, of course, is the fact we have 3 best of twos a night. If you've missed any of them, let's have a look at the schedule and recap what went down so far. As from the start of the show and to the mid portion as well, they've been pretty exciting. We had a great opening matchup, of course, the one we were most looking forward to, Tim. Furia versus W7M, all the way back at the beginning.
And it didn't disappoint, did it? Coming out 7-2 W7. We had a nice mixture in that first one. W7M came out, really dominated to begin with, but then 6-0 on coastline, an absolute nail-biter all the way to the wire. Everything that we had hoped for. So a really nice mixture there. Predictably, Team Liquid came out strong against Santos. It really would have been one of the biggest upsets of the season, I think, if Team Liquid had taken anything less than 3 points there. To be fair to Santos, played very well on console. It managed to show some good resilience after a little bit of a drumming, 7-1 to begin with. But they fought the way back into things, made more of a match of it on console, but it only ever really looked like going in the direction of Team Liquid.
Oh, yeah. Like, it felt like it was, in the end, going to be a Team Liquid lockdown no matter what, and that's just what they did. They put a padlock on that one and walk away with a nice 2-0, but now we move on to this. Ints taking on Black Dragon. This will be the third and final best of 2, and of course, Tim, I'm just excited to see where this is going to go. Also, because again, we get another look at Black Dragon. It's been a little bit of time since last season, of course, because they weren't featured at the Major, so we can get to grips with their roster and see how they've actually bonded over the course of the past month or so.
Yeah, I'm excited to see all of these teams that, like you say, we didn't see at the Major. We've not seen them through the break, and now they're just coming back in fresh. We've seen that teams have done some great work, so very excited to watch these ones for the first time.
It is indeed. We do have Ints' roster then, so let's step into it and see how the team is shaping up. All looking dashing, of course. Names that I think a lot of people in our stream tonight will be familiar with, and the big one in the middle for me of Alamal, Tim.
Yeah, we know he's a player that can really turn around on its head. Very aggressive at times, will go in and get the kills. Very cool under pressure as well. We've seen him win out in some difficult situations. But all names that people should be familiar with, of course, Fitztrunks, VNX and Duds as well. Duds can be a great entry on that Ash, particularly on the attack. So lots of talent across the board for Ints.
Oh, there is. The whole way through the roster, they can really pack a punch, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see that tonight. But will they show up against the Black Dragons? Let's have a look at their full 5 as we move on over to their opponents. Here they are, the Black Dragons themselves.
Again, riddled with talent here. We've got Lagonis and Hornetau. They're the two to really watch out for if Stage 1 is anything to go by, in very different ways. They were the top 2 rated players for their team. Hornetau coming in with frags aplenty, 153 on the season. Lagonis, he got himself there in a very different way, playing some very solid support play. 11 plants on the season, probably one of the highest rated support players throughout Stage 1. So excellent player, definitely one to watch out for, filling all those roles that his team needs and getting that diffuser down. And there's plenty to be found across the board. PZB, of course, let's not forget, had that 1 versus 5 clutch on the top floor of Cafe. That was something special, Jackie, in Stage 1.
Oh, mate, genuinely, like, again, all 5 players on this roster have had their moments of greatness. They've all had impact frags tied to them. They can do it all, which is why I think, again, this is another exciting matchup, because it puts the pressure back on Ints for me, because this is an Int squad where we're seeing better things from them, and we're seeing starting to, really excel and move further up the rankings, but they've basically gone in for the scrappy games at the start of the season. These are the games that we know aren't going to be clean, right? It's a bit of a backyard brawl for their first 2 play days.
Oh, it is. There's absolutely no question about it. It's all about who can pick up the most of those scraps. We saw it last stage around. It was exactly the same. Teams coming away with 1-point draws, 2-point wins. 3 points were not easy to come by last stage, and I think it's going to be exactly the same now.
Yeah, no, I think most commonly we are going to start to see it fall back into what we had in Stage 1, where it was just the draws across the board, where it would be you taking your respective map pick and the other team taking theirs. That felt like it started to become the norm. When we did get a 2-0, that caused a bit of an uproar. That was quite exciting because it was not common, especially the longer the season went on and we started to have the closer seeded games.
Absolutely, like you say, it wasn't the norm. It was more unusual. But between these two, for me, it could be very important and very significant if one of them can find a 3-point win, because it will rocket them up the table at the minute, and that's just a big confidence boost. Yes, we're only, one matchup in for most teams, but it's just that confidence boost of sitting higher, feeling like you're already fighting towards mid-table. Let's not forget, the teams finishing in the mid-table last season were finishing on sort of 10 points. You pick 3 up, you're a long way towards it.
Oh, yeah, you get yourself into a great position. But I'm curious about what we are going to be going into for our third and final matchup. What maps will be picked for this one, as we do have the veto on standby. Tim, last game of the night, last 2 maps. Could you give me an accurate 3? Could you give me a 3 map prediction?
Well, we saw a lot of Consulate, Cafe and Coastline for Black Dragons, Oregon and Cafe for Ints if we're looking at the last stage. So Cafe wouldn't be one that would surprise me if it features. I'm going to throw a curveball of a Villa in there because we haven't seen any Villa yet, and we did see quite a bit in the last stage. So I personally would quite like to see Villa. So I'm going to say Villa and Cafe, and there's always a chance of Oregon.
Oh, absolutely. It feels like Oregon at this point is probably going to be in the runnings for every series. It's not one of the earlier bands we have seen coming out. I can dig it. I can see where your thought process is taking it. So let's have a look if that is going to be where we end up. If we bring on the veto for this one, start to see how the bands have shaped up and where this best of 2 will be going down. Of course, for everyone at home as well, keep in mind this is it. This is the last best of 2 of the night. So if you haven't got your tweets in yet, telling us how you think the day at hand has gone and where you think it's going, do so now. Hashtag BR6 to have a chance to be featured on stream. But the maps that are going to be featured on stream, Tim, seem to be Cafe to open us up, and then Oregon shut it down.
I got one. It's always the third, isn't it? I just need to warm up. What I need to do is 2 practice predictions before stream, and then I should be hitting my stride by the first one we show.
It'll warm you up. It'll get the grey gears turning. You'll be in sync. You'll be able to drop out those map vetoes. Or it's also the issue that you haven't polished the crystal ball tonight. Normally, it's quite shiny.
Obviously not, that's it. I need to get the old polish on there and just maybe get the visibility up a little bit.
Get some turtle wax, maybe. That'd probably give it a good shine.
Not sure it'd be good for the skin, though.
Maybe. We'll have a look. We'll see what we can do come next major. But this is a major choice of maps that has been made, of course. Cafe at the start. I love a bit of Cafe. What have we seen it once so far this season, I think, right?
Yes, we have. We saw it.
And that was actually quite an exciting game as well. We had the Cali strat that came out that they said they took a risk with running. It did look quite risky, and it was actually quite nice.
Yeah, it was. It certainly worked. Callie has definitely got a place within the current meta. It's just quite specific. You've got to use it in the right way. Not always great at challenging into sight. Can be very difficult. Obviously, you can flip off the big sniper rifle and straight onto the machine pistol, but it's not always the easiest operator. But that's exactly how she has been designed. We had the problem with Glaz at one point being that entry fragging sniper, essentially, which is just, two things that should not go together. It should be paradoxical, really. But ultimately, Callie, very useful against Clash, because of course her sniper rifle just in one shot takes away Clash's shield, so combined with another teammate, very easy to deal with, and you've got plenty of shots that you can do that with. It's not as limited as something like a Zofia, but then of course that gadget as well that works in a similar fashion to a Thatcher EMP grenade. You just pop it into something like a reinforced wall that's electrified, it'll explode after a few seconds and clear any gadgets off there.
Oh, no, yeah, that's the thing. Like, that was always our sort of approach, though, was the idea that she can be quite an effective Thatcher replacement, but there is a lot more usability to it, especially if you have skills that transition over as well, where you are effective at being able to potentially try and fulfill a bit more of a widespread entry role. If you are handy with a steel and can hit those shots with a sniper, there's a lot that can be done. But again, it can also fulfill that support role, right? As you said, if there's a shield in front of you, get it up in the air and blow their feet clean off. It's the simplest way to deal with it.
Certainly is. Callie is somebody, generally speaking, that doesn't need to be directly supported. And by directly supported, I mean a situation like, imagine a Montagna. You want somebody playing pretty much shoulder to shoulder with the Montagna or playing behind them. You need an effective rifle with them to be able to challenge onto that information that they're giving out. Generally speaking, it's not always the case, but generally speaking, you want somebody playing in reasonably close proximity to take advantage of that situation. Callie's not really like that. Callie can play off out on her own on a long angle from somewhere like Ruins on Coastline, for example, but you want somebody sort of paired up with us. So something like that situation that we talk about with a Clash, you need somebody assigned to be the one to take the shots onto the Clash when the shield is moved. You can't just rely on somebody maybe being in the right area to do that.
No, yeah, it makes complete sense. It's definitely one of those operators that if you are formidable with and understand how to wield her correctly, there's a lot that can be done. We'll see if we will actually get some Callie in play, though, once we get this one underway. Of course, Cafe Dostoevsky is our opening map for this series. After that, it will be Oregon. I'm pretty glad that we get Oregon to at least shut down the night. It's always felt like one of those maps that is exciting, is very explosive in Latam. It has a lot of potential. It hits all the check marks for me. So the fact it's the final map of the evening, Tim, between these two teams, that's a winner in my eyes.
Yeah, it makes a nice bookend, and I think the thing with Oregon is that as it is quite a new map, we're still seeing new things quite regularly. Yeah. It's nice because we're seeing the evolution of those strategies, both attacking and defensive. So we never quite know what we're going to see. And for me, I really like Laundry as a site at the minute, because even though we have seen a lot of the strategies around Laundry, you never know what you're going to get because there are so many options. There are 4 ways to attack onto there, 1 from each side. So it really just does depend on the method that the attackers choose. So there's always something different to be seen.
What I like about that as well is I feel like that's a voice line from you that could be taken for like at Ace of Pyrite out of context, and it's just you stating your love for fresh laundry. I reckon that's a banger.
Something like a fresh bed sheet, Jackie, I'm all about it. When they've been hung out on the line and they've got that really fresh smell, sleep like a baby. Nothing better than that.
Oh, you get in, they're clean. There's no breadcrumbs. Everything's been washed off. They're a beautiful, fresh colour.
That leg of lamb's gone,
The stain from just the ham that you've been eating in bed from the previous night whilst you're watching EUL. Anyway, we're ready to kick this one off as we are going into the game. Cafe is kicking off, and let's hope that they've produced some lovely steamed ham for us to get our jaws wrapped around when we go into this one. I'll tell you what they haven't got, Tim. 4 operators that are going to be taken out of the pool.
I'm sure that there's going to be something tasty for us, a tasty morsel or 2 at the absolute least here, Jackie. And as you say, we're going to see exactly which 4 operators they are that will be taken out of the pool to begin with. Thatcher goes, so very consistent Thatcher banning tonight, and it just goes to speak. Even after, there may be people who aren't aware, Thatcher has recently seen a little bit of a I think I will call it a nerf. It's certainly a change, and I think it is a little bit of a nerf, and it's probably, you know, a little bit overdue because he has been extremely powerful, and we saw the Thatcher ban originating in Latam essentially, and then picked up largely by the rest of the world. But Thatcher's EMP grenades have been changed, so they no longer destroy equipment completely where they used to destroy it. They have there was a few bits and pieces. I think Maestro cams are a good example whereby he just disabled them. Some of the newer electronics. Well, that has pretty much been spread to everything now. So things like Bandit batteries and ADSs, they will just be disabled for a period of time, and then they'll come back online and function. That has obviously impacted on things like Bandit tricking, for example, because the Bandit battery doesn't get cleared off the wall anymore, so you can't apply another one. So there is probably a little bit of work to be done there just to find a little workaround, but it is possible. You know, you've always got the option. You used to lose the battery anyway, so you can just, if you're ready, just shoot the battery off and then apply another one. But obviously it just brings in a little bit of a time factor there, just ups the difficulty level of that Bandit tricking.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a shift overall in just some of the classic moments of Siege that we've all come to expect over the course of the past few seasons. So it is a bit of a change that will take some getting used to. We'll see how it affects things in the grand scheme of things, and if it does remain the same, or if there will be any changes to combat it later on. For now, though, talking of combat, we're almost ready to kick this one off between Ints and Black Dragons. First showing for Black Dragons here in Stage 2 of BR6. I'm curious to see how well they're going to play. They had a lot of talent into Stage 1. It just felt like they were missing something. If they had the Infinity Stones, you know, slotted into the Gauntlet Tim, they were missing one of them. They didn't have the Time Stone. Maybe now they found it and it was just down the sofa.
They went for the click, and all they got was a draw, Jackie. They didn't manage to wipe the other team out completely.
Oh, that's not what you want at all. That is going to be frustrating. I want to see if they are going to do something quite frustrating here into the first round as well. As they've got the Valkyrie in play. We do have Hugzord rocking it. Didn't actually see, obviously, if those cams had already been thrown out where they've been placed, but let's see where they are once we get a glimpse of that a little bit later on into this one. No over-aggression too early on just yet. Just setting up with some of the angles that are being made.
Vitz had a really big night on Thursday, did very well, 23 and 17 across the two maps that we saw. He was actually the only player for Ints who went positive on the night. Everybody else coming in with a negative, particularly Duds and Drunks. They struggled, 9 and 20, 7 and 18, respectively, between the two of them. So I'm sure Ints... We said it coming into Thursday, Jackie. We'll say it again. It's the same word over and over, and that is consistency. And they need to get these players just playing consistently at a level week after week after week, and then they know they can rely on what they are coming into. And we'll see how that plays out. But so far, Alemo, he will be shut down to begin with. PZD finding a nice opener with a headshot there.
Ooh, Potoxy, he looks for one as well. Straight through the banister, he will be banishing Duds. Connection onto the noggin there, and already that's 2 frags for the Black Dragons. They are going to be flapping their wings and feeling the high tempo now into the round, as they've done very well to start this one off. Ints, you're on your attack. You've got 1 minute and 25 seconds left to try and bring this back into a winnable position. You've got a Nomad, Ace, and Sledge left alive, and how else do you play this one? VNX, a bit suspicious. Sus that someone is going to peek out from the stairway, but instead sets his focus back over towards the doorway. Does get contact. Oh, looks like Spider-Man's coming down from the grapple, as he will connect the shot across onto Lagunis and leave them in a position now, Tim, where it's a bit more manageable. 3 versus 4 with a minute left.
Absolute gift of a kill drops right into the lap of VNX there. He could not have hoped for a freer kill as the man just jumps over the balcony, unaware of the Sledge, just waiting on reading door. But Potoxy it will be to close out the Sledge, and then Vitz gets in. The information being fed that there is a man playing at Pillars, takes down the Kaid of PZD, but all along there is still Ints players dropping away time after time. Now then, coming through Washroom, that is a big play from Hornetown. Not only does he get the kill, but he looks to be able to get towards his downed man. Baits him out, lets Vitz go in for the kill onto Hugzord, flips him round the bar, hits him with the ring around the roses, and will finish him off as the Nomad moves back through into sight. And that's going to be round 1 going to Black Dragons.
Clean. A nice opening round. I mean, for the most part as well, they won it fairly early on with the style of aggression they took into the round. They just started to, hit their shots, go for the wide swings, play the confident style of Siege that you need to run, especially in an environment like this. That was a bit of a cheeky one, though. The rappel straight down, drops in front of him. That was a bit rough.
It's not ideal, is it? When you literally do that is a lot like what happens to me when I play Siege repeatedly. Wherever I drop, whatever corner I seem to come round, it's into somebody's ADS, and it's always the freest kill in the world. So it's nice to see that the pros suffer it as well, and not just me, Jackie.
It gave me flashbacks of, like when you're in the bedroom, there's some faint light coming off like the plug socket or something, and you just see a spider just shoot its way down. It just looked like that.
I had a spider fall on me when I was leading. Ooh. That was an interesting 10 minutes or so.
Oh, the panic of just like, you're rubbing your hair, you're shaking.
Well, it was back in the days where I had hair, Jackie.
Ooh.
That's how long ago it was. And I felt a little bit of a brush on my hair. I was just sort of led there, a little bit of a brush. Thought, right, okay. And I'm led on my front. I'm like, bit weird.
Maybe it was the wind.
Just sort of, who knows? Forgot about it. Feel a little bit of an itch on my shoulder. I think just have a scratch of that, no problem. Then it ran fully across my back. I've got to be honest, Jackie, I lost my cool.
Ooh, I can see why. Cool. I'd be shook. I'd be fully shook in that environment. Yeah, that'd do me in. I don't know. Over the years, I've grown to, appreciate spiders more and not be as scared of them. But those small boys do give me a spook at the best of times.
I don't mind them too much, and I try to be pretty neutral now because I've got a young daughter, as most people know. So I don't want to like breed it into her. So I'm always sort of very cool, like, oh, come and have a look at this spider. But I think running across my back, that's where I draw the line. And I think it's a fair line.
Oh yeah, quite literally a line across the back. You're not. You're not going to want it. Spiders, they're scary. Send in your thoughts or feelings about arachnids. Hashtag BR6. Let us know how you feel about those small boys. But, it looks like we do actually have a tweet coming in, Tim, in Portuguese.
I was going to pretend to just read this as if I could read Portuguese. Simon, the producer, has very kindly given us a translation for it. So what it's saying is the Ints team had a super fit gameplay. So I presume we're meaning very good gameplay there. Hopefully they'll come back with that because it was beautiful to watch. So yes, Ints towards the end of last season, completely agree with you there. They did show us some great plays and they really did manage to fight their way back into a lot of games and they showed great resilience. And it's not something we've seen from them just yet. But they are a great team to watch, and I would love to see that come back as well.
Oh, absolutely. They're a very fun team to watch, and we'll start to see some of that excitement very shortly. Because at this point, we're down to about a minute in the round. We've still got all 5 alive. Hasn't been any contact just yet, just slow and steady, as you'd expect. Utilising the drones, forcing out utility, and opening up those vertical angles. This is where Alamal could be in a prime position to do some damage in the late round over towards the train car. As he'll use, of course, that skeleton key that just tears the floor up like a workman that wants to get home for 9 p.m. And there's the frag as he does the business. A job well done as he'll get the hurty-verty off onto Hugzord, Tim.
Great opener. Absolutely great opener. And what a demonstration of how to use the skeleton key there. Just flipping from gadget to rifle after opening up the floor and just absolutely nailing the Valkyrie in sight. Fantastic. And that leaves us 5 versus 4. Pressure coming in from the half stairs now. Vitz is aware that there's a man playing in the white corridor there, just dipping in and out of that VIP area. Hornetau is going to have to push forward, goes right into Freezer head to head, but shut down by Duds. I think he got more than he bargained for there, but then backed up well by Patoxy and Lagonis, who will get themselves a couple of kills. I think ultimately it is the clock that finishes the round for us there, but it's just unable to get themselves established inside of sight in time.
That's a shame as well. That's another round that it really does sort of hark back to a lot of what we've seen tonight, where a few of our teams here, Tim, in Latam have struggled on the attacking front when it comes to being able to get anything done in the early round. It comes out a little bit too late. By the time you try and make your move and muscle into the site, they've still got a manpower advantage. They've still got utility to deny and delay, and they do just that. They pick you off. They leave you with no chance and no time. You can't crack open that briefcase and get the diffuser down. The only thing that it gets disabled is your chance of winning the round.
How many times did we say it about Ints on Thursday night? How many times did we comment on the speed of their play against Furia and the fact that they were leaving it too late in rounds and they were always going in for those last 5 seconds to try and get the diffuser on the ground? And it just seems like the problem at the minute is getting that nut cracked early enough in the round so that they are in a position to move in a little bit sooner. They just need an extra 15 or 20 seconds, but they're just leaving it far too late, and maybe just a bit more pace and a bit more aggression in the early round to get them established quicker so that they have more time at the far end would be seriously beneficial to them at the minute.
Yeah, I think that's all it would take. A bit of a change in the tempo. We know they understand how to at least work that early round to get themselves into a good position with map control. Just speed it up a little bit. Play with a bit more confidence. They can definitely back it up. They still found a good solid base to build off of even to this round with the entry frag that came out from the vertical play there of Alamau, but the pieces just didn't fall into place off the back of that. So we move on to the third round now. Of course, the first 2 have been won for Black Dragons back to back. And they are going to be content, building themselves a nice pile of gold to sit atop on. Will they be breathing fire here into the third round, though? Int setting up for very heavy control towards the top floor, so they can work their way down through the roof. And together, Alamau, of course, those hatches are quick work for the Skeleton Key. Craps them both open, drones go in, and it'll take down the soft walls to boot.
Plenty of soft destruction available between Sledge and Book, of course. So Int's looking to get complete top floor control, and then they will open up the cocktail floor, which is directly above the site. That should enable them to get enough vertical control to drop a man over the balcony into sight, and then the default plant spot is just next to the bookcase that is inside of the reading room door. But first step before they get ahead of themselves is to get that top floor control and to get it nice and quickly, because as we've said, they are leaving things too late in the round. Nearly halfway through, they are yet to find themselves a kill, and they are yet to get any sort of meaningful control. Look, there are 2 defenders out there on the east side. There is 1 still in washroom, so there is 3 men that have to be dealt with before any approach to site can be made, because if they try to push to site like this, all that's going to happen is those vertical angles will be used against them. Hug's order is to open things up with that kill onto Vitz, and that leaves us 5 versus 4. Alemau will get 1 for himself, but this is what happens when the top floor isn't cleared out.
The vertical angles now being used against you. Ints, they tried to essentially execute this exact method in the prior round, but it's gone to the back of their minds, and unfortunately for them, they're not having any thoughts go through their minds anymore, as they've taken a bullet where their thoughts get processed. They have a 2-player position left. It is just Drunks and VNX. Drunks nearly dead as well, and now he does go down. Hugzord will finish him. It's all on your Sledge in quite an awkward predicament here. A rough 1 versus 4 at the best of times, but even worse when you look at the positional play that is there for Black Dragons. They have complete control of the diffuser, and they don't even want to hold it. Instead, they want to close this round down. Some acrobatics from PZD. He'll peek out and punish in towards the train car as he conducts them through to a third round.
I'm not sure if Ints were maybe just trying to do too many things at once there, essentially. They had the men pushing into top floor, but there was not enough pressure going onto those top floor defenders to allow movement through the mid floor. So they tried to push into pillars by opening up the wall, as we saw with the Book, and then try to take the fights vertically from there up onto the east balcony. But the problem was, in doing that, without having that top floor control, they were able to fight with them on the mid floor with Black Dragons. So then they lost the opening kill, and it sort of started to fall apart from there. I think what may have been more successful would have been waiting for that mid-floor push until the top floor clearance was underway. You need to get yourself a kill up there on the top floor, maybe clear out that washroom, start pushing towards White Stairs, start pushing into bar so that the pressure is well and truly on any defenders that remain, and then push somebody in to the pillars area. See if you can get somebody on a rotate to read in. See if you can pick one up on the east balcony on a vertical angle. You know, try at that point to mix things up. It just felt like a few too many things a little bit too soon without anything really being established, and it just fell apart for them from there.
It did. It seems like they're not really giving themselves a lifeline to play off, Tim. It's just a little bit too late when they are going for these late round executes, and I don't know, it feels a bit rushed, it feels a bit rough, and unfortunately Black Dragons are just capitalizing on every single mistake. Now, Tim, in the rehost riddles for the season. You made a couple of mistakes, but you also had a good run. I'll give you the 2 points. Yeah, I'll give you the 2 points. I'll let you keep them. Do you feel like you can come back in with another one?
Oh, I'm always confident, Jackie. I'm always confident. I'm always ready to roll.
Well, let's see if you can be accurate with this one as we head into another hashtag rehost riddle whilst we get this game back up and running. Tim, what lies at the bottom of the sea and shivers?
What lies at the bottom of the sea and shit? I feel like my brain really nearly went there immediately then, Jackie.
Yeah?
I do, but then it just sort of seems to have drifted away into a little bit of a fog, which you might find commonly at sea. Very deadly fog at sea.
It can be.
So
that's why we got lighthouses.
Exactly that. It was only a couple of years ago that I actually ever first saw a lighthouse functioning, you know. I don't come from a seaside location myself, and there's not many up around the north of England. They tend to be either up in Scotland or down the south of England in the rockier coastal areas. But I saw one working for the first time, quite impressed by it. But that's a little aside, obviously. My life history with lighthouses. What lies at the bottom of the sea and shivers?
See, I'll give you this. You're on topic with the lighthouse talk. They play a part in this, Tim.
Okay. I feel like that's just thrown another degree of difficulty on top. You know how seriously I take these riddles, Jackie. Bottom of the sea and shivers. A shipwreck.
It's very, very
because it's
close.
a wreck.
Wait, it's a... Is it there? Come on, why is he shivering? It is a wreck, Tim, but it's a nervous wreck.
A nervous wreck. That's surely a win.
But you get half a Tim star. I'll give you half.
That's surely a win. You can't... I mean, a nervous wreck isn't an actual thing.
Yeah, but that's why he's at the bottom of the sea and he's shivering. Because he's nervous. He's a nervous wreck.
3 for 2.
There you go. You get half a jelly bean for that one. Not a full jelly bean.
2.5 for 2.5. Okay.
It's worked out.
I'll take that.
Oh, man. Well, if
in my head,
home,
I'm a winner, so, you know.
Oh, mate, you're always a winner in my eyes, Tim. But I'm curious to see who else got it. If you did get it, and we're doing this based off trust, it's like
purely
Halloween.
Trust.
Yeah, you know, it's like when you got the jar of sweets outside, and it's up to you to take one. If you think you got it, and you did get it, tweet in, let us know. Hashtag BR6, get involved, and tell us what the answer was, even though you've already found out. Unless the delay's not caught up, in which case you're a magician.
I'll tell you what, I don't know about you live, Jackie, but that'd be a big risk where I live. Putting those sweets outside on Halloween, they'd be gone by 5:05. Let me guarantee. And that'd just be the next door neighbour.
Oh, mate.
Just be straight round, I'm having them.
See, the thing is, I'd probably sneak out and just steal them myself. And then just be like, well, look.
You played yourself, Jackie.
What? You know, because that's the thing, right? You take a picture, you'd be like, oh, look, I left a bucket of sweets outside. I'm a good neighbour. Look at me. And then in reality, I'd sneak in under the cover of darkness with my little Grim Reaper outfit on, steal all the sweets, and muzzle back into place and ranked him.
Just absolutely cramming them in. I'm a big lover of Halloween. I'm all about it. I think it's a lot of fun, not just for the sweets. I love a good costume. I've got a little bit of form in the old pumpkin carving department. Yeah, you know, plenty of secret talents under the surface here, Jackie. I've got my technique down.
God, wait, how do you approach it? What's your tool of the trade? What's your easiest way?
There's always safety first, Jackie. Always safety first. But my tool of choice, I don't go for the knife. I feel it's a little bit unwieldy when it comes to those more intricate areas. So generally, I'll draw on with a pen what I want to carve to begin with. Obviously, it's a little bit of an art form in itself. I can't say that I always come up with the drawings myself of, you know, what you're going to keep, what you're going to cut out that makes up a picture. But I'll draw that on freehand. And then the tool of choice, Jackie, is a hacksaw blade, just on its own.
One of the little hacksaw ones? The little handheld.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just the blade. I wrap some tape around the bottom of it. As I say, safety first, always. Tend to wear gloves as well. You know, all your PPE equipment is required, of course. But you can really get in some nice turns, some tight angles, and, you know, it cuts through the skin really easily, whereas you tend to find a knife trying to get through the flesh. It's a bit tricky. It drags a little bit, and you end up with very straight cuts, whereas you can get nice curved edges with the old hacksaw blade. So that's what I go for, personally.
That's another one for out of context Ace of Pyrite, I reckon. that entire conversation. Someone needs to get on that. Someone make that Twitter account before the end of the day.
That's a sign of having made it, surely.
Oh, I think so. But I'm taken back by your talents, Tim. I'm excited. I feel like, one day we'll have to get a little carving contest.
I'll put a picture up on Twitter. I'll find one that I've done. I haven't done one for a few years. My daughter's getting a little bit older now, so she's like quite into it. So yeah, I'll get a picture up about it.
All right, that sounds good. Well, picture this. Right now, we're in the round 4. No contact yet. It is still a 5-on-5, but we're coming close to when this round is going to start coming to life. Much like a haunted pumpkin here, as we've got about 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. Black Dragons, of course, if you're joining us after the rehost, they'd already picked up 3 rounds here on their defense. Very dominantly as well. They've been playing some clean clinical siege in the manner of approach, whereas Ints, it's been a bit rough. It's not been too ideal on their attack. Let's see if it'll work out a bit better this time around, as again, they go for a very similar execution. Dropping down together from the top floor, working their way in, Wolfpack up towards Cigars. Is this one going to burn bright, or will it be blown out by the Black Dragons, Tim?
Got control of the cigar shop now and looking to move into piano as well. That's pretty much free for them. They've still got a man in washroom by the looks of things. And this is the thing for Ints so far. They get into position quite well. They get themselves established exactly where they need to be. But then it's when it comes to that execution, it's just lacking. It's as if it's that confidence of breaking the seal and pushing forward and taking those first gunfights. It just takes them a little bit too long to rev up and get going. And at this point, we've still got 5 defenders on the board, 45 seconds left to go, and it's going to be very difficult to potentially try and get a diffuser down here. They need to get in and get a couple of kills. They've not really done much to deal with this east balcony problem as well. Cocktail and east balcony, very difficult area if you've still got defenders out on there now. Hugzord once again steps in, opening kill onto a Lemo, and that is the second round in a row that we have seen that exact combination come through, with Hugzord taking out the Book of a Lemo. Drunks will level things up, but we're only 18 seconds left on the clock, and there is no meaningful site control for Ints just yet. Utility starts to rain in. That's going to help nobody as Duds gets a team kill, and then one is going in either direction. 3 versus 2 right now. Black Dragons, they're looking pretty solid, although Hornetau is down. Time ticks out. Duds has no choice but to dump the diffuser on the ground exactly where he is. It's all for PZD to move through and get the knife kill. The Nomad was just a little bit behind the play there. Head up to the top of White Stairs to be able to cover his teammate, and it's another round for Black Dragons.
Oh, mate. Butcher Pete running in there with a blade as he's chopping up that meat. Gets another round on the board for them. Probably the closest we've seen it come down to here, really, for Ints. There was a chance, there was a possibility, but in the end, when the dust settles, it is just an overwhelmingly strong defensive display here from Black Dragons, Tim. You've already got 4 rounds. There's not much left to go here. 2 rounds to be precise. And if Ints don't get both of those last 2 remaining rounds, I'm really quite worried, especially because we haven't even seen a change in playstyle from Black Dragons this entire way through. They've been willing to still go for the aggressive peaks. They're willing to swing into fights. They're doing very well when it comes to holding their angles and just overpowering Ints at every turn. It's worrying stuff when you think about it. If they go on to get 5 rounds here out of their defense, Tim, I think this one's as good as done. I think Cafe's over.
I'd agree with you. I think, looking at the statistics from stage 1, Lagonis, as we know, very capable of the diffuser down on the ground. So Black Dragons on the attack, they are going to be reasonably formidable. They're going to go in there, get control of those default plant spots, and Lagonis will have the opportunity to put that diffuser down. And I think at the minute, the way to beat Ints is to play aggressively against them. It's to get up in their face. It's, to take the advantage from that sort of lack of decisiveness, really. Lack of decisive movement. As I say, they got themselves established in Cigar there, but took too long about getting into piano and challenging washroom, and ultimately, quite often, the aggressor will be the victor in Siege, and that is what happened. It just enabled Hugzord to push out, and rather than him being challenged, he was the challenger. Went in there and got the kill and just got the ball rolling for Black Dragons, and then ultimately, it came down to that time factor again. We've said it for Ints, we'll say it again. Duds had no choice but to dump the diffuser on the ground because he was down to 0 seconds, and then it was all for PZD to just move in and get the knife kill, mop things up nice and easy.
Visceral cleanup there. A lot of blood. Luckily, the bucket and the Daz cleaned it up lickety-split. We're back in as well, and let's see if there will be another split from Black Dragons, or if finally it will be the streak getting ended by Ints, and they'll get themselves a stepping stone, at the very least, here on their attacking opener of Cafe. VNX is already inside the caf. He's pushed his way in, not asking for reservations. He's gone in, Tim, walked straight up to the waiter and said, "I'm having a table for one."
And a table for one will be prepared, I am sure, but we'll see whether he gets served up anything tasty or not. Now, mid-floor control is in the possession of Ints, 1 minute 30 off the clock, so that's not bad. That's quite well-timed, but well-timed is the nitro from Lagonis that will absolutely remove VNX from the mid-floor, and that is very unfortunate for Ints. It is the sledge that bites the dust, so there will be very limited soft destruction going on from here on out. They will be stuck with the angles they have. There's the potential for Duds to open up 1 or 2. Alemau could get in there on the buck, and you can hear that is actually the case. So stood up on the table, very aware at this point of the potential for further nitros. We can see them really just grouping up there. They are scared at this point in time, but the only thing that I am scared about, once again, is that time ticking away, still on the mid-floor here, Ints, and not really having any massive impact over Black Dragons or exactly how they want to hold this site.
40 seconds. 4 versus 5. Plant pots being smashed open to give Patroxy an angle to play from as he backs himself in the corner, hoping to recreate the plant pot punishment onto someone's head if they come round not protecting their necks. A little bit of damage inflicted onto Lagunis as well, as it will soften him up, but he charges in, still fuel the confidence. No follow-up frag there onto the Ash though, unfortunately. He won't win out in that encounter. Duds remains alive, but barely. Very low on overall HP and has a critical job of trying to recover the diffuser. He'll be stuck in the room. Gas going over, but instead it'll be the bullets that ends him. 5 seconds on the clock. Alamau is nowhere near the diffuser. The round is done. This one is another one going the way of Black Dragons as they take it up to 5 so far on the first half.
Chalk another one up to the clock there as the time ticks away, and there is very little that Ints can do at that point to recover that down diffuser. The freezer drop is always a risky one, Jackie, because you're just dropping yourself into a kill box, essentially, and you have to move out of there fairly quickly. For me, there's been no attempt from Ints when attacking onto Kitchen to try and get the bakery wall open. They haven't had anybody established in there able to do that. They've had the ace available, they've had the hard breach there, but not been able to utilise it, and it's hurt them. It has prevented them getting enough site control, and each time they've dropped into that freezer area, it's just been a nightmare for them. Toxic babes raining in there. There's not exactly much space to run away from the gas, is there? You know, you just get locked down, and then Black Dragons, they're happy to just go in there, and again, it's a small area, so you can pretty much just go in there spraying bullets, and the chances are you're going to hit something.
This is devastating for Ints, Tim. It doesn't look like the same team that we saw previously. It feels like it's really all come unstuck. They've hit a bit of a roadblock. Confidence has gone. The map seems like it's gone along with it as well at this point. As 5 rounds have been accumulated so far on the defensive side of Black Dragons. Not honestly going to be surprised if they get themselves a flawless half and walk away with all 6 already in a backpack, ready to just run away with the game and lock it down. We can see them opening up some of these barricades once again as well to potentially go for a bit of an early round peek out. The amount of times they've already to this point, it feels like it's got to happen. It seems like it is just their balance of the way they're playing it here on Cafe. They're hitting their shots, and you can't argue that it's been winning them the game. Ints haven't had any way of combating against it. For the most part, it just feels like Ints haven't had much confidence in their plays, Tim. They've gone for very similar executions countless times. I mean, how many times have we effectively seen this same early opener from Ints that just hasn't worked?
Basically, the difference that we need to see compared to last time, they've done what they did, attacking reading, they've got themselves into Cigar and Piano reasonably quickly, but they need to start pushing across the top floor. They need to take those challenges and win them, because this is exactly the same setup that we saw defensively. 2 men out on Cocktail and 1 in Washroom, and they just did nothing to disrupt them, and one way or another, they need to find a way. Maybe that's getting on the South Rappel to pin down the man that's playing in Washroom and then move through Piano and challenge him. Some way or another, they have to start affecting things, because this can't keep going on, because Black Dragons, they will just rinse and repeat. They'll just keep doing the same thing. They will hold the same angles. They'll challenge at roughly the same times. All Black Dragons are waiting for is that 1 minute mark. As that ticks down and they get towards the 1 minute, they will then just get aggressive on this top floor. So they'll push out of Washroom and they'll try and hit the flank of anybody that is in Piano or is in Cigar. And that is exactly what they're waiting for now. And as time ticks away, as Ints still don't have a kill, 20 seconds to go, and you will start to see the Black Dragons' pressure and intensity on the defense increase.
Nearly down to a minute then. Slow and steady so far. First pick hasn't risen yet. And this has essentially been the same outcome of all of the rounds we've had. It's very slow. Ints, they don't go for that explosive early contact and look to secure themselves a nice entry frag in record time. It's always down to their last minute site execution, but as we've seen, their site execution isn't being backed up. Once again, Alamau will get an opening kill though for the side of Ints. We've seen this previously. They need to adapt off the back of it and get the ball rolling in the right direction now going forward. PZD dropping down through the hatch, looking to try and hatch a plan to clutch this one, but Dud slays his teammates. He bites back, hitting the connection shot there. On to another man, but it's not going to matter as he's eventually gunned down. This could be the first round for Ints in the game. Their last attacking round could be the one that goes their way unless Lagunis can clutch it. He's on the mute, but can he mute them? Can he silence their opportunity of getting around? It all comes down to whether or not he can deny the diffuser here. He would have to track him down, give it a freebie. As the peak comes around, he has to get through the rotation hole and he can't dodge, dip and dive quick enough. Instead, he finally gets fragged out as he's spotted by Alamau on the buck, a clean 2k, and finally a first round.
Lagunis just getting himself trapped on that rotate there, as you say, a complete freebie for him. And if he gets into that little sort of utility room there, then maybe things are a little bit different. But it was still a big ask for him and better from Ints. I think the thing that was missing there for Black Dragons was that aggression that I spoke about. We got to a minute, and whereas previously it was Hugzord who stepped up into Piano, got a kill and really got the ball rolling, that didn't come this time from Black Dragons. And they were pushed back, they were forced, and I think Ints just had the angles held a little bit better and they got themselves established on that mid floor, which pretty much forced the defenders to drop back to site. And as soon as they'd done that, top floor control was then gained and they used it well. So well played to Ints there, getting themselves a first round on the board, but there is still a huge job ahead of them here. Black Dragons, they need 2 to close out map number 1 here on Cafe against Ints, and I'm sure they're going to be looking for it in quick time.
Okay. Well, at least it's something, right? It's better than you going through and not being able to get a single round on the board, even though it was played out in a very similar manner to the rounds that didn't work for them. It felt like they were always stuck in one gear there, didn't really adapt too much in terms of their attack round, even when it was basically them hitting their heads off a brick wall. So I hope that the adaptation will benefit them at least here onto their defense, where they can be a little bit more reserved. They can wait for the late round angles. It will play perfectly into their hands if they wish to try and turtle and take a slower approach. But for Black Dragons, it still seems like aggression is key. They want to take a tenacious approach to this. Early on, PZD, we see him taking out some of the windows, firing off at any potential position where he suspects someone is going to be lurking towards. No joy just yet, but there is close contact. He is actually relatively close to potentially locating someone from the inside if he does get over aggressive, Tim.
Blitz, always an interesting choice. Hugzord looking to push into Bakery. So this is by contrast to the attacking pushes that we saw from Ints. I suggested getting control over Bakery and opening up the wall there can sometimes carry a bit more success than the freezer drop. We will see how much it impacts here as Hugzord has pushed his way in on the Blitz. He's just clearing out utility. He's looking to get himself into prep. He's aware that the holes are opened above him, but there's nobody in position at the minute to attack him from there. He's just going to clear out that barbed wire utility. And this is reasonably good progress from Black Dragons when we talk about timing, and I spoke about Ints being a little bit slow to get themselves into positions. We can see here within a minute Black Dragons have got themselves established in Bakery and they're already looking at working to get that wall opened up now. My one concern for them is they haven't really pushed anybody through the mid floor yet, so those vertical angles will remain in the possession of Ints for the time being, and that could well be a deciding factor on this round if not dealt with by Black Dragons.
Hugzord Trying to see just how much of an impact he could potentially have here on the Blitz. It's such a vocal operator that it will attract a lot of attention if he plays his role right into the round. Time is starting to tick down though. About a minute left here, so we are slowly working our way through. Again, we haven't had a single bit of blood spill. No first contact, no opening death, no opening kill. At least sticking to their guns, and ooh, Hornetau on the adjustment there, firing off a few stray bullets. Tries to get the shot across. We see a little bit of damage done because of it, as VNX will take a stray bullet to the back of the heel, but they won't heal the round. They'll still hold and wait for the oncoming onslaught. Here we see the play from the Blitz. Hugzord walks up ever so slightly, like the human mean machine that he is, trying to tank a majority of the damage. Has to drop back down to the ground though to restrict his knees getting blown off. Gets contact, but hasn't really gained them much sight control. They're taking damage across the board as well. Lagunas is also low. Timing could be everything as they look to dip their way out of there. He switches to the pistol but can't punish. 10 seconds left on the clock now. Vitz coming through with the AUG. A beautiful frag to pick up in a late round scenario, and it's not just the one. He gets a second as well. Hornetau is down. PZD, all that they have left on the Ash. 1 versus 2. Fully committing to get the diffuser. If he comes off, the round is over. Hornetau essentially acting as a human camera as he goes round the corner. PZD has to clutch it from this position. 19 bullets, but no heart that's pounding in his chest. As the round goes to Ints, they'll win out that one and find the disable on the defuser.
Really back and forth round there. Ints in charge for a lot of it. Black Dragon's able to get that diffuser down, but as you say, it was a last gasp effort really. 1 versus 3. PZD had his work cut out for him now. Hugzord on the Blitz did some really great work, but then lost his life to Vitz. He just sort of found himself in no man's land, Jackie. He sort of pushed aggressively towards that double door, but then Cardinal Sin for the Blitz turned his back on the enemy and was easily shut down at that point. His whole strength is in having that shield pointed towards them, and you know, if he needed to move back, he really needed to back up rather than turn tail and run, because it cost him dearly at the end there. Now fighting fire with fire, it looks like no, Clash is just, I was going to say bringing a shield to match the shield, but no, Clash will be moved away, and on the 6th pick, Blitz is brought again by Hugzord. Now attacking onto Reading Room this time, so Blitz is likely to be part of that top floor clearance. We've seen Pengu use this operator to great effect on the top floor of Cafe previously, so there is certainly uses for him, but he does need support as well.
Indeed. This is still a whole lot better though from Ints. It felt like the game was almost done and dusted and tucked away into a little box, and that it was sending us on to Oregon to be the final map of the night. But there's a bit of fight left in them. They still had some fuel in the tank. They've decided that they are going to display that, and they've been able to bite back, albeit having a very close affair there. You know, that could have gone a different way, Tim. It gets into a scenario like that. Whenever these rounds are coming down to 1vx's, that is scary. If that's the way you're having to close out these rounds after such a struggle on your initial attacking side, it never looks that clean. So, don't count this one over just yet. There's potentially a little bit more left in the way it is going to be played. Same attack, though, from PZD in the early round, of course, where it'll take open a window, seeing if there is any peaks. But Ints, it feels like they're not willing to run that many risks after what happened to them in the first half.
And on the defense, they don't necessarily need to. It wouldn't necessarily be the end of the world for them to bring a bit of aggression, like you say, peek or a run out, and just mix things up a little bit. But at the same time, I'm sure they're very conscious that they are facing a 5-round scoreline against them. And, you know, one mistake like that, one bad run out, loses you a man, could be the difference, and that could be the entire round gone, and then you are guaranteeing a draw at the absolute best. Now, Hornetau, he's going to open things up onto Duds, so that is going to be the Jaeger gone. Not the end of the world, but not ideal for Ints to be fighting back from a lower man count. Now, this is interesting because I commented on the top floor clearance from Ints a couple of times, and by contrast, look at the pressure and the progress that is being made so quickly here by Black Dragons. A minute into the round, and they have got 2 kills on the board and top floor control. All defenders now forced away nearly, and this is an absolute nightmare for Ints right now.
Oh, it's a nightmare for Hugzord, all on his own there, just stuck inside 2 different smoke canisters. You go back, you choke. You go forward, you choke. He just stands there and takes it on the chin. We end up here. With a minute and 25 seconds left on round 8, it's a 3 versus 2. The health advantage is certainly over towards Black Dragons, but the manpower is what is going to be assisting Ints here. PZD, a bit suspicious about the idea of someone being beneath him, but it's the same level he needs to be wary of, and he is. Levels out the playing field now, putting us back into a 2 versus 2. Ooh, almost caught a glimpse there of the man beneath him, Tim. Alamau is just lurking slightly further below. You've got VNX behind the sofa as well. There is a bigger story to be told in this round. This one isn't over yet.
Certainly not 2 versus 2. We find ourselves 53 seconds left to go, and as I said, that's because of that early quick progress from Black Dragons. It is something that they do better than Ints, is to move quickly and to give themselves plenty of time. And this is why it's important, because rounds in Siege are very and you don't know what you are going to face, so being able to have that option of a plan B, of switching it up, of doing something differently and still having time available on the clock is important. Now, shots will come through from the dining room there, but the challenge comes on the corner and will be held by VNX from behind the bomb chassis. Drops to the prone, will get taken down, but Alemo, right place, right time to trade out Patoxy. Very close from Ints there, leaving it right down to the wire, but they put round 3 on the board for themselves and bring this one a little bit closer. They are fighting their way back in, and this is the Ints that we know, we are more familiar with, and we know that these players are capable of better than they've shown us.
A tight clutch round there. Looks like it could have gone either way towards the end. Now, this round actually harps back to obviously what we were discussing before the game even kicked off, Tim. We were giving our thoughts and feelings on Cali, but what would you know? 6-pick play, obviously coming off it as a little bit of a bait there and moving back onto the Blitz that has been a consistent pick so far for Hugzord. He hasn't got that much done with it. There's been a couple of opportunities, but it feels like there was also a few misplays that have come along with those. And now the game is tight once again. There's only 2 rounds difference here. Ints have almost brought it back, and from the position they were in, that is a good result. They've slowly fought tooth and nail. It's looked so much better, at least here on their defense, but they're still very close rounds. By no means have any of them been dominant. Even the prior round calls back to that as well. It's not been looking clean, Tim, and that's what scares me, because how many times are you going to win that 1v1?
Well, this is it. They've had to show a lot of resilience so far to get to this point. And, you know, you play that last round 10 times, you maybe win it 7 times out of 10. There are timelines whereby you lose that last 1v1. There was an advantage there for the man coming in at the end. He was already ADS. He was ready for that fight. There'd been a call out as to exactly where he'd been pushed from by the Nomad. But still, you will lose them occasionally, and as you say, Ints need to be very careful. But at 5-3, they are certainly fighting their way back into this and doing very well. Now, I'm surprised it fell apart for Black Dragons on that last round, to be honest. They did start out very well. Some good pressure applied very early on the round, and the top floor clearance looked to be going so well. It was really at a point of the defenders being pushed to drop back down to site, but somehow they just managed to pick kills up along the way. As you said at the time, I think the blitz of Hugzord being caught up in that smoke canister obviously did him no good, but the fact that he was just stuck on the lumber, he had a man in front of him, so he couldn't really turn away to vault up onto the wood to get out of the grasps of that noxious gas, and really fell apart from there.
Yeah, it's rough. There's been so many speed bumps into these rounds that have just made it awkward for them for the most part, where they've been left in fight or flight positions, and it's hard to get out of that at the best of times. You know, we've seen that reflected. Ints have been doing a very good job of that, at least, with the way they've been playing. In round 9, though, let's see if that is still going to be maintained, or if Black Dragons can get themselves that direly needed 1 round to put themselves onto 6. Hugzord having a bit of a struggle here as he plays around the shield, but as he drops his, he picks up the pistol and shows his prowess, bludgeoning Alamau as he tries to retreat on the Wamai, turn his back, and takes a bullet to the back of the head because of it, Tim. There could be a follow-up here as well. The wild spam coming out could still do damage, but instead he fully commits to it. Issue is there's nitro in the air, but there is sparks flying as well. Bullets raining in through PZD like a hailstorm. They'll rip their way through not 1 but 2 of the defenders. A backstab onto Malusi is all that's required. She has no idea that he's in the rear, but it won't matter. She'll turn the corner and dance the dance of death against Patoxy, as finally Black Dragons get themselves that 6th round.
Black Dragons taking flight there and showing that there is still plenty of fire left in their fight as they get that all-important 6th round onto the board. That guarantees them a draw here on Cafe at the absolute worst. And now that they've broken the momentum that Ints had managed to build up there, 3 rounds in a row for Ints to fight their way back into it, that well could be the straw that breaks the camel's back there, Jackie, as they just managed to edge themselves ever closer to a victory here on Cafe. And I think 7-3 will still be a very fair result for Black Dragons. They've played very well. They've just taken the foot off the gas over the last couple of rounds a little bit, but it seems that they've got it planted firmly back in place now and speeding towards a quick victory here on Cafe.
Oh yeah, they're revving it. They're giving it the get-go now. They're on like one of those, God, you know, the little illegal mopeds, Tim? The small ones. What are they called? The little bikes, the stunt bikes. They're the ones I mean?
Is it Scrambler? Is that what you're thinking?
I think that's what they're called, right? They were the tiny little motorbikes that were very popular in like 2006. There you go. We've had confirmation from producer Simon that it is known as a Scrambler. I can't remember what my point was, but basically...
but we know what it's called.
Yeah, we found that out, and that's all that matters. But let's find out if Black Dragons are going to be able to close this one down and win the game, Tim. They need one more round. That's all that's required to put this one to bed. They've certainly been close as well, so the likelihood of it happening, I feel like, is quite high at this point. It's not going to take much to finally get them over that last hurdle, especially with the fact that they seem to just have so much more confidence going into these rounds, whereas Ints, a lot of the time, they've been getting through by the skin of their teeth, Tim. And you can't win rounds like that sustainably.
Well, no, you can't rely on it, especially if you've got to come back from a position of 5-0 down. You know, you might get a couple of rounds back like that, but ultimately that luck is going to break eventually. Now, we are back in Kitchen. We saw this in round 7. It was the first defensive site for Ints, and they did very well down here. The blitz was brought along by Hugzord, but wasn't overly effective. He did manage to sort of push his way into site through preparation, but ultimately just sort of shut down, really. Never had too much of an impact. He turned his back on the defenders and was closed out nice and easily. So no surprise to see that change this time around, and the Maverick will be brought along, so that's going to give a reasonably easy option to get this wall open. He's just going to burn away those reinforcements. Doesn't need to in the end, as the I don't think there was any. The bandit batteries, I'm not sure they were applied to there or not, but one way or another, they've certainly been cleared now if they were. The Ace Selma gadgets will go in, clear out the wall in front of them and give an option there to get direct access into site. So right now, Black Dragons, very quickly, once again, you know, this is sort of night and day between these two teams, Jackie, with the pace that they play with in the early round and the way that they get themselves set up. They are just so much quicker, Black Dragons, and give themselves so much more time.
Ooh, Hornetow with a clean pick, as he will find the headshot onto Alamau and leave us now into this spot. A risky position, certainly risky business for Ints going forward, as if they concede this, they lose the game, they drop the first map, and we'll be moving on to the second and final map of the day, on to Oregon. Lagunas, though, he's hoping that he'll get a little bit more out of this. Very aware of the opening angle there up above, and knows that there could be some vertical play ahead of him. But he's still also got to worry about the ground level, as that's where the frag's going to come from. Vitz taking out his vital signs and picking up a frag with the AUG. There's the pistol kill coming out from VNX as well, as he'll shut down another man, making a mockery of them on the Mozzie. You need to reposition yourself quickly, Hugzord. Nades come into him and they blow his legs off. It was a great opener, but it's all gone wrong.
Got to be really careful there. Pressure applied to Hugzord by his teammate, who just let go of that nade there, and he had to step out of the way. Hornetow does go in, sees an opportunity, and starts to get the diffuser down. Challenged by Duds. That leaves it cold on the ground, and 1 versus 4. This is a huge ask for PZD now on the Ash. He needs to get in and start getting some kills. 12 seconds left to go. Looks like I think there might be a problem for PZD potentially. We are going to have a rehost here, but the round will nonetheless go to Ints as the clock ticks down.
There we go. The round is picked up. They get themselves another one. They stay in the game for a bit longer, at least, and they do keep it moving. I mean, at least they've got the resilience, Tim, and they're able to just keep on trucking with this. Have we got him back in? It seems
I'm not
like...
sure what was... No, there we go.
Okay.
I'm not sure what was going on. I don't know if he was still in the server, but just experiencing problems, or whether he'd maybe had a crash. If his game had crashed out completely, it does take a little while to remove you out of the game sometimes, so he may well have still been showing as present. But one way or another, we'll get this sorted. You'll probably come back to us for a short while. Hugsword does jump back in, so let's not get carried away just yet. We may well stick this. He's got back in. He's chosen his operator, used the 6th pick to get on to what he wanted to be. So looks like we're going to carry on through.
Okay, well, there we go then. It seems like the game is still afoot, and it's not over yet. We do finally get our talking point all the way back about an hour ago, and we were chatting about Cali as well. We get to see big DJ Cali in play now, finally. So let's see if her price is going to be going up this one, or if it'll be us waiting for another one to see if she gets to do any damage. 6-4, Tim. The game is getting close. I think that's what's the scariest part about this, right? The comeback that Ints have been forging slowly and steadily now gets them into a position where it's realistic. It is doable.
It really is. This round is obviously important. It's a map point if Black Dragons get that. But what I mean in terms of the comeback for Ints, at this point, I think if this one goes in the book, that's where it becomes really believable, is what I mean by that. So the last round, it's 6-3. You think, right, we've got another one, but there's still work to be done. Whereas you get this one, it's like, right, one more. One more. That's all we need. You've already then got 2 in a row. You've picked up round 10 and round 11. You've stretched them all the way when you were 5-0 down, and you start thinking that this reverse sweep is definitely possible. So Ints here, they just need to remain resolute. They need to keep doing more of what they've been doing. They need to win those gunfights, not get flustered, as they did in the last round when that opening kill goes against them. That's how it was that picked up Alamau. But they were happy. They carried on fighting and managed to see their way through the round. There was nice aggression collapsing onto the planter when it was going down. It was the sledge putting it down on the ground, but Dud's able to get in there and make that challenge. It was all that they needed. But right now, this, I would say, comes down to the first couple of kills. And if they don't go in the direction of Ints, that could be game.
Scary position. Let's hope that they've got the confidence and courage to keep themselves alive and kicking here. And if they are going to go down, at least go down screaming into this round. Minute and 40 seconds on the clock. PZD, he's in the right time, in the right place. It just depends if there will be the peak for him to secure the frag, because the wrong man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world, but it's not going to be gifted to him yet. They're also sustaining damage onto Hugsword. The Cali looking a bit green around the gills now. Not the dream scenario for a sniper that needs to be in a prime time position to try and punish them. We'll, of course, get that breaching gadget out at least. There's also followed up with the Selma breachers to try and tear that wall down, but they're tearing down the numbers into the round as they get the opening pick onto Duds. The vertical play not going to work though, as Patoxy on the rappel outside the window has been backhanded to him. It's all exploded into a bit of a commotion, leaving us in a 3 versus 3 with a minute left.
A ton of slaying going on the server right now as we find ourselves 3 versus 3 kills bouncing backwards and forwards in either direction, and nobody can come out on top as of yet. Things still level, but an interesting sort of push there through Black Dragons into bar rather than through the white corridor this time around. Decided to take an alternative route, and it certainly paid dividends for them as they picked up those couple of kills. But right now, we've reached a little bit of a stalemate. We've got 3 on the mid floor, all defenders, and we've got 3 on the top floor, all attackers. And there is going to come a point where the attackers have to push down. That is exactly what will happen as Hugsword looks to clear out that utility, takes up the diffuser, and potentially is going to get into that default plant spot and start putting it down. He's got the vertical cover. There is everything in place that they need, but they're unaware of Vitz on the backstab. Huge double from him, and that is going to be round surely. Drunk shuts down Hornetow. Huge play from Vitz, and that is exactly what Ints needed. They take the round 6-5. We're going all the way to 12, which looked extremely unlikely when it was 5-0 Black Dragons, and they really have had a problem getting this one over the line.
This has been a crazy game in terms of the length of it and the fact it's gotten all the way to this point. 6-5 now. One more round for Ints will completely close the gap, and they will be able to pick this one up, taking it 6-6 and getting a draw out of a very unlikely game. Although we have had a crash at the last second there before we go back in for what could be the final round to decide whether or not if it is going to be a draw. We do lose out on one man. I've also dropped one of my lights, but it's back, Tim. Don't worry.
Having plenty of problems with the lights, Jackie. Thursday was no good for you on the light front either, was it? Interesting there. I mean, can we call that a lack of a flank watch? They just didn't seem to be aware of the potential or the location of Fitz. What a play from him. Absolute hero play there. Moving underneath the map, up the half stairs, got himself a 2K. That was an absolute beauty. That will go down as one of the plays of the season for me. I'll tell you that already. It wasn't flashy. It was just exactly what was needed and at exactly the right time. And he just played that absolutely perfectly.
No, yeah, super solid stuff. It came in clutch when necessary. And I mean, it's gotten to this spot where now it is literally down to one last round. Obviously, once we do get back in off the rehost, it'll all come down to that. That's the one we'll close down. Our first map of the final series. If you are joining us a little bit confused, don't worry. It is just a small rehost. We'll come back in with the final round. And then we'll, of course, have the last game of the entire show tonight that is going to be on Oregon. It looked like we were going to be going there much, much sooner than the position we've now got to, Tim. This game looked done, really, but it has been a slog and a half that has brought Ints back into it, and they're trying to show they will at most want to contend to get a draw out of this one.
I love the resilience that Ints are showing. You know, this is a real fighting spirit, and this is what we are going to need to see out of them until they can resolve those problems over pace on the attack, because they are likely to lose attacking rounds with the way things are at the moment, because, as we've said, they leave it too late in the round generally to make that final execute. They're not decisive enough in the pushes. All you've got to do, if you want to see what I'm talking about particularly, is when we're done and finished, go back and watch a top floor clearance round from Ints where maybe they're attacking onto reading. That's a good example. Watch how aggressive they are when clearing that top floor, and watch how aggressive Black Dragons are when clearing the top floor and how they go about it in different ways, and you'll see exactly what I mean, because within a minute Black Dragons are pushing across that top floor, they're being decisive, they're taking gunfights, and they're going and clearing those defensive roamers out, whereas Ints, they don't do that. It takes them much longer to get that movement. They're trying to win those fights from long angles and a bit more safety. And really, that's something they are going to need to address. So whilst that is in place, they are going to likely need this resilience, because where they start out on attack, the likelihood is that they may well be playing from behind going into the second half. But at 5-0 down, certainly not scared, and they've thought their way all back in to the 12th round.
No, they have. They've really shown a lot of skill and a lot of strength with the way they've been playing it to even get it into this position, to be able to pick it up. Obviously, unfortunately for this series, there's been a couple of dropouts. There's been a few issues that have certainly been able to slow down the course of the game and have affected it slightly. But there is still the option for the draw here or for the victory in the end, depending on the last round. If you had any thoughts on this one from any of our viewers at home, of course, hashtag BR6 is the hashtag we are using to get our tweets up on screen and for you to send in your feelings about the overall day. Not only for this match, but of course, just for anything you've enjoyed. Let us know, ranging all the way back from the A to Z of Siege, of course, Tim, or to just how you feel about seeing Sexy Cake on camera earlier. We want to hear about what our viewers think.
Of course we do. We built that up through stage one. We know that the chat is a great place. The mods work really hard to keep that nice and active, and like you say, plenty of interaction on Twitter and everywhere else. And we're really trying to build a nice community spirit here on Latam. Everybody's welcome. We all have a lot of fun. We, straight off topic from time to time, Jackie, we've been known to have the odd discussion here and there, but we like to bring the fun as well as the serious Siege stuff. And so far, it's been a great night for the serious Siege stuff. We've had some fantastic games.
We have indeed. Almost seems like we are ready to get back into some more spectacularly serious Siege, as well as we're just waiting for the lobby to start once again. We've got all 10 players back in from Ints and Black Dragon, so once we get all clear on that front, it'll be sent live and we'll return in for the deciding round of the game. Of course, there is no overtime. It will end in a draw if it goes 6-6. That's the format that's played here in Latam with our best of twos. So it is vital that if Black Dragons are going to get a win here and want to maximize their points from the series, Tim, they get this last round.
Certainly is, and that best of two format, for anybody unaware, is basically as this. The points are awarded across both maps, so 2 wins, 3 points, a win and a draw, 2 points, a win and a loss or 2 draws is 1 point, and then anything less than that is 0 points. So we are going to be heading back into Cafe now. I am pretty sure we've got everybody in. They are loading up, and Hall 10 are present, so hopefully we will manage to see this. We've only got 1 round, Jackie. Hopefully we see it through to conclusion now.
Hopefully so. We're back in. It's all ready to go. We've been building it up to this point. We will see where this is going to go then. If it will finally be a victory for Black Dragons, if they'll get themselves to a 6-5 and shut this one down, or if all the way from that comeback that started eons ago at this point for Ints, they will end the game with the draw that they have been fighting for. They're, of course, on their defense. On the flip side, we've got the attack of Black Dragons. They've still looked good on their attack. If you're curious about how these rounds have gone, if you haven't seen them, they haven't been one-sided. They haven't exactly been Ints just locking it down and running away. By all means, they've been clutch rounds. They've been down to the wire nearly each and every time.
Really have, and I'm sure round 12 is going to be absolutely no different, and it will not disappoint. This is going to be a firecracker, so sit up in your seats, get ready for the conclusion of what has been an epic battle here between Ints and Black Dragons. 5-0 it was at one point to Black Dragons. It went 5-1 on the half, but Ints, they have shown the ability to fight their way back from the brink. They have got fingernails grasping the side of this cliff face here, and they just refuse to let go. They are clinging on for all they are worth, and they have only got 1 round left to survive. They are on the defense. They are up on top floor now. Previously, I don't want to throw this in as a bad omen, Jackie. It's the only attack so far that Black Dragons have won against Ints has been up on the top floor of Bar and Cocktail.
Info on the reconnaissance, spots out the Banshee that's on the wall, gets a bit of a read in some of the close positions that are in play. Hornet out, waiting to see if there is any aggression as well for the common runouts that have been utilised here from Ints, as they do bide their time. They still have a lot of time as well. They don't necessarily need to rush into this one, as this is do or die. This is the most important round in the game now for them to pick up a victory here and at least lock it down 7-5, or you lose out on the opportunity to that and basically walk away empty-handed off the back of this if it's a draw.
PZD just moving forward and clearing out that utility. That is likely to be, or at least very possibly, ahead of a push from Hugzord, and there he goes, just on cue, absolutely sprinting past. Marks out where the Banshee is located using that new Ping 2.0 system, and out goes the utility there. Now, there are ADSs in place. I'm not sure if they were intended to protect the Banshee or not, but they weren't placed correctly if that was the case, because the breaching charge was able to just lance into the wall next to that Banshee and just get it cleared out. Now, in comes the flash onto the smoke. He is blind as a bat at that point, and Hugzord it will be, stepping round and getting the opening kill onto Alamo, and the early advantage goes to Black Dragons.
55 seconds left, time ticking away. So is the likelihood of Ints being able to pick up this round as their manpower gets worse and worse by the second. Although peeking up from behind the desk, we see some damage done by the Maestro, but it's not enough. PZD fully committing to getting the diffuser down. In the meantime, VNX has been clocked and he has been clapped by Petoxy. Cleans it up for Black Dragons as they will raise hell in the end, securing victory. They had to fight all the way through to the bitter end of the game though, Tim. No easy rounds, no smooth ones. They finally shut it down and win it out 7-5.
Nothing easy, nothing a given there. That is absolutely true. Ints, they put up a very good account of themselves, but Black Dragons showed resilience in their own way there, coming in and looking like the team that we saw in those first 5 rounds to finish things off in round 12, 7-5. But that is a warning shot for them, and it will have been much closer than they would have liked. I am absolutely certain of that. Something that they probably need. It's only one map. We'll see how they go for the rest of the season. But if that continues, then finishing games off, clinching them, that's something they'll need to address.
Yeah, crunch time is very important. You know, if you can do all the early work, do all the groundwork, and facilitate everything that's needed to get it close to a win, but then just can't overcome the crunch, you are going to struggle, especially in some of those more important bracket play games later on. If we make it towards the major position and they are in good standings, it will be rough for them. But it's not over yet. That is the end of the first map of Cafe, but we are going into Oregon after the break. Join us for that when we return with some more Siege.
Habla mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo. Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo. Ya. Duro, pam, pam. Le gusta lo malo, los underground. Duro, pam, pam. Y no queda el que sea en primer round. Duro, pam, pam. Le gusta lo malo, los underground. Duro, pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos ambientado.
Vamos a pecar con perreo, baby. Te veo con un crimen.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Well then, here we go. Last map of the night, final game of the night. Tim, it looked like that was going to be a quick one. I thought Cafe was going to be in and out of the oven in seconds, but that was a slow cooker.
It certainly was. As you say, it wasn't a meringue that's in there for a matter of minutes. It was more of a slow-cooked meat joint in there for 4 or 5 hours, but it was certainly as entertaining as either of those things can be. And who knows, at the end, it could have been Ints, as they really did gain some momentum through that defensive half. But good resilience shown from Black Dragons to ultimately get it over the line. At the end of the day, 7-5, 7-1, 7-0 does not matter. What the history books say will be a map win to Black Dragons.
Yeah, and that's all that matters really at the end, right? Once the dust settles, you've taken the victory, you've got the points. Now, can you get a 2-0? That's the big question. You showed a lot of skill into those initial 5 rounds. They were just running away with it. It seemed like that was going to be par for the course for the entire game, and it would be a very easy display from them. Didn't maintain like that. Once we saw the defensive side come out from Ints, it started to click. They started to really hit their shots. There was a few uncomfortable moments throughout the series. Hopefully that won't crop up again here going into Oregon. But Oregon, even as a map team, I just feel like the way it's played, it lends a lot to the strengths of Ints. So it should be a different story here.
I think so. I think, we're still expecting defenders to win more rounds than they lose here, which plays into Ints' hands. As I said, their problem at the minute, their struggle is on those attacks and giving themselves enough time and being decisive enough. So on a map where they can, again, lean on the defensive side and play into that strength, which they've shown they are very good at doing so, then I think, yes, that will benefit them.
100%. We'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case, though, as we're just waiting to get into this. Oregon is the last matchup of the night. It will all end with this one final bang. Please send in your tweets for this one. Hashtag BR6. Get involved over on Twitter, as it is our final matchup. We want some ruckus for this one, as we are turning up the heat on what has already been a bit of a sauna of a day, Tim.
It has, and as you say, Jackie, we want plenty of noise, plenty of activity in the chat. Get excited for this one, because I have a little feeling that this is going to be another close affair. We are, of course, going to Oregon. We've got both the teams loaded in now. We'll be getting over there any second, and it's going to be a real showdown between these two. Of that much, I'm fairly confident.
Well, we are going into Oregon. As the map loads up, we're about to kick this one off. We'll be sliding our way into the band phase, of course, and seeing what is going to be the dish of the day, with the bands getting taken out of the active operator pool.
Coming in, I would expect pretty much par for the course will be a Thatcher ban. We've seen that consistently throughout the night. I think we'll probably see a bit more of that now, and that is exactly the first ban that comes in. Now, the second attacker has been interesting on Oregon so far. We've had a little bit of variety. I think we might see a hard breach, but we will see how that pans out over the next few seconds. It is going to be Black Dragon's choice here, second of all, and they will come in with the Hibana ban. So there is the hard breach as suspected, and hatchers will be not safe, but safer.
Okay. Interesting stuff so far, of course. Fairly standard, nothing too out of the ordinary. We had a couple of targeted bans early on today, but other than that, it's been very much what you would expect. Now looking to see what we get here. Mirror's gone. Of course, you can see a lot of usability, very effective on a map like Oregon because of the walls you have. If you want to be able to just completely run amok and cause a bit of a nuisance. And finally, Echo taken out. So yeah, fairly classic stuff there.
Yeah, nothing too surprising. I think we probably could have called those beforehand. And it means once again that the Melusi is available, as is the Ace. And I agree and echo what you said earlier, Jackie, about Ace. It does seem to be the higher pick rate is going towards Ace at the minute. Melusi is being brought in certain situations and can be very oppressive when used. But it seems the Banshees are being dealt with reasonably easily as well in terms of being cleared out, as we saw very well on the top floor attack there of Cafe in the last round, where the Ash was able to just get in there very easily and clear that out. So it really does take some careful positioning of ADSs and magnets to defend those Banshees. They are, whilst not, as soft as everybody might like, they are certainly possible to deal with reasonably easily without that sort of added protection of the other operators.
I think it makes sense as well. Like, from what we've heard across the pro scene, everyone seems to think they're both strong, very strong in their current states. But it does just feel like, obviously, Melusi, just more situational, certain maps, certain positions, especially that the Banshee has a much bigger role on. Whereas Ace, just as a whole, his kit feels so strong. He's got the firearms that pay the bills. He's got the Selma devices. He has so many of them as well, which I think is the other reason, because it's just, individually, they are strong. They're very usable. You've got the mad throw that you can get on them, so you can use them from a distance. You can use them to basically tear down entire hard breaches in seconds, but you've also got opportunities to use them multiple times. It's definitely a strong operator in the game at the moment, so no surprises. He's been by far the most picked out of the newcomers.
Well, being able to clear out the utility as well, it's the only hard breacher in the game, really, that has that. I know Maverick does to a degree. We could make a very loose argument to say that Maverick can do that, but I wouldn't class him quite in the same bracket as the hard breachers either. He sort of falls into his own little middle ground. But in terms of the out-and-out hard breachers of Thermite, Hibana, and Ace, he's the only one, again, realistically able to, at a distance, take out things like shields and other utility and apply those Selmas to other objects like that as easily, on the floor and things like that. So yeah, very, very versatile and very useful kit. And as you say as well, the firearm, one of the best guns in the game, a lot of people would argue. So no surprises to see Ace so consistently present. Breaks my heart a little bit to see Thermite just being left out in the cold, Jack. He's whimpering right now.
Oh, mate, genuinely, he's gone to the wayside. He's been forgotten about. The Thermite hot games.
I still love him.
Oh, yeah. He'll always have a little special place, but we'll see if he'll start to get a little bit more love as the season develops. For now, though, a lot of aggression seems to be what's brought to the table, more than just a lover's quarrel between these two teams, as they tear down the walls, they're breaking windows, they're shattering the house to pieces, and they're looking to try and cause some murders inside of the dormitory once they can push their way around. Slow and steady so far, but they are just utilising those drones, clearing out the close angle and getting a lot of reconnaissance from this position.
Black Dragons once again have got themselves into position nice and quick. They start opening up that Dome's wall. Try to get aggressive, but Hornetau shut down on a tight angle from Duds there. That was really, really nice from the Jaeger, and that leaves us 5 versus 4, and the utility will continue to be cleared, and there is plenty of time left on the clock for Black Dragons here, but they need to start winning a fight or two. Now, this is an interesting matchup, so if you're unaware of the Clash versus Montagne sort of method of what happens, Clash is a perfect counter to Montagne because the electricity will still damage him through the shield, so he can keep that shield fully extended but will die over time and will be taken out here actively in the round as well. So we now find ourselves 5 versus 3, and it's a great start for Ints with 35 seconds to go.
Scary spot to be in. A massive disadvantage when it comes to the battle of attrition here for Black Dragons. Manpower at a bare minimum. 3 versus 4. Duds is down but not out for PZD. This is where it gets a little bit rough as well. The Clash can come around and shock you, but the real shocking play is going to be Alamal. Hits them with a business as he slaughters them with the SMG. Patoxy, it's a matter of time before he falls. The Clash could essentially just walk in and bully him, but in the end, Alamal decides he wants to make it a hat-trick, rocks up with Big Papa Pump, introduces him, and that will shut down the round.
Clash very disruptive on that round. We saw the challenge onto the Monty, just forcing him back, ultimately leading to his very untimely death a few seconds later, and then again mixing it up there at the end of the round, just becoming a bit like a wasp in the room, Jackie, just trying to play with that Clash present, made it very difficult to focus.
Get it out, quick, open the window, and it's just there. That's the problem with wasps, right? Normally, you open a window and it's a fly, Tim. They tend to find their way out. If it's a wasp, it's just there,
oh,
just
they don't want to
buzzing
leave.
at you. No,
that's the difference.
They're aggressive.
They make a choice. They don't want to leave.
All right, they know full well they could go out the front door or the back window. Instead, they're there just buzzing in your face, absolutely giving it.
They're a funny thing, of wasps. They're so small, but they just incite immediate fear in people, me included.
Oh, yeah. The panic you see the second a wasp comes by. Because at first people were just like, oh, is it a fly? And then they clock it's a wasp. The room changes. The atmosphere entirely is just different.
There's no panic like a wasp in a car, Jackie. Let me tell you that.
Oh, that's game changing. That's a pull over, get out, set the car on fire, buy a new car.
Simple as that. And the question is now, will Black Dragons be able to set Laundry on fire? That's exactly what they're going to try. They need to get in there and they need to light the room up with kills, preferably. Try and get that diffuser down. We haven't seen too much objective play coming out so far in this game. It's been very team deathmatch, essentially, with teams just going in and cleaning the other out wholesale. And that's exactly what we saw last time around. Black Dragons unable to get themselves into that position to plant right now. They are going to be assaulting onto Laundry, and as we said and commented earlier, it is one of the most interesting sites in Siege at the minute for my money. It's competitive Siege because there are so many options on just exactly how and where to form these attacks and how to push the defenders around in sight, and you never really know what you're going to get on any Laundry round.
And could be a spin cycle, could be a high heat, could just be a whitewash with, you know, a colour catcher in there maybe to try and stop the one pink shirt you've put in from bleeding into the other clothes. There's a lot that goes into it. But right now, we'll see how this is going to develop. As we've got about 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. Ints, of course, you've got the opening round. A fantastic start. A lot better than what we had initially on Cafe. And it does go to show they've warmed up. They're coming into it feeling a bit fresher based off what we've seen, especially for Alamal. The 3K was clean. It was a good attack, especially the opening 2 frags that he picked up back-to-back. That certainly knocked Black Dragons for 6. Right now, though, it's the 5 players alive on either side that matter most. Bit by bit, they're attempting to assert dominance, map control being taken. PZD gets close contact with the Clash, but there is no opportunity to follow that up. Even though the shield went up, they couldn't get the shots off. It's just damage from the grenade launcher that goes out behind to tag him down to 50 HP. He can just bob and weave, Tim. It's awkward control here towards the stairs. You might be able to knock it up with the play off the Ash, but it's all ifs and buts.
Great Clash play so far from Drunks, making an absolute nuisance of himself. He's wasted half of the round, still got half of his health, still fighting, and can still delay that push. He's holding up 2 men single-handedly right now, and he's got support. We can see Malusi there just on the freezer door, dipping in and out of freezer and trying to work on both angles. still, it is making that push very, very difficult. So the switch comes around. Hugzord is looking to apply some pressure from Laundry. He will be joined by Lagonis on the ace. And right now, Black Dragons, they need to find a kill or two because Ints, they feel fairly well rooted here in Laundry.
Ooh. Bit of a tag back, at least slows them down. Hugzord, of course, dropped down to around 45 HP at this point, just as we hit the 45-second mark. Revving their engines, ready to sprint their way in. Black Dragons, you have to take a confident approach into this. They need to find the opening frags to be able to force the clash back into a corner. But they're the ones getting cornered as Duds opens it up with the initial contact. Lagunis off the back of the trade, onto Duds at least. He is down, but he's not out. They're trying to take down the rest of the members. Clean shots coming across. Lagunis dropped, and we've only got a 2 versus 3 left here. This round is going from bad to worse. There's commotion and carnage. No clean shots, but there is at least a headshot here from Hornetow in a 1v2. 8 seconds. Diffuser down in a really rough spot as he goes round, trapped between a rock and a hard place, and they will finish him.
As expected, Ints coming out very strong on the defense so far, and it is exactly what they need because, as I say, we've seen Ints play on Oregon previously and they struggled on the attack once again, just being a little bit too slow. So they need to get themselves all the lead that they can do here to ensure that that doesn't become their undoing. But so far, 2 good rounds. Dorms and Laundry locked down, but now they have to go to one of those difficult tertiary sites. It is going to be Salauda Jantar, which is dining and kitchen. They will be heading to next, and we will see just exactly how they lock it down. Will they play the man in showers? Quite often seen, but more recently, defenders seem to have been dipping away from it a little bit. Sort of, there's the possibility of the half reinforce, half soft wall, and just try to hold long angles onto anybody pushing into small office. Quite often there will be a presence up in the dorms room as well to try and hold vertical angles down onto that default plant spot. Interesting to see how Int's set up exactly here.
Overall, though, already, it's a much better display from Ints. They're hitting their mark a lot earlier on. They found their form. They haven't come in and started to stumble onto the second map. It's been way more along the lines of what we expect from this roster based off their opening game. Based off the fact that Alamau, he really is playing 4D chess against them right now on the Rook. 5 frags, not a single death on the board. It's been clean stuff, hitting his shots. He had the 3K previously, a follow-up with 2 frags into the prior round as well, so the multi-kills are still up there. But Black Dragons, can they stop that? Do they have an answer for this one? Hornetow, close in early on, of course, trying to go aggressive on the Ash. It's a perfect fit. Let's see if she will get anything off the back of that, though. Drones going in, rest of the team spreading out, as it does look a little bit more split and pick, and there potentially was going to be an opening pick there, but it doesn't come out just yet. They do have the lower ground control, though, towards basement level, and this gives Hornetow a lot of info and a lot of backstab potential, Tim.
As you say, Black Dragons just trying to get themselves into crossfire situations wherever they can. They've got angles coming in from small office and then trying to hold the windows that lead onto that showers corridor and kitchen door area. But marking out the shield that is being played behind inside of showers, and that's going to be a really important battle as this one goes on now. Interestingly, we've got Hornetow just working his way through Freezer very, very quietly here, just sort of stealthily trying to move up onto that flank to see exactly what he can do. He's got himself in behind and a great opener onto Duds. It does not matter that the prox alarm is ringing out. It doesn't impact him in the slightest, and that is a great start from Hornetow. Hugzord joins him as well, getting one on the board with a kill onto Alamau, and it's short time before Vitz manages to trade out, and we find ourselves 2 versus 4 as Lagonis gets in on the action.
Bill gets dropped, Hugzord pulls out the pistol, but he can't land the shots. Chasing him back, running through the servers, but will he be served by the shotty? Of course he will. Bullets to the feet, they go flying. He's not going to have to buy shoes anymore, but they might not have a chance of securing the round. Drunks, left in a 1 versus 3. Again, has to rotate his way through. We have just seen the diffuser go down and time is ticking. This mounts more pressure onto him. Does he know outside the window? The pre-fire from PZD off the back of the audio cue nearly gave the game away, but he still bypasses him. Zofia will pick it up, stunning him into the round and shutting that one down. Another one going the way of Black Dragons here into the 4th round.
That won't be the end of the world for Ince. It was their site, and it allows them now to go back through the same rotation. They'll be hoping for more of the same when it comes to Dorms and Laundry. That would then guarantee them a 4-2 as a minimum on the half, and that is where they need to be. They need to be coming out of this defensive side with an advantage in place. If they could even get a win on the tertiary site and go 5-1, then that is a massive upset to begin with. But Black Dragons, they've now seen the hand of Ince. They know what's coming on Dorms and what's coming on Laundry. They have a good idea of what the setup will be, and they will no doubt just iterate on what they have done previously and try to have a bigger impact than they managed to last time around. Now, never really got any sort of hold over Dorms. Clash made it an absolute nightmare for them. And as we can see, no wonder Drunks has brought Clash along again. So the question for me, the answers need to be given to by Black Dragons is, how are you going to deal with that Clash? How are you going to take her out now? Sophia has been brought along, definite option there, but limited. I'd have suggested that maybe a Kali just to be a direct counter might have been a good idea, might have been enough to scare Ince away from this continuous Clash pick.
Oh yeah, it certainly makes it harder to utilize it, right? Because it gives you that easy counter. Like the time of how long she actually holds the shield up in the air after getting shot by the Kali, it's more than enough to completely rinse any Clash player that dares to try and get a little bit cheeky with it and try and push up and really overstep their boundary. But if you don't have that counter, you don't have the opportunity, it's a little bit worse for wear. We saw the aggression where, yeah, the Zofia had a good opportunity to punish, but all it did was knock off a little bit of HP, stunt her for a second, but then she can reset. And if you mess up, you have very limited opportunities to knock the shield up otherwise. Hornetau could have a bit of an opportunity here, but that's not the dream. Turns the corner, gets spotted, stunned, and then slain by Duds.
Direct revenge there for Duds, who suffered the opening death to Hornetau in round 3. He makes his mark and gets one back, and that leaves now 5 versus 4 for Ince, and they start cruising towards that same outcome on Dorms that they saw last time around. Black Dragons really need the next frag. They don't want to go down to 3 versus 5. This is a very tough site to assault onto, even when you've only got maybe 3 defenders left. When they are deep entrenched in kids and main Dorms, very, very tough to uproot them, let alone when you are at a man disadvantage. So Black Dragons applying pressure here to Attic, but this didn't really work for them last time. They pushed them onto in this way, and Drunks was just brought over with that electrified shield of the Clash. We can see the Toxic Babe canisters being considered as well, and they will all be used to move that Montagne back.
BZD waiting for a push to come around, holding his own for now. But they get locked into a little bit of an awkward altercation here. The clash of the 2 shields. Vitz picking up another frag as well. Hugzord nearly set ablaze by the Goyo shield that's been detonated in front of him. The Inferno keeping him back. He's really fighting all the elements at this point. It's like we're watching Avatar, and it's not going well for him, Tim. He'll be overpowered by the electricity in a matter of seconds here if push comes to shove. Tries to do something before he dies, dropping the shield, donning the pistol, but he won't get a kill. He'll just get killed. 40 seconds left. PZD charges through the window, but he is done for. Overpowered by the SMG in close proximity there by VNX, as Ince snap up another one.
Hugzord left with absolutely no option on the Montagne there but to go for the self-sacrifice method, drop the shield and just try to take somebody, anybody with him. But as I said, it didn't work last time. It was unlikely to work this time. They had the smoke. They had the Clash of Drunks available to play in and around Attic, and Amonte is always going to struggle to make a realistic impact in that scenario because they are the 2 counters in this game to that shield. They will damage him, shield extended or not, and that is what they saw. Clash just absolutely draining the health of the Monte over time. 3-1 it will be then to Ince, and this is a much better start for them when we saw on Cafe, taking full advantage of being on the defensive side here, and they are fighting tooth and nail to get themselves something out of this matchup. So far, Black Dragons, of course, winning Cafe 7-5. They are looking to secure a majority of the points, but if Ince can come back here and win Oregon, they will take a share of the spoils with 1 point each.
With the way Ince are playing it, it certainly seems like there is a likelihood that they could split the series here, a map a pop. But I wouldn't count out Black Dragons just yet. There's still a lot left to go in this game, particularly these last 2 rounds whilst Ints are on defense, because this is where they need to try and make the most they can and really cause some carnage here in the last 2 rounds. Get yourself close towards that 5-round mark so you've got a very large buffer to assist yourself in case you do make mistakes when you get plopped over onto your attack. We are into it though. Round 5 has kicked off once again. And we'll see if there is going to be any major changes. For the most part, the consistency in this one has been through the roof. They've been sticking to their guns and sticking to their shields in nearly every round, Tim.
Certainly have, and one side is certainly benefiting from that. Ints, the clash is working beautifully for them. It did on Dorms, it did on Laundry, whereas Hugsword on the Monty has been less than impactful so far, realistically. The one round that they won was on Dining, and Monty didn't really feature in that attack. So for me, I'm not sure that they should still be persisting with it, but time will tell. I'm sure it may well be that it can be decisive down here in the Laundry. Now, at the minute, just sort of floating round in meeting, Monty will struggle to have any sort of real impact from there. I think he's just looking to push around any potential roamers, but he's not going to find anybody at the moment ahead of him. So mid-floor is clear. Black Dragons have the control that they are looking for. Still very aware of any potential for these defenders just pushing around on the mid or top floor at the minute. But they're all downstairs.
Oh, here comes the Clash Titans, the thick lads with the shields. As they will spot one another out. Clash, of course, holding on the close angle, does have backup of Alamau, so that's the Sanguine Arsenic. Those small smoke canisters that can get dashed out and do a lot of damage, not only to your lungs, but also to your chance of survival in the round as a whole. Obviously, for Hugsword, that's the worst case scenario. He's going to be inhaling that very deadly gas, whilst also being zapped in the face by the taser off the shield, and that will rinse through his health relatively quickly. Talking of turning our way through the round, we have about a minute left here. PZD firing out the charges, that will tear down the shield. Smoke cans go out as well to give him an intro point, but there is a Banshee right on the floor. That will slow them down quite a lot, and potentially give the opportunity for a peek to come around if they run the risk of walking in. The drone will help with that, but it still makes this encounter so much more favourable to Duds. He can see they're close by as well because it kicks off. He kicks off by dropping 2 of them and cleans house, Tim.
Great start from there. Duds, massive double kill for his team. 4 versus 2 with Clash still on the board. One of them a Monty. Very difficult. Left in the same situation for Hugsword once again. And that was to just drop the shield and try to take somebody with him. Duds hits a 3rd on the round to close things out. And this one is going all the way towards Ints at the minute. 4-1 on the scoreboard. As predicted, they came through Dorms and Laundry. Black Dragons really didn't show me any teeth on their attacks that suggested they'd be able to get a different outcome from that, so they are shut down once again, and we head into that tertiary site with Ints guaranteeing themselves at least a 4-2 in the worst case scenario for this half. Best case will be 5-1 if they can find a way to get meeting over the line. They are deciding to switch it up this time rather than heading back to the dining room.
4-1. Airy stuff. That's rough as well, because I think that's one of the shows where we've been talking about the idea of the Banshee being used in an environment where it's very, very awkward to deal with, right? Because essentially you don't have many options of getting rid of it. You kind of have to get up in its face and melee it for the most part at the best of times. And the fact it's slapped on the floor like that, not only does it slow them down, but it gives you clear-cut info that they are being slowed down. When it starts being activated, you can see that rippling effect. He watches for that, then peeks into it, knowing they're going to come around the corner as slow as can be. Effectively just like a car that's trying to roll with a handbrake on Tim. It's not going to work well.
No, it's never going to be effective, particularly when it comes to trying to gather any pace or momentum, and that is the problem that the attackers face. As we said, the Malusi gadget, I don't want to make any argument against how strong it is. It is very strong. There is no question of that. The Banshee is very, very oppressive in terms of gadgets. But as we've said, Jackie, from our, sort of evidence of what we've seen so far, anecdotal evidence, has been that it's quite situational. It's quite in specific locations. PZD getting situational onto Vitz there, taking his head out of this situation, and that will be a good start for Black Dragons coming in on this tough tertiary site. They will get the first kill onto Vitz. Rook is gone, and that leaves us 5 versus 4. But as I was saying previously, situational for the Banshee. It's got to be used in the right location, and that was certainly successful there.
Nice opening pick. Good start, especially if they could get more. If we could have seen Lagunis with a backstab, that might have been a gigantic stepping stone into the round. Unfortunately, they get wise to it. They turn, block the rest of the bullets. You can't block the shield as easy. Issue is, Hugzord physically cannot block the electricity that is coursing through his veins. This round is going to be a lightning fight from frightening heights if it carries on in this manner. Time slowly grinding by as well. Down to the 2-minute mark, Hugzord again going for these slow info plays. The most he's getting off the back of them, though, is a little bit of info and quite a lot of shocks, but it won't matter. Shockingly, PZD, he gets an opportunity to strike, finds the headshot, and they can now push out. They've got rear stage control, Tim. They're making moves into the round.
Time to start thinking about getting that diffuser down potentially, but they will be unable to, as VNX gets a huge triple nitro kill to level things up, and that is a real hero play for Ints there. 2 versus 2 now, and with one of those a clash and nothing on hand to be able to move that shield, things just became extremely difficult. Patoxy, he is just held in the corridor there by the clash, unable to take much more of that electrification damage, and Lagonis, he is on full HP, so he is the man that needs to move in and try and make a challenge here, needs to try and make something happen. Limau is just waiting for that backstab from Kitchen into the corridor. He's just waiting for that call out from the clash. He's waiting for time to tick by, I think, and for Black Dragons to start to get desperate and mistakes to be made. And he's just very aware that I'm not sure they were 100% confident that the ace of Lagonis was actually at rear stage, but now that he knows, it will free up the Valkyrie to make that challenge. Limau takes Patoxy and a nice dip to the side, hits his shots on Lagonis and wipes him out of the kitchen. There will be no cooking for him tonight. Lemau is the one cooking with gas.
Mate, he had the dance moves there. Beautiful play. And talking of moves, that was a stage play that has gone horrifically wrong. The Nitro dashed onto the back of rear stage, blowing 3 people to bits. One by one, the bodies cascade through the air. That's impressive. From the position we had it, I didn't even clock that it was the full 3 until we saw the kill feed pop up. Just sheer madness that he's been able to effectively save a round that they had no stake in. It felt like it was done. It felt like that one had been swept up into the pan and was being transitioned towards the bin. But they have fought their way back. They bite the hand off, the pan gets dropped, and they walk away with a very explosive round.
Full of great moments, that round. No two ways. The opening kill from PZD, we've just seen a replay of it. It was a beautiful headshot. Just predicted the man on the armory corridor barricade and completely shut him down there. But then Lemau, that last finish, the 1-2, gave him the old left-right shuffle. It was an absolute beauty. Went one way, dropped right, just pulled his shoulder into the crouch position. Nice and easy for Lemau. And that closed the round out for Ints, and we now find ourselves 5-1. And the question is, Jackie, how can Black Dragons handle this situation? Ints showed us that they were capable of almost bringing it all the way back in. Do Black Dragons have the same sort of resilience? They have gone on a real slide since they were 5-0 up. It took them another 7 rounds to get 2 on the board and push Cafe over the line. They haven't had a great win record in the last 16 rounds. It's not been ideal for them.
No, it's been rough. Really, really rough. And that's scary because Ints, you're in a position now where it feasibly could only be a matter of time as long as you keep playing to the level you're playing, where even when you're at a big deficit, someone is able to pass the baton, show up with a Nitro, show up with a 2K in the kitchen. It goes to show the resilience is there and they want to get a win tonight. They want to take the series to a 1-1 split. A lickety split just like that. We see duds cut in 2. As well will be a push coming around from, of course, PZD. Patroxy is low, though. Their Jaeger nearly finished off straight away to kick this round off, but it's at least an opening frag for Black Dragons.
Great teamwork there from Black Dragons. We saw Patoxy just being absolutely hammered on the freezer stairs, but PZD steps into the breach and manages to take the head off duds in quick fashion to defend his teammate. They know there's one on the close left. Vitz will shut down Patoxy and get a second onto PZD. Huge double from him to bring his team right back into this round. Ints, they seem to got that fire, Jackie, that passion that we've been looking for. They are bringing the aggression that they needed, and it just needed that momentum from the defensive phase. Vitz with a triple now. Nice nade going into Hugsord, and that leaves them now in an advantageous position. BNX will be collected onto 20 HP, and that leaves us 4 versus 2. And right now, Ints, there is a fire bin lit underneath them, and they are ready to explode all over Black Dragons.
1 minute and 15 seconds. Vastly outnumbering the competition 2-1. All it comes down to is them hitting their shots and playing with this aggression on their attack. You have a lot of time here. You don't need to rush things. You can work together as a well-oiled machine and fire from all cylinders when they do get close contact. Ace coming into play as well, attempting to take down the opening hatch and give them another opportunity. But in the meantime, they have lost out on one man. Vitz's vital signs are flatlined as he's been slapped in the face by a slug from the shotty. Is where it does start to get a little bit rough, potentially worrying, especially because that sanguine arsenic can finish off VNX, trapped behind the barrels and broken in half. Tim, they had such a large lead, but they're throwing it all away. It's all on one man now. Alamau comes jumping over the banister, slides his way in. 10 for acrobatics and even more for precision. But can he punish the last remaining member and show that he's handy with the steel? I hope he's got his gas mask on because his pathway is blocked by the smoke. Retreats back around, peeking in. He's got that lifeline. He'll fire out the shot and it does hit him, slowing him down as Hornetal will tank it to the face. Needs to be watching his close left on the angle with the bait plate. Shoots the shot, but misses. It's a small tag as he dives round the corner. The shot, he'll finish him. He comes in with a blade. The wicked skeng man of Hornetal clutches it.
My heart can't take that, Jackie. That last 5 seconds was absolutely ridiculous. Back and forward, dropping, prone, crouch. It was all over the place. And ultimately, it's Black Dragons that are able to come through and secure what was a scrappy round in the end. But great plays from them because it wasn't easy at any stage. They found themselves 2 versus 4 and were able to fight their way back in. Now, Patoxy does jump back in, so I think we're good here. He'll use the 6th pick to get off the Tachanka. Don't get too carried away. I don't think we'll be seeing the Lord and Saviour just yet. There we go. Yeah. There were a few too many seconds ticking by for me there. I thought we might just. But no, he switches out to the Valkyrie, and we will continue on here without having to switch away from the game. But just talking back to that last round, Jackie, that is Ints just letting it go on the attack again, and it's such a shame because I got very excited in the mid-round there because we were seeing the sort of aggression and pace that we need to see out of Ints on the attack. They were showing us that they can do it, that they can get through and not leave it to the last 10 seconds. Vitz with a huge triple to really fire them up, but then what about that resolution coming in from Black Dragons? They were going absolutely nowhere. They locked themselves down, and then it come down to, I don't even know what that was at the end of the round. That was anybody's.
That was so bizarre. The ring around the rosies. It all went wrong, mate. It all went wrong. It was like a game of musical chairs, and in the end there was only one victor. And it was the clutch play, of course, from the defenders here as Black Dragons, you starve off defeat for at least another round. You keep yourself in the runnings because, of course, Ints haven't got to 6. If they do, that's a guaranteed draw at the very worst of them. The very best could be them getting 7 rounds and splitting the series 1 map apiece. But there's still a lot left to go. As Black Dragons, they have an opportunity to keep the game moving in the right direction. Moving on to a different site now, this time around, of course, up towards Storms. Vitz picking up the Cali. There isn't going to be a shield in play, but there will be a sniper with a hell of a scope, Tim. So let's see if it can take down a Black Dragons member or 2.
Certainly possible that that's what they've been thinking along the lines of, just aware of the potential for a 6th pick to go onto the clash. We saw how effective it was for Ints, so that may well be their little sort of back pocket. Let's bring Callie just in case we can use her to clear off that electrification as well. She's got dual purpose, and if they do bring the clash along, we are not going to suffer the same fate that they did to us. But as you say, it won't be necessary because the clash is not on the board, but there is still a job there that Callie can do. Plenty of long angles that can be held once this wall is open. From the balcony, you can see pretty much through to kids' dorms, so certainly can put that long range scope to good use.
All right. 1 minute and 25 left. Drunks starting to push up. Their Selma charges. One of them going to get zapped. The other one is going to be able to land and detonate, giving him at least a look in through that hard reinforced wall. The only issue is they're starting to suffer a little bit of damage, but they do hit their shots. Vitz coming in clutch with the sniper will recock the rifle as he's dropped a man onto the ground. Mute has been silenced, shut down here, Tim, into round 8, and this does put a lot of pressure on, especially when he could build even more of an opening for them. There was a chance he was going to swing into that and look for a backup backstab. Instead, switches over to the drone to get the recon out. Good ping there straight onto the ADS to relay the info over and spots out the Wamai.
Black Dragon's really being pinned back, and you can see the pressure mounting as Hornetow takes down Hugzord. He does then get killed by Drunks as well. That is a huge two-man loss for Black Dragons, leaving them 5 versus 2, and this round is surely heading towards guaranteeing a draw for Ints. They move in, and Drunks will start to get that diffuser down on the ground. This is starting to mount badly for Black Dragons. Alemo and Vitz move in. They get the kills before the diffuser can be activated, and that's now 6-2 to Ints, and they are cruising to a victory here on Oregon.
Wow, that was a lot better. That was way better from start to finish from Ints. Also, you know, we were debating the idea of the Cali pick coming into a position like that, probably to attempt to counter a sneaky 6 pick onto the Clash, but that wasn't in play. So what did he do instead? He used that sniper rifle like a saint and delivered some very, very nice shots, picking up a couple of kills and shutting down the round, taking it 6-2. A 6-2 that at this point, Tim, I feel like is very close to what the final scoreline is be. I feel like at this point, this is it. It's probably going to go the way of a 7-2 shutdown. And he's actually going for the 6 pick once again, coming off the Maverick back onto the Cali. Wants to keep it rolling.
Why not?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Why not? Had success with it. Got the opening kill last time around onto Lagonis. Great play from the Cali, and it just makes it very difficult to rotate around site, because even a sniff of an arm, if you take one shot, you're down, and it is a really tough fight to take. So nobody wants to peek a Cali at all, and I say there's some good angles that can be held from that balcony there. So heading on to Domes once again, we're going to have a similar setup here. Now, Black Dragons, it's do or die. It's now or never. This is it. They've been limited to 2 points maximum, and it's starting to really look like the likely outcome is that they will only walk away with 1 here. And as I said, this result could have been very, very relevant come the end of the season, because I would predict that Ints and Black Dragons will be fighting in and amongst for the same sort of positions in the league table. So to come away with a draw, it gives us no clearer view, Jackie. It's exactly the same as Stage 1. We had to wait until the final week for many decisions like this to be made and many things to be finalised, and it looks like we're going to be exactly the same in Stage 2.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going to come down to the wire, and it almost felt like Hugzord had been tripped over by a tripwire. But it was Vitz, the main man, the meme machine, the sniping superstar of Cali, that pops out with another one, shutting down Hugzord, getting a star-studded entry frag there off the back of the bolt action. Tim, that is sick.
It really is, and we question the Cali coming along, and as I said, why not? If you can get somebody who makes it work, then bring it and let them do it. Patoxy gets the kill onto Drunks. That's going to square things away now for all, and a nice straight edge for Black Dragons. They need to maintain the pressure here and certainly don't want to lose any men in the next minute or so. They need to be keeping people alive for as long as possible. With that diffuser down, it's interesting to question just exactly where Black Dragons have gone, because obviously from that small tower window, they could, sorry, the rear tower, the big tower window, they could watch that diffuser that was down. I'm sure the animation will have been seen by them, but they seem to have just left it out in the cold there, and they're happy to give that one up. They certainly don't want to be getting cornered and closed down in big tower, but I'm not sure if there's just a silhouette of a man out there. No, it looks like he's in attic. So the diffuser has been recovered. That's in the hands of VNX. If nothing else, it's wasted 20 seconds while he goes to get that one. And thrown them wildly out of position as well. Ints now need to get them back into a spot. And you don't expect a man coming from Freezer Stairs on this location. Patoxy shutting down Alamau, but being traded out by Duds. 3 versus 3 and still a minute on the board. And honestly, I don't know where this Ints have been all along so far in Stage 2, Jackie. I've never seen them getting to a point of executing onto site with still a minute on the clock as of yet.
No, and that's the reason why it's felt so exciting and explosive, because they've changed their playstyle. They're willing to go for confidence balls. They're peeking in. They're looking to get opening frags. They want to play with aggression, and they're getting onto site with time still on the clock. It is a shocker. And I tell you what, the game so far has been absolutely stunning with the way it's been played. Duds firing up bullets through the floorboards, but the man that gets down, broken and shattered in half there will be VNX, suffering the same fate as Vitz as he peeks in. He does tag Lagonis and we're down but not outstate, but they're the ones that go out in the round. Black Dragons get another one as they keep themselves alive for at least a little bit longer. It is going to be a slog to bring this game back, but there is still potential as long as they keep winning these rounds. But they cannot make a mistake, Tim. They need to win the next 3 rounds back to back to back.
And that is going to mean going to one of those difficult tertiary sites as an absolute guarantee. We are heading to Laundry here. And if they win here, which they have to do, then they have to take Dining or Meeting, and they have to win there as well, because obviously, of course, as I've said previously, we are on a 2-round rotation, so because they have won in Dorms, they cannot go there for 2 rounds. So winning Dorms round 9, you can't play there round 10 or 11. So Laundry, for argument's sake, round 10 could be a successful defense. Round 11 will then have to be Dining or Meeting. And that's not something that we've seen from Black Dragons so far. So we don't know what sort of fire, what sort of thunder they can bring. But right now, they need to act like a mother dragon, Jackie, sat on top of their egg. And that egg is 2 points. And they need to fight viciously and ferociously to keep it safe.
You can't give it up. You know, that's like a bear defending its bear children.
Oh, you do not mess with a mama bear, Jackie.
They'll kill you. That's the top and bottom of it. Don't mess with bears. Don't steal dragon eggs. Unless this is like a Harry Potter type, Tri-Wizard Cup type situation. I feel like that's the one exception. But even then, that's still a real dragon.
So, Ints, they are looking to get a successful attack down onto the Laundry. The last time we saw this site was round number 7. Opened up with a kill from PZD onto Duds, but a big 3k from Vitz in the mid-round. Really mixed it up. However, if you remember, 2 versus 4, Jackie, it was one hell of a clutch coming in from Black Dragons. They were able to just lock themselves in sight and fight their way with a crazy ring around the roses to finish things off at the end. Will this one be as wild as round number 7, or will it be a little bit more up and down? Black Dragons, they have absolutely no margin for error here. They cannot take a loss. If they do, it will be a draw overall, with 1 map going in either direction and 1 point going to either side. So Ints, for me, need to close this out sooner rather than later. Their problems this season have come on attack. We've seen that tonight. Very good on defense on Cafe. Very good here on Oregon on defense. They don't want to leave this one too long, because it will start to become a bit of a worm in the brain as to whether they can get over the line or not.
The issue with that is you can't easily get rid of it because it's in the brain. Minute and 30 seconds left on this one, as it is beginning to become a bit of a brain-teasing game. You never quite know which way it is going to go, but it feels like there is a chance that we could be going the whole way, right to the bitter end, if Black Dragons can get themselves 3 more rounds and stay alive here into the game. It is match point, though. Ints have got themselves to 6 already, and they only need to secure 1 more. Vitz, he's been on hatch duty. On the Maverick, running around, opening up every hatch in sight. He's done a good job of it. He was lucky to stay alive when he opened this one up initially back towards rear stage as well. But this gives them so many more avenues of attack. It just comes down to when they do attack. They decide to charge in now. Hugzord sprinting out on the Melusi, giving the game away as bullets will overpower her. PZD is low as well on the Wamai. It's not looking fantastic for the side of Black Dragons, with the initial frags going in favor of Ints. There has been a slight tag back onto VNX though, so the Nomad will be stunted for the meantime. This angle is blocked off as well, as you can see by Duds spotting out that Banshee, trying to get rid of it as he doesn't want to push past.
Drunks drops the hatch and looks to aggress in towards site. Freezer door is becoming a problem and will need to be moved if they want to aggress in. That is plenty of cover available for any default plant spot coming from that location. And right now, time is becoming the enemy for Ints once again. 10 seconds left to go, and they are dancing with death here, playing against the clock. Kowanatau shuts down one. Patoxy gets in on the game, and that now leaves us 2 seconds left to go. Around going to Black Dragons, kills raining at the end. Absolute chaos on the server to finish things off. Black Dragons get another on the board.
Man. Oh, this is rough because this is vintage Ints as well. We've seen this so many times, Tim, where it feels like they get an opening frag, they get an entry, they get a kill that should put them into a position to try and secure a round. But they take it so slow, bit by bit, step by step. They never sprint, they never go in, they never go wild. We don't see them windmilling. We never see that aggression that we need to see coming out from them. And when push comes to shove and they walk into a site where the Black Dragon squad can just play crossfires with time ticking away, plaguing them in the back of their minds, causing paranoia, Black Dragons always seem to be coming out on top. Ints are struggling on attack.
I think part of the problem there was the attack was quite one-dimensional. There was no pressure applied to Freezer, and as I commented, there was the man playing on Freezer door there. Always going to make things difficult if you're trying to push in from the bunker and hatch side to get a plant down, because the angle is largely covered. It's a very easy push to come in from that Freezer door. So Freezer was a problem, and then in the late round we saw a little bit of pressure applied from the laundry hatch, but it was only as a very last-ditch effort. There was nothing other than rear stage and pillar pressure to begin with, and it just made life a little bit comfortable for Black Dragons. They were able to hold angles and just pick people off as they showed the faces to push towards site. And I feel like maybe a bit of presence in Freezer, that could have been a big difference maker in that round for Ints.
My oh my. All right. Well, 2 rounds. Better position than the fact that they were 3 rounds away mere moments ago. They're getting closer. They're slowly stepping in the right direction. I just have to hope that they don't fall over, Tim. They don't stumble. Because Ints, all it will take is one mistake for them to capitalise, shut down the game, and split the series 1-1. Best outcome for Black Dragons is to keep the map that they've already won back on Cafe and get themselves a draw here to negate the extra points for Ints.
It's that difficult third site, though, as I said, for Black Dragons. This really is the sort of trial for them now. This is where they will be made or broken. Simple as that. They need to successfully defend meeting, which is never the easiest of tasks. Generally speaking, what the attackers are going to try and do is open up the rear stage and then try to get a plant down behind the table, or sometimes push a little bit further. There's a bookcase on the left to try to get it down behind there, but somewhere around there they will try and get in there, clear out the 2. Sometimes only 1 defender that is playing in meeting, and that'll give them access to that site now. Hornetau opens things up with a big nitro onto Alemau, but VNX gets one of his own, so leaves us quickly in a 4 versus 4, and that's something that is important for Ints. They need to keep themselves in touch in terms of the man count.
8 players alive and kicking. Time-wise, 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Concussions rolling through. VNX hoping that he was going to hit a shot there, expecting the reaction through the wall, but no bullets will land and no frags will be found. We're now down dead set with a final 60 here. Again, in a scenario where Ints, if they can find their footing and find themselves getting this round, that will be a 7-4 victory. That's 1 round away from the best possible outcome for them. Worst case, they can take this as a 7-5. If not, it has to be a 6-6 split, and the game will be a draw here. Map control being taken, vertical angles being opened up, Drunks as well, using that Selma charge to try and smash his way through the shield, which will stick, and it will break it. The famous play coming out from VNX as well with the adjustment onto Lagunis, but there's an overextension from the ace, and he's been cut in half by Patoxy. A clean attack, leaving us here in a 3 versus 3. Vince, he spots him, but it's a little bit too late. It's a panic spray and it's not going to save the day. Disarray being caused in the round here. Oh, no. Patoxy set ablaze by the Goyo shield. The flames on the ground. Essentially the Molotov that will burn him to a crisp. He goes down in a great ring of fire. And that's the way the game is done. 7-4. Ints pick it up in the end on their attack team.
Absolute craziness to finish us off there, Jackie. Tough to keep track of that final round. There were kills raining in left, right and centre, just being exchanged back and forward. Just power moves from either side and nobody able to really get a full-on grasp of that. And it came down to a last-second kill as the Jaeger moved through that flame from the Goyo shield. Whew, what an exciting finish to that one. And we get the draw that, to be honest, is probably not too unexpected. These two teams are going to be fighting very closely throughout this season.
Yeah, I mean, going 1-1, it's probably the best possible outcome, really, because at least it does mean that story of how close these two teams are going to be over the course of the season rings true. I think what's scary about it, though, is there's a possible outcome here, Tim, where this very well could have been a 2-0. It could have been a 2-0 for either side, really, when you think about how much longer Cafe went on for than it needed to, with a lot of mistakes being sprinkled in, a real struggle. It goes to show that both of these teams, they can have a field day on defense, but the second they step into attack, there's a lot of question marks.
Absolutely, I was just going to say the same thing. It was a day for the defence. There is absolutely no question of that. And like you say, Ints, I feel like in that second half of Oregon started to address some of the concerns and issues that we have seen with their attack. And they need to show us more of that. We need that aggression. We need that increase in pace. So very, very good from them. And I think we're going to have JP on very, very shortly to talk to us from Ints. And I'll be interested to ask him about that and what that change was, if it was something conscious from them to increase the pace.
Yeah, no, it will be good to speak to him a little bit here and just find out how exactly he feels like the day is gone. Because obviously, both of those games, were messy, Tim. There was a lot that came out from either side that I think was leaving us a bit questionable. There was rounds that could have gone so differently. When you think about the amount of multi-kill rounds that just happened, just like that changed the outcome, it's pretty wild.
Like you said, there was a couple of rounds. The one that springs back immediately was the 2v4, where Vitz picked up a 3k in the mid-round. And like you say, it happened so many times where it seemed to be going in one direction, then was just dragged off to another by a multi-kill.
Yeah. Well, it looks like JP is ready, so we can bring him on in and have a speak with the main man himself. Have a chat probably makes more sense, but we'll forget about that. Here he is. JP, how you doing, brother?
Hi, guys. Pretty good.
Awesome, man. Obviously, commiserations back on the first map of Cafe, but congratulations picking up the win there on Oregon. I do want to talk to you a little bit about Cafe to start with, just as it looked like a different roster, if I'm honest, from especially back on Play Day 1. You guys came out looking fresh. It felt like it wasn't the same level of confidence as we had seen previously.
Yeah, I will say that the Play Day 1 was basically where in Consulate we started a little bit slow, and we didn't find the right way to counterplay Infiltrate because they are a new roster, 2 new players, and was kind of unpredictable game on how they are playing. So it was a difficult team to make a raid. So our first loss, I will say that probably was that caused that. But in Cafe, then we start a little bit slow as well, but the servers are kind of laggy. And of course, they play better and their defense side. And when we turn to defense side, we're basically kind of have to do a perfect side to win the match. We didn't, so that was cost Cafe. But Oregon, we are pretty confident. Yesterday, I kind of took 6 or 7 times of my day to study Black Dragons on Oregon. So hard work pays off.
It definitely does.
It certainly does. JP, so far, Play Day 1 and 2, you've looked a little bit slow on the attack. A lot of executes have been left until very late where you've been shut down. But the last few rounds on Oregon there seem to be a lot more aggression, a lot more pace. Is that something that you actively tried to bring?
Yeah. Me and Igor, we are calling on TeamSpeak to be more aggressive, kind of more confident, because our attack side in Cafe, we're not that confident, low, and a little things like Valkyrie cameras. We are not paying attention on the drone stage, and that makes we die for C4s, like basic things that we are basically doing because we're not attentive, focused. So when we start Oregon, told the guys, focus, guys, confidence that we're going to win. We know everything they want to do, and we are going to win. So basically, was that.
That makes sense, man. I was also a little bit curious as well. Obviously, been asking around, just seeing what we've seen across the board from teams during the off between stage 2. I just wondered what it looks like. It's been looking like from your front, JP, from the coach perspective. What's it been like in the team between stage 1 and now?
We did a better preparation, of course. The trainings were more quality than quantity, so we're better preparation for this split. The tactical stuff that we did for this split of the tournament was better as well. So was a better preparation overall for the second split of the BR6, and we think that it may pays off in the future. So we'll see.
Vitz has been playing really, really well so far, JP. Is that having a real positive impact within the team? He's been putting up a lot of kills, and you can sort of start to rely on that a little bit.
I will say something about Fitz here. He has a girlfriend now. Maybe it was that made him playing better.
Oh man, well, if it's working for him, it's working. He was looking really good on the server.
Of course.
JP, mate, honestly, it's always a treat when we get to have a chat. Thanks again for popping on, brother, and congratulations for picking up the map on Oregon. Is there anything you want to say, of course, to any of the fans out there that have been supporting Ints?
Keep cheering for us, guys. We are bringing this major spot. Believe me, that's the split. We're going to do it. That's all. Thank you, guys. Always an honor to talk with you. That's it.
Thank you, man. Have a good night, dude. Again, congratulations. Hopefully we'll speak to you soon. Cheers, JP.
Thanks a lot, man.
Bye.
There he is. You know what I really love about Latam, Tim? Is it feels like everyone's so comfortable. We get a good mix of the serious, of the intrigue, of what's going on behind the scenes, and those little comedic moments that they send me home with a smile. Well, I am home. They send me off air with a smile.
We've got all the behind the scenes coming in from JP there. Who knew that's what would make the difference? It's obviously got somebody to impress there. So he's coming out and putting some big numbers down. But I'm sure whatever the reason, the Ints will be more than happy for him to be doing so.
No, brilliant stuff. If that's what it takes, fair play to him. He's shown up. He's certainly impressed me, and I think he's impressed everyone with tonight's gameplay. A lot of sick moves on the server. But Tim, there is a little bit of a downside to it. That means we're done for the day.
But we are back tomorrow.
We are, of course. It's our first double bill of the season. If you're unfamiliar with the Latam format, it's Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So we are back tomorrow, which is going to be lush, let me tell you that. But if you have missed the day and want a little bit of a recap, don't worry, you're in luck. We got one of those prepared for you as well. So let's have a little bit of a look back before we look forward to what is coming up tomorrow, Tim.
Where have you been? That'd be my first question. If you're just joining us now, you've missed about 6 hours of beautiful Siege. We've had some great games. Furia and W7M was an interesting one to come into, of course, because both of them have shown big changes over the stage. W7M, it was ultimately that reigned supreme and came away with 2 points, but Furia certainly made a fantastic game out of it on that second map of Coastline. And Santos versus Team Liquid reasonably went as expected. Team Liquid getting a very good win on Theme Park, and then Santos fighting hard, showing that they have got that spirit to take rounds away from teams. And I think let's get them against somebody who isn't Team Liquid on a good day, which is what we saw today. And I think Santos will have more to bring to the table. And then, of course, a real classic there, 23 out of 24 rounds we saw between Ints and Black Dragons, and good fight shown from both sides. And I think a very fair result with 1 point going in either direction.
Oh, yeah. Good day. I think all in all, we had some flashy, fast games. We had some moments of madness that was sprinkled in. A lot of that comes back to the opening game there from Team Liquid for me. It was also nice to pick Sexy Cake's brains a little bit. All in all, though, a solid day of games, Tim. And we do, of course, have the updated standings. Now, again, keep in mind, everyone that's tuning in for today, this does encompass all of stage 1 as well. So that's the reason why there is a lot more games here on the updated standings than there would be, of course, if we'd only had the first 2 play days. But it makes sense for the relegation process, Tim, that we'll have coming up at the end of the major.
It does, and it avoids us just having a bunch of teams on 0 as well for the time being. So the way things stand at the minute, we can see teams starting to pick up those full 3 points now. So Team Liquid, they managed to jump themselves up to the top. MIBR climbing along with W7M, just reeling in what was a 5-point difference between them and FaZe Clan. And the interesting one coming up tomorrow, Jackie, the first time we will see the major champions, NIP, in action. They will be going up against Team Liquid.
Ooh, spicy, spicy stuff. The league is starting to top the Scoville scales with the way these games have been going. I hope all of you have enjoyed the night, but if you sat here licking your lips thinking, I want more Siege, then I don't blame you, as we're coming back tomorrow. So, of course, let's move in and have a look what games will be exciting us on the Super Sunday special, Tim.
Oh, there's plenty to go at. As I said, obviously the big matchup of the day is going to be that Team Liquid versus NIP. If you remember that matchup from last stage, Jackie, it was 6-all, 6-all. We got treated to 24 rounds and absolutely nothing to separate the two. But I'm sure Team Liquid will be looking for a little bit of something to say after what went down at the major with NIP coming through and taking the crown ultimately. But Team 1 versus FaZe Clan, that could be another good one as well. FaZe Clan, they're going to have to raise from the ashes like a phoenix, Jackie, because they really struggled on Thursday, and Team 1 will certainly not make it easy for them. Now, Black Dragons, they face off against Santos, and I think that is a good opportunity for Santos to show that there is a little bit more in the tank than we maybe got to see against Liquid today.
Sunday's hype. This is really, really hype stuff, guys. If you look at just those first 2 games, you have 4 of the big dogs that went into the major, of course, Tim. FaZe that came second. NIP that took the whole damn thing. Team Liquid, of course, that showed up and tried to run amok. And then Team 1 that was the number 1 seed from the group. Those first 2 games are going to be golden. And then we get another little treat as well, seeing some more Black Dragons gameplay as they face up against Santos. My money is in the first 2 being the real big bang. So definitely come in early and on time for Playday 3.
Oh, there's not going to be a breath to be taken between those first 2 games, Jackie. It's going to be absolutely nail-biting stuff. I'm certain of that. I think we're going to see a very different FaZe Clan tomorrow. We won't get 2 games out of Live like we saw on Thursday. He's going to be back on form. I am certain of it. And things are going to be different.
Yeah, and they need to be, because that's not the Live we know and love. That man can normally really roll with the punches and put up some numbers. The fact he only got 2 kills over 2 maps, it's not him. I mean, that is a once in a blue moon occurrence, and I would be shooketh if it occurred again, Tim. But that is it for today's broadcast. We are done and dusted, and of course none of this would be possible without all of the amazing behind the scenes people that let this show be what it is. I'm of course talking about producer Simon, Jacob that's been on the replays once again, hitting the mark every time and serving us those bangers, and Face It Tim for making all of this possible and letting me and you ramble away about baby bears, everything else we've spoke about tonight.
It's an absolute blessing to be here, Jackie. This is, to be honest, I think been one of my favourite broadcasts, including stage 1. We had some crackers there as well. Plenty of good stuff to look back on. But yeah, I really enjoyed tonight. We've had some fantastic games, a bit of fun between us, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be here.
No, I think it's been sick, mate. I've had a lot of fun as well. Genuinely, I think that Liquid series encompassed a lot of our humour mixed alongside some absolutely stunning Siege. And if you enjoyed it, come back tomorrow, because that is when we will return for even more incredible action. But for tonight, we are done. Thank you for watching. Join us bright and early to make sure you're in there for both of those banging games tomorrow. We will see you later on.
Ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, que yo parezca en él. Como que ella quiere, disfruta la noche, lo anormal. Que el novio teme que su relación va a terminar. Se da cuenta que no necesita a alguien más. Quiere un selfie para su Instagram. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y ser de esos babies que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, para que él siempre se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. No tiene sueños, solamente en sus sueños nos ponemos risueños con un norteño y mi flow brasileño. Yo te juro que es bueno, ya me doy el follow, ese empate si lo igualo. Le gusta lo nasty y lo malo, me traje un regalo. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y ser de esos babies que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, para que él siempre se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. Dime todo lo que ella quiere, nada ha sido regalado. Entre más independiente, más quiero estar a su lado. Es de esas nenas, matar es que más. Ella está plena la noche entera. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, para que él siempre se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. No, 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 me dice,
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
shining like diamonds in the light. We're gonna fly, going up. Just you and I, we're going up. We're gonna fly, we're going up. Just you and I, we're gonna fly, we're going up. On another level, gonna be to ease my mind's eye. Watching the colors die. On another level, my mind is where we're going live. Waiting for the sun to rise. As the sun goes down, waiting for the sun to go down. The sun goes día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Y por todo yo brindo, desde lo feo hasta lo lindo. Tú eres una prueba que el mundo a mí nunca me brindó. Quería casarme, yo tan loco en ilusionarme, creyendo en tus besos y tus caricias. La verdad no fue el culpable. Ay, todo tiene un propósito y dejarme será solo uno más. Siempre a medias no he logrado encontrar mi otra mitad. El tiempo dirá, el tiempo dirá. Y cuando la encuentre de ti no me voy a acordar. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Ahora con quién voy a compartir todas mis noches húmedas. Ahora quién me va a dar los besos como tú los das. Todo es una ilusión y eso lo verás. Tú amabas a Nico pero nunca a Nicolás. Tú eras la oveja mala del rebaño. Tu vicio a la fama sí me hizo daño. Tantas promesas fueron por el caño, porque lo único que cumplí son años. Chica, si te vas y luego me quieres ver, eso nunca pasará. Prefiero otra mujer. Chica, si te vas y juegas otro papel que nunca te quedará, como eso de serme fiel. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Tú eras todo lo que yo quería. Hoy eres todo lo que quiero olvidar. Tú fuiste bla, 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 y mi inseguridad lo hizo más fácil para ti.